Hello, it's me, Connor. It's episode 10 of the OGP. And this time, the subject is Wwf Capital Carnage. That's right, the house show they made for British people and put on Sky Box Office. E and I, we've got a lot to say about it. So much so, in fact, I see no reason to delay you with these preamble remarks. Instead, why don't we all hop into the time machine back to 1998?
Ginger and oatmeal biscuits need between 3 to 4 seconds. Digestives, on the other hand, need much longer, a full 8 seconds. And here's the new way to dunk. Dip the biscuits flat on, keep the top half dry, and it stays in one piece. This may not be everyone's cup of tea, but it could prevent tea times ending in a soggy mess.
Oh, come on now, be careful up there. Hey, let Draws help you, hold on. Fall. Mike, be careful, don't move. Don't move! You've been my brother for so long! Don't move! Don't touch me! Don't touch me! Brother, it's all right. Don't move!
Get a shirt now! Oh, what? God almighty! Good God! Oh my God!
Above all, I believe it means realizing that we do not have to and should not choose between being strong with or strong with It means having the confidence to see that can indeed be both. Indeed, that must be both. That we are stronger with because of our strength in and that we are stronger in precisely because of the strong relations we have with
Hello, mate. Alright. It's 1998. And I just went to not the Progley. What is Progley?
This is not Progley, this is New Labour.
Give me a cheer if you've been to New Labour before. Way!
Way. We just came back from London Arena.
Oh, what a cracking good time it was. Saw Jacqueline's knocker shoot fucking
What a slammer.
What? Go on, bird.
Fit bird.
There's the right sauce in that mash with him, mate. Oh, fucking hell.
I believe she's, as they say, a fit bird.
Capital Carnage. Carnage in the capital of England. The greatest nation. Some say.
The Houses of Parliament are burning up, and The Rock and Stone Cold are there. That is the visual you get for the poster. Pretty cool.
Fantastic. And I think you were saying last time that you had some strong memories for this one.
Absolutely. So I we used to have there's 2 VHSs of WWF I can remember from my childhood. This is like 4 years old, 5 years old. One of them, fully loaded 1998, which I spilled some Iron Brew on and ruined it. The other one was Capital Carnage 1998, and so I never watched it again after that one time, and so there's a lot of stuff watching this again that I'm like, whoa, I didn't realize this happened, but there's a lot of stuff there that just like it's been burned into my mind that I'll just like point out throughout, just like this is basically a house show, right? Let's be real here.
Yeah.
Let's cut the bullshit. This show means nothing.
Yeah. The UK exclusive pay-per-views of 98 to 2003 are fascinating things.
Yeah.
I feel like they probably got better later on at actually like integrating the stories from TV, but they were always essentially house shows. And it's like they knew it was a great market for them, but Michael's politicked his way out of jobbing to Bulldog at One Night Only in 1997, and then he was meant to return the favour at Mayhem in Manchester, but my back hurt, can't do it. So
my back hurt, and we also got Davey Boy to leave.
Yeah, Mayhem in Manchester is just like a VHS. It's probably kind of like this, but with worse production values, I would guess.
It's interesting too to think about this being like a WWF house show, because something I was thinking a lot was obviously we watch TV of WWF, and the matches could be so short, to the point, 2 minutes in and out, right? And then you think of the pay-per-views where hey, you finally get something with a bit of meat on it, they do rest rolls and stuff. and I was kind of thinking maybe this is sort of like a pay-per-view, but not really, no, because not just that it's inconsequential, but also this is what they'd be perfecting on that road, And so in that respect, that's the sort of the pro of seeing a house show, is because house shows are fun, and even though it's ideal mostly to be in the audience actually reacting to it, seeing them do just what they would do every night is always a very interesting experience, I think.
Yeah.
But very much sort of just the WWF experience here, because it's sort of there's definitely not any raw type things going on, but there's definitely little bits and bobs of here's Mr. McMahon to say blah blah blah, and here's this and that, and they try and have a self-contained storyline almost throughout the show that they try and get you invested in.
Yeah.
And really it doesn't amount to much, but it's fun. I just wish that El Hijo del Santo made the trip.
Yeah. Where is Negro Casas? Come on.
Where is he? Dick Togo? Dick Togo? Where are you?
Super Loco? You're one of the foremost TV stars right now. So, I do quite like watching these shows. I've not seen this one before, but I've seen Insurrection in 2001. And by 2001, everyone's got so good at the house style. And you got fucking Benoit and shit, and Regal's in a better place, and
yeah.
Jeff Hardy is a name. So the roster probably gets better in the next few years of towards the end of the Attitude Era, I would say, at least below the main event level.
Yeah.
So yeah, Insurrection 2001 is quite fun, especially if you want to see Chris Tarrant or Eamon Holmes presented as a big celebrity guest.
Oh yeah,
it's Eamon Holmes. Oh, great. I hope he has a nice night.
I'm sure I've told you too. Insurrection 2002. That is a great show. That's a fucking
What's
awesome
on that
show.
one?
All of them. So there is William Regal versus Spike Dudley, which is all about Regal picking on Spike's bad ankle. It's fucking perfect. There's also this really good Austin versus Big Show match that I really liked. I can't remember what else was on there aside from
Is that Big Show
versus...
just back from OVW? He must be.
Yeah, kind of it figures before he joins the NWO.
Okay. I was thinking when he dethroned Brock. But no, that must be later. That's Survivor Series.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Survivor Series, yeah. There was the main event of Triple H versus Undertaker, which was, I was alright. But everyone else I remember really good,
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's gonna be WWE spinning the wheels, but sometimes the wheels do be spinning good.
Hell yeah.
So, we find ourselves in a bit of a curious thing here because, all the times we've been looking at some big show, even Road Wild, which as you know was sort of a pit stop really, nothing really happened on Road Wild, but they were still oh man, you better check out Road Wild. That's big match is going to happen there.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, here,
they wouldn't even say the words Capital Carnage on the TV.
No, we watched 4 weeks of TV. It's all talk about rock bottom. Glover sponsors Rock Bottom, and then on like the go home to this show.
Oh, I'm an American. I watch Rock Bottom.
JR is like, oh, tickets sold out for the London Arena show.
Oh yeah, what's it called? What's on it? Yeah, I am the average Briton in 1998 from England, obviously, not any of the other ones. I don't care about the other home nations, but I will riot in the street if the Union ever disbands. I voted for Tony Blair. I read about the upcoming EastEnders storylines in the Radio Times. I idolise Jeremy Clarkson. I was told not to leave teddy bears at the memorial for our sweet English Rose, Princess Diana, R.I.P. love. I find Have I Got News for You very droll. I watched my favourite football team make a knee-height tackle in mud and ice on Boxing Day, and I shout, "Get on with it, you puff!" I drive a Ford Focus. I wish I drove a Jaguar, but the missus won't let me.
Why would the missus let you?
Too much. I think Baby Spice wants my babies. I wish she was wife.
You wish she was your missus.
Oh yeah, that Baby Spice, mate. Of all the spices, I reckon that's the spice I'd pick. I contributed to Ladies and Gentlemen, the Best of George Michael being #1 on the album chart for 8 consecutive weeks. He definitely has some catchy songs, that George Michael, but I wouldn't want to get stuck in a lift with him, if you know what I mean. Because he's gay.
He's gay. Homosexual.
I think Katie Price is a right sort. I burned an effigy of David Beckham after he got sent off at the World Cup. I read the Sun newspaper and cut out the topless models on page 3 for later usage. And my pay-per-views do not matter! I like that I did the Average American podcast while in Britain, and now I'm in America doing Average Britain podcast.
Yeah. You're always like on the cutting edge. It's like Roddy Piper said, you think you got the answers, I changed the accent.
So yeah, we watched weeks of inconsequential television as far as this show is concerned from 4 brands. Obviously, Raw is War, Sunday Night Heat, Shotgun Saturday Night, and Super Astros!
Super Astros!
See? Yeah, the build for this is perfectly timed for us to start watching Super Astros at episode 1.
Yeah.
Perfect timing.
Yeah. It's incredible, really. Yeah, like, just generally, like, we like, happened upon, like, the time where, like, you know, I was thinking during, like, Road Wild, if we were doing this for, like, the Fed, we would really just have, like, Raw and Shotgun, and that'd be fine. But, like, then they add Heat, and they also add Super Astros for the Mexican audience. Oh, shit. So much to watch now.
Super Astros is a very fun little show. It's not something that you would take like a huge amount of notes on. I probably got more twisties than I have notes on the show. But yeah, it's a fascinating and fun show. I think it should still be going.
Yeah.
I think they're cowards for cancelling that. I would probably still check out fucking Andrade versus Otis for 3 minutes or whatever.
When I was watching it, and you know, when watching on the stream, like this show is really just, you take guys from Mexico, and maybe there might be like guys like you know, like Scott Taylor or other such like undercarders mixed in there, but you're just like getting guys like I mentioned Santo. There's Super Loco, the you know, becomes super crazy. as well as Armando Fernandez and all those sort of guys, and they just like get in there and they just like wrestle a tight 5-minute TV match, and it's great. And I think like in all of the stuff where you've seen WWE try and like expand into other regions, literally, instead of just like, you know, like think about like, oh, we put the belt on Alberto Del Rio to pop houses in Mexico and we're going to book him like shit, but it's all about that one house show we do in Mexico. No, you could just have this a wee TV show where you get the guys on there, and you know, I'm sure at a certain point people will be like, why aren't they on the main show? Because I sure was sick of that, but you know, you could probably get away with it for a while, you know.
Push Negro Casas, you like, bastards.
For realsies.
Why is he not facing Austin at Rock Ball? That would be sick, though, wouldn't it?
It doesn't help that Super Astro's like intro is like, you know, like, oh, here's Austin, here's Undertaker making his entrance, and none of them are on here.
Yeah. So there's an element of like also recapping what happened on Raw and stuff. I'm pretty sure it might have been edited out when we watched it.
We definitely did get like The Rock making a comment on there.
Yeah.
After having screwed Mankind out of the belt. It's a Survivor Series.
We get like 3 main characters essentially in this. We got the animated leather jacket guy, Max Mini, and the hot lady. I don't know her name, but what?
Yeah, everyone is like, oh la la at this lady. There is El Merenguero, who does the dancing with her, as is his wont because he is a dancer. And, you know, Max Mini, he's a small man, and we love it. And he talks with Giant Silva, who is giant, and we love it. And
yeah.
That's like the one thing Giant Silva does. We watched 4 weeks of TV that Giant Silva was involved in. He just talks to Max Mini, does nothing else.
Yeah, he probably expended more energy in that conversation than in actual matches that he was in.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Nice, good TV. You know that like the sort of angles they do will be like, Negro Casas defeats Funaki, so Dick Togo challenges him to a match, and then the next week Negro Casas defeats Dick Togo. Whoa. Yay!
Teo, get up here.
Yeah.
Very fun show. I recommend everybody watches it if you haven't seen. I had seen some of it. I probably saw up to like maybe episode 6 or something a few years ago. We didn't get to the match where Max Mini wrestles. I remember that being good. It might have been on like episode 4 or 5 or something.
Oh man, I want to see Max Mini.
Hell yeah.
I need more of Max Mini.
This podcast is rebranding to a Super Astros podcast now.
OMMP.
That was the good old Super Astros. And then we got next on the hierarchy is Shotgun Saturday Night. Another very fun show.
Yeah. Do you have any recall of Shotgun in its initial format?
They did it in a nightclub, right? I've not seen any of it.
Yeah, like in a nightclub and like some other places, because I remember one of the big famous things was like Undertaker would do like a tombstone on an escalator. So I think they must have done it in a mall as well.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, it was like supposed to be like a bit more chaotic and edgy, and then eventually they were like, okay, let's just tape matches before Raw.
Yeah, I can imagine that's easier to do than getting like a crew of wrestlers to go to a fucking nightclub on a Thursday or some shit.
Yeah, I reckon so. I think my favourite memory of that period is before Royal Rumble '97, when like have like Terry Funk come out and just call out everyone and Stone Cold, and he calls like, you know, Todd Pengill. Terry Funk is like, your mother is a whore. And then like he and Austin fight, which like I don't know how much that's fucking happened. That might be like the one time. I'm so Saturday night. But yeah,
just like a brawl or like an actual match.
Oh, just the brawl,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Like, it's to set up like 30 men in the ring, just like this Sunday, that sort of trope.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, by this point, Shotgun is just like a C show. Like they have like some vestiges of it where like the Chirons are like sassy, like they might call Brian Christopher a cheesehead or something, and I think they might call Jim Cornette a hamburger boy or something like that. But otherwise, yeah, just like like sort of like job bar matches as well as like what could basically be to trier matches, and yeah, it's all pretty fun.
Yeah.
And yeah.
And like some of the format was a bit mixed for what we watched. Like there was one episode that was commentated on by Strigger und Max, the German commentary, and I'm not sure if that was the same episode where it was Taka versus the Blue Blazer, I think, and Blue Blazer's got Taka in a submission. It's like, oh, is he going to tap? And then it's just ad break. Goodbye. Say goodbye to that match. You'll never see that shit. Okay. And then there was like a main event that sounded really good, Dick Togo versus someone, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, like it was like it's like there was 2 copies with that date on it. One of them was just incomplete, and the other was in German. So I was like, we gotta watch the German version. and then yeah, like it was just like fucking like they replayed a whole Raw match that kind of sucked.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was less than ideal, but at least they were talking German, the greatest language ever.
Yeah. But yeah, from what we saw, it feels like I would say Taka Michinoku is probably the MVP of this show. He has this fucking amazing match with D'Lo, and he's bumping like it's Grappling Mania out there.
Taka is like it's funny because this is sort of like the swan song for like Kai and Tai. Is like the whatchamacallit, the fucking unit that it is.
Oh right, really?
Because like Dick Togo, Mensteo, and even Yamaguchi-san, they all sort of like are gone by like 1999. On Cage Match, it'll show up as them having some WWF matches, but it's all like IW Puerto Rico house shows that are co-branded,
Yeah, there was also that Acolytes vs Kai and Tai 2-on-3 match, and Acolytes also MVPs of this show.
Acolytes are so good.
They have like 3 or 4 squashes, and they're all fantastic.
They're not even in the ministry yet. They're just with the Jackal, Don Callis.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Oh, it's Dick Togo vs Steven Regal, the match that supposedly happened.
Oh, yeah, I remember now. Wow.
Even if it's Regal's kind of rough period, then that still counts as the PWO prick tease.
Yeah, totally.
But that's not all that we see. We also have the Big Japan Deathmatch Heavyweight Champion, Tiger Ali Singh. He has many 3,000 rose petal death matches.
Oh, yeah. Tiger Ali Singh. What do you think of this fella?
He's great.
Yeah.
Don't you think he's great?
I think it'd be cool if he had his father around.
Oh, yeah.
I think it'd be cool if, like, imagine a Tiger Ali Singh, except, like, Tiger Jeet's thing is there. I think it's 10% better.
Wasn't there a match where JR was like, his father was a big deal in professional wrestling, and clearly the apple has fallen far from the tree.
That's the Capital Carnage.
Right. It's like, yeah, this guy that we're playing sucks.
Yeah, it's very odd. Like, he has, like, this gimmick of being like, oh, you Americans suck, and I bet you would do anything for money. Like, kiss my foot, or eat dog food, and stuff. And then the Americans, they do it, and they don't really have any problem with it. They take the money, and Tiger Ali Singh is like, look at that. I think you just lost $500 for no reason.
Meanwhile, the average American is just like, oh, damn, they got paid. And all they had to do was eat dog food. I would like that job.
I feel discontent with my current employment. I wish I could kiss foot.
I wish Tiger Ali Singh was my boss.
Oh dear. So, yeah, less than ideal usage for him. It's funny because like he's like, you know, I feel like this is such a common refrain for WWF. It's like, oh, this guy's a silly Billy, but when he gets in there, he's a talented wrestler, and it really like stretches thin when like it's about Tiger Ali Singh, because like he has like a combined ring time of, I want to say, like 3 minutes 41 seconds. How do you know?
We also got these Shotgun Saturday Night Files included ads from 1998 for
hell yeah,
Sexy Ladies Hotline. Just dial 1-800-COM today to talk with these hot babes with a free trial period of 0.02 seconds, after which you'll be charged $6 trillion.
Oh yeah, yeah. Multiple.
You got the
multiple
soundboard
hotlines.
Have you got the one that? Have you got your voice clipped?
No. I win. Fuck you.
I tried to use like every single one of these at least once in the thing.
Yeah. Oh, let me.
Akira Maida is dead.
No. This is the way I find out.
I dislike Al Qaeda.
Well, you know, me too, but there's no need to say, really. It's sort of taken for granted.
Pay me $6 trillion.
$6 trillion. That's so much money.
Oh yeah, you never got me to record a coming line.
Oh yeah. Yeah, instead I just...
Time to have match.
Instead I just had you going, yes! When the Divas loading screen came up.
Yeah. So yeah, multiple hotlines, different like numbers for all the hotlines. Like one of them will just be sexy, then another will be like hell.
Hell.
Yep. Yeah, it's pretty great. Heat also has similar things, at least my copy did, and like it's all good stuff, you know. It's all like nice video games or fucking like I love the one where there's like the bone crunching buddies, I think they're called, the action figures. They're like teddy bears, except they've got the plastic heads. 'Cause I used to have them. I was like, oh shit, I remember that from childhood.
Yeah, I played the game Medieval for the PS1. I was like, oh
hell
shit,
yeah.
I played that.
There's nothing better than identifying things.
Yeah, ads were supposed to make you want something in the present day, but their actual best purpose is looking back and being like, I had that.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was Shotgun Saturday Night. Guess we can move on to Heat now. When I think of Heat, I think, yes, Maven defeats Chuck Palumbo in 4 minutes. But here it's sort of closer to what early SmackDown was like, or maybe a better comparison is it's WWF's Thunder.
Yeah. It's basically like another hour they have on USA Network. So, you know, there's like angles and stars there, but definitely not like a lot going on as far as the action, really.
It's important in terms of, you know, some storyline continuation. The big stars will be out there, Rock and Austin and whoever you'd want to see. And there's even occasions where they've only seemingly taped Heat and they've drew like 18,000 people.
Yes.
Which is fucking insane. Like, Heat is the headlining show, drawing that many.
Yeah, like, they don't care that it's going to be like an hour television show. They just know WWF is there, I'm there. That's how hot that business is.
That's crazy.
And, like, you know, sometimes you might watch Raw or pay-per-view, and they'll be like, oh, remember what happened on Sunday Night Heat? When the hell did you ever hear that in, like, 2002?
Yeah, Raw opens up in 2004. It's like, oh, you should have seen Val Venis as Stevie Richards last night. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, like, Heat is it's a nice rewatch to see Heat in this, like, wee phase before it really, like, becomes unimportant. Like you said, like, that one episode where Heat's the main attraction, and Shotgun. There's a Shotgun that's taped to that same thing. Like, Shotgun's taped before Heat, and just like both times, it's like incredible to see like such a large arena, such a huge crowd. Like, it's got to be 100,000 people there, and they're watching DOA.
Similar in terms of the amount of stars that you get compared to Raw, but probably even less consequential matches than Raw. Like, Raw definitely has the fast match formula, but it will break from time to time for like a Rock match or something. But even here, the Rock matches are fucking tiny.
Yeah, like we sort of thought, you know, during like Road Wilds that, like, you know, WCW, oh, they're so chaotic. They always like have like 30 seconds to go to wrap this match. And it feels like WWF kind of like get into that territory, because, like, god damn, man, there's that one, like, I think it's like the giant arena Heat, where like there's a tag match as a main event, and Rock comes out as special guest commentary. He's coming out as like 5 minutes left. Like, oh man, they gotta speak through this shit.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
So we watched episodes 17, 18, and 19 of Sunday Night Heat, and yeah, interesting show early in its tenure. There was a Hardys vs. Too Much match that I was greatly looking forward to, but then the Acolytes destroy everyone after a minute, which is also fair enough, to be fair. Oh, and you got those, is it the Bop It adverts?
Yes, I think it's the Bop It Game Center with Grandmaster Robbie and Michael Cole.
And nobody knows anything about who Grandmaster Robbie is.
These segments feel like a fever dream of sorts, because, like, you know, they're like a minute long, and so they got to get through this as like fast as possible.
Michael Cole's like, even these two bozos could do it, and they show two bozos.
Yeah, and two bozos are just fucking about Bop It. And they'll be like, we played Bop It with Jerry the King Lawler, and then the guy will be like, it's some like weird Twister shit where he's basically like fucking tied up trying to get the Bop It thing to go, and he's like, Jerry, where are you? And Jerry is cavorting with a lady trying to play Bop It with her. And then it'll like cut back to Michael Cole, like, looks like he's got a priority straight. Anyway, Grandmaster Robbie, what's going on next? Bye.
I just had the thought of, like, what if I began the career of becoming a full-time wrestling journalist just so I could go to a WWE PLE and be like, this question's from Michael Cole. Who the fuck is Grandmaster Robbie? And then when he answers it, I'll go like, I quit. Just throw all my pens and shit. Throw my notepad at Triple H.
Compromise all your ethics and moral standards to gain access, just so you can find out Grandmaster Robbie. You rub shoulders with Chris Van Vliet and Fightful.net.
Oh, hell yeah. Those are my dudes.
Yeah. Well, we need to know.
I love the hauntingly expressionless face of Chris Van Vliet. He looks like if you just type man in the emoji search.
Just very, very easygoing smile to him. He's like if Mr. Beast was a childhood.
Yeah. If Mr. Beast was a childhood. Yeah, agreed.
No, chill dudes.
Oh, chill dude. If Mr. Beast was a childhood.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's that
so,
British accent. I can't understand.
British people.
British people, man. I don't get it.
Oh man. So yeah, Heat inconsequential but fun. Shotgun inconsequential but fun. Super Astro is inconsequential but fun. But what about Raw?
Raw is
Surely one of those adjectives is wrong here.
Raw is war, you see.
Sure is.
And I would say it is of some consequence.
Yeah, stuff happens.
Yeah.
So a lot of the TV that we saw will be of equal nostalgia to me because, like, you know, on Capital Carnage, like, they do recap a lot of stuff. So you know, I think the main thing that I think of is you know, we touched on a bit last time when not last time, but you know, Road Wild, when we were talking about Hawk, Road Warrior Hawk being a fucking alkie, as we see in Scotland. He was an alkie.
Yeah.
He liked to drink, and this real life issue was being exploited by Vince Russo and Ed Ferrara, I'm sure, who were like, oh, you should be drunk, and then they replace you with draws. And here we see that really come into effect because Draws is now just Animal's partner. He's got the face paint on and stuff, and Hawk don't like it. He has grown his hair out. He's not having it anymore, and he's going to kill himself.
I'm gonna kill myself, Mom.
And so, you know, I think this you know, it already felt like a really bad storyline to do, even when like you know, like we talked about something like Hawk admitting to his problems and saying like, oh, I've got like my support behind me and stuff, you know, it may be a nice promo, but I know it's not going to go anywhere, and this is where it goes, so I was right. Because fucking, so Hawk climbs up, and you know, Paul Ellering, even though he is a DOA guy, he you know, he knows Hawk's kids, they call him Uncle Paul, so he can't stand by while Hawk kills himself. He has to go out there in his Mr. I.com shirt.
Yeah. And this is a man who 3 months ago tried to run over Animal's penis with a motorcycle.
Yeah, that's right.
He wasn't thinking about the damn kids, man.
So, you know...
Also, isn't it crazy to, like, send this man with legitimate drug and alcohol problems up a scaffold unaided? He's just climbing that shit.
Absolutely. This could have resulted in
and it's 1998, so people are yelling, jump, jump, jump.
Yeah. So Draws climbs up, and Hawk is like, don't come near me, Draws. And Draws like puts out his hand and tries to touch Hawk's chest, and Hawk bats his hand away, and then Draws is like, it's okay, and then he pushes Hawk through his death. And it was like, oh no, oh my god.
JR's acting as brilliant. Oh god, he failed.
He failed. And then get the sad new update from like Kevin Kelly on A Shotgun Saturday Night. He's like, Hawk sustained serious internal injuries. And he will probably be okay or whatever. So, you know, in the aftermath of this, what happens is like there's this segment which like fucking like it made me feel like just not right in the stomach, which was you know, they have Animal and Jaws backstage. Animal looks just like fucking like he's not there. He's just like depressed and like not into this at all. And he's asked like, what about Hawk? What about your partner Hawk dying? And then Jaws takes the mic. It's like, well, we don't care about that because we dine on danger and feast on fury. Yeah, he like does all the LOE stuff except like weirdly like wink, wink, nudge, nudge, and I'm like, this is like so mean spirited. Why are you doing this?
I don't even remember. Was that on what show was that promo on?
It would have been on a C show. It would have been like Shotgun or Heat, where they could do that backstage thing of that. And then
because by my memory, they basically did nothing until Capital Carnage.
There is that one like they have a match against Too Much, where Draws is overly aggressive and it destroys Scott Taylor's leg. If you remember that.
No, I
like,
don't. What happened? I did watch Heat on the network. Maybe it cuts some stuff out, or maybe, maybe my memory just do.
Yeah, I watched the USA Network feed and saw all the ads and seemingly the Forbidden Draws match as well. But yeah, like I mean, really, like what they did with LOD 2000 is nothing like worth watching, honestly, because it's, as I say, it's like perhaps like the most toxic of Vince Russo stuff I've ever seen. Just like, you know, like so mean spirited and like for no good reason at all.
Yeah.
So you know, there's that. Hawk dying by being pushed off of the Titantron. I watched that when I was like 4 years old, and I thought, where's Undertaker?
Whoa, next segment, please. Did you like the tonal shift directly after that segment? It's just like, it's Sable coming out. It was like, oh, hot babe. Never mind, can't cry forever about a death that we just witnessed 5 seconds ago.
Yeah, it's like it's like crazy to see, like, you know, like mere months before Over the Edge, them just like regarding a kayfabe death by being like, well, gotta move on. And see, speaking of that, what do you think of the Blue Blazer?
Oh, don't get me started. Well, it's weird because you hear that music, and I've not seen a huge amount of this period. In fact, I didn't even realise that he did that gimmick for so long. I thought it was like a month before that show or something, but it's close to like 6. So yeah, you hear that music and see him in that gear, and you think, oh no. But then it's just like Owen Hart is good. So yeah, it's quite a strange experience.
Like if it weren't for like this being like the cause of like Owen Hart's tragic death, I think we would regard this as a pretty fun storyline.
Yeah, maybe we should become truthers. Blue Blazer truth. It was actually funny, guys. If you just let it pan out and see what happens. Oh.
So you know, the idea is that like Owen Hart, kayfabe broke Dan Severn's neck. But also, if you believe what Dan Severn says, he also kind of did break his neck. Whoopsie.
Did he do the fucking sit-out park driver again?
Yeah, they literally just like tried to do a worked version of like that to play off if you're like, oh, did he do it again? Oops. And so after that, he retired. And the whole idea is that the Blue Blazers popping up. We know that's Owen Hart's old gimmick. And Steve Blackman, he is very adamant. This is Owen Hart here. I will unmask him. But then, Owen Hart will come out and beat up Steve Blackman. Oh my God, what's going on here? And you know, turns out that the Blue Blazer is portrayed by Tom Pritchard when he is not Owen Hart. And you know, it's pretty fun. Tom Pritchard does a good Owen Hart impression, I think.
Yeah, you wouldn't have known if Owen in plain clothes didn't immediately come out.
Yeah, like he's very good at the
woo! Yeah,
like with the 2 arms up. Yes, it's a pretty nice storyline where like the big turning point is the Blue Blazers in there with Owen. They try and woo together, but then the Blue Blazer socks Owen. What is this? Oh my God, Steve Blackman, he outsmarted Owen Hart and Tom Pritchard by dressing up as himself by the Blue Blazer. And then I love I think it should be like Heat, which is like, you know, the Sunday Night Heat that's on the same day as Capital Carnage. So it has no bearing on the show at all, but Owen Hart comes out to announce that he is coming out of retirement to face Steve Blackman, and then he tells the crowd, "There's a little bit of blue blazer in all of us," and I think that's pretty good.
Yeah. So, you know who's feuding?
Who's feuding?
The Job Squad and the Brood.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh. Don't get me started on these guys, the Job Squad.
Yeah. And I would like to be positive about the Brood, but it kind of just booked so weirdly that it's just nothing.
It is unfortunate because the Brood's, you know, they really are an incredibly cool stable. And I think, you know, even this, like, young into their careers, like, you can see that Edge and Christian, they both have, like, what makes them good later on. Especially Christian, like, he's already got all the tools to be a perfect TV worker.
Yeah.
But it's just that, like, they have, like, an alliance that changes, like, sometimes throughout the show.
Yeah.
As is the case of Capital Carnage. And, yeah, just, like, you can never really, like, gel into them the way that you ought to.
Yeah, there was that one segment where Job Squad are kind of on Mankind's side in his battle against the corporation.
Yeah.
And they start having a big brawl, but the Brood get involved. And then you see, like, fucking Edge fighting with Big Boss. But why are you guys, like, you might not be friends, but there's no need for you to start throwing punches at each other. Like, you're feuding with the Job Squad, so... Yeah, I just didn't understand what the fuck they were doing at times.
There's that one, like, that one heat where, like, it's the Brood versus a corporation, and it's, like, maybe, like, 4 minutes long, and you get, like, a wee glimmer of, like, oh, Babyface Brood could really be something. But then, like, it's just nothing, you know? Absolutely nothing. And the Job Squad, I think might be, like, the worst part of this whole thing.
Yeah.
I think, like, it's really pathetic seeing Al Snow here, because he is, like, one of the smarkiest wrestlers I've seen. Like, when you want to talk about, like, insider shit and, like, stuff to, like, pop the boys or, like, the fucking newsletter people, just, like, this is a guy who's like, bro, you're here because of fellatio. You're here because people like to say heads, and you're using your TV time to do a bunch of shit that people don't fucking care about. Just say heads. Idiot. I really could not stand it. Like, who gives a shit about jobbing? Who cares?
They're not even proper jobbers.
No one does. They barely job.
Like, the comparison we immediately made was, like, was it called the B Team? Like, 2016? Like, Bo Dallas, Curtis Axel, Adam Rose, I think. Someone else? Heath Slater? Yeah.
Heath Slater, yeah.
And those guys weren't getting fucking wins over anyone. Ever. That's the real Job Squad.
Imagine if Curtis Axel got a visual pinfall on Roman Reigns in 2016. Yeah, it's terrible because like we've talked about before, like, you know, like Bob Holly and Scorpio, these are guys that we like.
Yeah.
And, you know, they have the matches where, like, they do things, and I think to myself, like, I should be enjoying this. This is expertly executed by Triple Scorpio, a fave of mine. But I don't care, because he's in the fucking Job Squad.
Yeah, it's a bad group. And even Al Snow, like, he has a fun 99 once this is all done with. And, like, the hardcore title, it's in its infancy right now. It was awarded to Mankind in the storyline with Vince, wasn't it?
Yes.
And eventually people will start competing for it, and that's when you're going to get the best out of Bob Holly and shit.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's crazy about the hardcore title is that, like, literally, like, if we, like, watched Raw after Capital Carnage, we would have seen Bossman versus Road Dogg, where Road Dogg wins the hardcore title, which I think is a fantastic hardcore title.
Yeah, I might have seen
that style.
Was that on Wrestling is Gross?
Yeah, it would have been, yeah. And, yeah, just, like, you know, like, just from the get-go, one of the better styles of the WWF in that time.
I've always got the impression that 98 is more acclaimed in the WWF than 99. But 99 might be clear.
Mm.
Might be clear.
It might be, yeah. And I feel like Mankind is an interesting case here too, because the basic premise is that like after he and Kane go their separate ways, and like the whole thing of like breakdown and Judgment Day happens, Mankind is taken under Vince's wing, and he starts to think of Vince as his father, an opinion that he continues to hold to this day in real life. And he then goes on to Survivor Series, where you think he's like the one pick to be champion, but it turns to be The Rock. He is screwed, and so now it's like, oh, this is gonna be like him versus the Authority, the corporation, and it might be the first instance of WWF trying to recreate the Austin angle of someone else, and it's not heading whatsoever in the same way at all.
Yeah, I mean, Austin's still there. Austin's still the biggest deal, and like I think everyone, the fans are still like invested in the Mankind stuff, but it can't usurp Austin while Austin is still right in the middle of his peak.
Absolutely not, especially because at this point, like, Mankind is like not a serious character as well.
Yeah,
because like Mick Foley as Cactus Jack and Mankind established himself as like a really good promo who could like talk the hell out of anything and just like give it such gravitas. But like here, he's already reached a point of like, this is like I wrote a book, Mick Foley, before he's even written a book, or he's like having like little pot shots in at Al Snow for being shit, and he will come out for his big promo about why Vince sucks, and he'd be like, I bought you this leaf blower, but you're not going to get any more. Your lawn will have leaves on it, and your neighbors will be like, look at that lawn. And, it's not real something the fans could bite onto.
Yeah, not even when they bring it out in the 2 consecutive weeks, and then Shamrock, who's just joined the corporation, gets a hold of it and bops everyone with it. It's like...
See, like I really do think the leaf blower should have replaced like the kendo stick as a hardcore weapon, because it's just so fun, like it going, like it's on, and then it makes a little like poof as it like gets hit, so like.
I like when also they just blow it on the other wrestler. So, here's some hot air.
Yeah. Like that shit is really good. But yeah, like Mankind sort of just gets like lumped into the job squad, and it's an odd thing, because like so much of what happens after, like the January 4th title win, and the Royal Rumble execution, and then halftime heat, and then the St. Valentine's Day execution, it all overshadows like this stuff that happens week to week. And you just think of like Mankind's like, oh, what a great worker, and what a cool story that was.
Yeah.
And week to week, you're sort of like, I need him to get concussed 29 times to watch this out of my mouth.
Let's touch on Marc Mero.
Sure, absolutely. Because hey, Capital Carnage, his last ever WWF match ever.
Yep. And
that's right.
So first of all, he has a match. This was an episode of Heat where it felt like, damn, everything's just a fucking farce. None of this shit matters at all. It's a 90-second heel versus heel, Mero versus Bossman match, where Jacqueline grabs Mero's leg by mistake because she doesn't have eyes, apparently. I don't know if that's part of the story. But then Mero dumps her straight after the match. And he's like, oh, could that be the last time that they'll ever be seen together? No. Us UK fans were so lucky. We get to see them one more time.
They signed the contract. The man was paid,
That's right. Contractual obligations. And then on Raw, Mero's like, man, if I don't beat this piece of shit, Dwayne Gill, then I will willingly retire. And then, oh no, he didn't beat that piece of shit.
Yep. So, Marc Mero has like been turned into the absolute most job boy ever.
Yeah.
And
I think we mentioned it before, but it is crazy, like, Damn, he got like one of the first guaranteed contracts.
One of the first guaranteed contracts ever.
Because Vince likes Johnny B. Bad, and then he does 0 of those mannerisms.
Yeah, one of the guys like to kind of introduce like the shooting star press into like the American wrestling consciousness. All these sort of things that would make you think, like this guy is going to be around, and then you just like completely job him out. And it's a shame because as we'll get to, like, Capital Carnage is like the one time we get to see him in like a proper match, and like I think he's really good.
Is he on Sable? I think it's is it Mania? It's him and possibly him and Jacqueline against Edge and Sable. Pretty similar match to what we saw at Capital Carnage, essentially. But it's probably Sable's wrestling debut, and it went pretty much as well as it could.
Yeah.
So not bad. Just miscast.
I want to touch on Sable quickly because I think it's fucking crazy how they book her. As anyone from the office ever will know, Sable is like number 2 most popular wrestler in the company, and I think it's fucking insane how they see this, and the way they use her week to week on TV is like not putting her in matches to like help like make her a better wrestler, because she is sort of like a bit like, rougher around the edges. But instead they just have Shane and Vince come out and be like, Sable, you fucking suck, and we're the reason you're a star, and go make me a sandwich.
Yeah. It's just kind of awkward. She can't get a proper good comeuppance out of this stuff like Austin could. And it touches more nerves than that ever could with Austin as well. So it's like, it doesn't work. Although, it is sick when she occasionally powerbombs a dude. She should have just been powerbombing him left, right, and centre.
She should have been doing it every week.
Yeah.
One thing that we didn't mention with the Marc Mero thing, like, who is it that signs, that seals the fate of Marc Mero's career? None other than the Blue Meanie.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The Blue Meanie.
And the Blue Meanie's debut comes.
Yeah, he's going to join the job squad. He's not like properly in it yet, but he's going to be there.
Yeah. So like 20th of November Saturday Night Heat, the one we keep talking about, nearly 20,000 people, and they're there for Dwayne Gill defending the light heavyweight title against Christian in a rematch. Dwayne Gill has already doomed the light heavyweight title to fucking purgatory for 2 years. But he has to have a rematch before he just fucks off and becomes Gilbert.
Yeah. Did you like when Jim Cornette said that Dwayne Gill holding the light heavyweight title disrespects the division and the title? And it's like, he's not in character at all. He's just talking.
It was pretty delicious. Yeah.
He said that in a boardroom half an hour ago, guaranteed.
And so Christian, he's got Dwayne Gill on the ropes because Dwayne Gill fucking sucks. He's going to lose because he's a jobber. And then the Blue Meanie comes in and does his dance. And then causes a DQ.
Yeah. But then in another match, Gill actually kind of beats Taka Michinoku clean.
Yeah.
That feels like it's Shit-Stain's response to Cornette's critiques. Oh, he'll win clean then. That will solve everything. Big star now.
Yeah. It's a real shame because, like, I have a soft spot for, like, light heavyweight WWF division.
Me too. Like, even when it's an afterthought, it's like, you can only go so wrong with fucking Taka and S.A. Rios and Scott Taylor and shit. But then to just kind of put it on Dwayne Gill as a joke for a long time as well. That's basically the end of the championship. Yeah, it's a shame.
Well, what do you think about what Jacqueline gets up to after breaking up with Mero? PMS.
Whoa. Yeah, she's found a friendship with Terry Runnels, and they like punching and kicking dudes in the nuts. So they did that in it was a Goldust vs Mero match, right?
Yeah. The whole
like,
idea is
okay,
Terry...
that's kind of logical then. But then they just do it in another match.
Yeah, like Terry was Goldust's wife, and then she decides, fuck you, Goldust, I'm going with Val Venis. But then she says, Val, we are pregnant. And Val's like, "Wee, no, you're pregnant because I had a vasectomy. I cannot come." And so, she tries getting back with Goldust, and Goldust is like, "No, get away from me, Jezebel." And so then, what, like, as you say, like, Goldust versus Marc Mero is happening, and then Terry Runnels comes out in skimpy attire, and Gerald's like, "Oh my goodness, you don't see that in Oklahoma." And then you think she's going to be there for Goldust, but then no, she just kicks both of them in the crotch, and then Jacqueline does as well, and they leave together, and soon they will brainwash Sean Stasiak.
Yeah, I'm not even that familiar with that story, but yeah, I'll just keep it that way.
Yeah.
Okay, they brainwash Sean Stasiak. Noted. Okay. Next topic, please.
Yeah, next topic is the heartbreak at Shawn Michaels. What do you think of this fucking guy?
No.
Back on TV again.
No, please. Rest. You need rest, Sean.
Yeah, Shawn back in it as heel commissioner. You think he's going to be babyface commissioner? No, he's a heel. He helps the corporation.
Yes, that's like, what's the point? It's not even any kind of like, it's not like freshening anything up. It's just he's another stooge now. Okay.
Yeah.
So the show still feels the same.
The most significant thing that Shawn Michaels did as commissioner was he screws X-Pac out of a title match with The Rock, and then
but he booked the title match as well. Like nobody was clamoring like, "Oh, when's X-Pac going to get his title shot?" It's like, well, I've decided my good friend X-Pac gets title shot. I've decided my good friend X-Pac gets kicked in the face, and I turn on him now.
And then the next week they're having a confrontation where fucking HBK is all like, "Oh, you could like go to the money pit in Atlanta." It's like, oh, the crowd didn't react. It's just generally just like, like we said before when we were talking about Shawn Michaels, it's like a personality. Like, man, he's just not funny, and he thinks he's so funny.
Yeah, it's like, it's not. He has some skills. Humor is not one of them.
No, he should get in the ring and do Thrina.
He should return the favour to British Bulldog. He's coming back in a few months, I think.
Get in that money pit in Atlanta and job to him on Worldwide. Speaking of people who should be doing Thrina, what about the Insane Clown Posse?
Oh, hell yeah. There's a 4 vs 4 match booked for Rock Bottom, which is Headbangers and ICP versus the Oddities, including Luna. But it doesn't happen.
Yep.
No.
It's weird because the Oddities, like, they use Insane Clown Posse as their theme, and they continue to do so after Insane Clown Posse conspire for the Headbangers to beat them up and cut off Luna's hair in a vicious act of cruelty. But they've got this thing going, and what happens is that the next week, Insane Clown Posse come out with Headbangers, which is a fucked up presentation because like, I think the Oddities entrance is like one of the greatest spectacles that this sport has ever offered.
Yeah.
Just like an Insane Clown Posse performance, you gotta get hyped for it. Everyone does, and it's cool. But then you've got the Headbangers with their fucking like shitty theme, and Violent J just like, "Headbangers, Insane Clown Posse." And it's like, this is not the same. This is not the same. Don't do this anymore. And so they come out to be beaten up by Austin. And the story goes that, like, Violent J was not expecting to be the first beaten up. And, like, he gets stunned, he's not ready for it. And, like, this also follows when the Headbangers fucking just, like, kicked their ass for real. And one of the most unbelievable things I've ever seen on wrestling TV ever. And so, I never looked into what the nature of the Insane Clown Posse's deal with the WWF was before this, but like, So they were working for free, but they were getting they were, I guess, bypassing the advertising costs because they would get their videos played and their ads played on WF TV. But then the second thing of them like getting like fucked up for real happens, and then they're like, we won't play your ads anymore, and it's just like, okay, time to form the Dark Carnival in WCW. It's a crazy story. Too bad about the oddities.
Yeah, I felt like that turn, and they cut Luna's hair. It seemed like it was taking her to a good place. Very fiery. Yeah, we get like 25 seconds of Luna in ring, and I think it's great. Yeah, Kane's having a good time. He feels like nice and uncontrollable. There's a beast moment on Heat. He has a match with Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett tries to twat him with the guitar, and he just completely no-sells it. Whoa. Yeah, that's good. The whole idea is that, so like, Kane and Undertaker, they had a bit of an alliance going, but then after Judgment Day, where they fought for the WF title, Undertaker fully turns heel, and he aligns with Paul Bearer, and it's like, Kane, you know who lit that fire at the funeral home? It was me. So Kane big mad about it. And the whole idea is that like Paul Bearer is trying to get him sent to an insane asylum so they don't have to worry about Kane no more. Yeah, the men in the white coats, they are sent after Kane. Kane sees them and he's like, oh no, not again. Runs off. And this like kind of goes into like the main story, which is more important than The Rock as champion, by the way, is Austin is around and he's mad at Undertaker for twatting him with a shovel. Yeah, that's after the main event of the first episode that we watched. Austin, this is a Rock. Yeah. So Austin like tried to like get to vie for the title again, but then Undertaker twatted him with a shovel. Which, you know, to be fair, that's something they go back to sometimes. Where like the main thing I think of is like you remember like how like CM Punk would be around during the Authority angle, and he'd be like, "Oh, I don't give a shit about that. I have to face Ryback." Like, so they do that sometimes, but in this case, I think it's done well because like it's a more cosmic threat of like being embalmed in Austin's case. That's something I remember very fondly. Is you know, like Austin getting he gets a concussion and faints at the damn San Jose show, and he's at the hospital. They show him at the hospital, and it's pretty good because he will cut a promo, and then the heart rate monitor will go beep 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 beep, and they'll be like, "Austin, you have to calm down." He's like, "I'm trying." Getting pissed off. And then they need to just stop interviewing him, really. Yeah. A very interesting thing happens. So like you know, this is one of the peak things of like WWF just having like trying to act like it is a TV show where like, you know, they just have cameras like where there should not be if this is a real like sports thing, but you know, whatever. And like, so they show the outside of the hospital and a hearse pulls up, and then like there's a whole segment of Mankind versus Ken Shamrock and Big Boss Man, where Jerry Lawler's the one who noticed, wait a minute, that was a hearse there. JR, did you notice that hearse? And JR is like not responding to him at all, not acknowledging this at all, and pulling tooth out of gums. Jerry Lawler eventually is like, well, you know what a hearse means, right? And Jim Ross is eventually like, well, yeah, I guess that would mean maybe Undertaker. And then they go back to the hospital. Shows the hearse. Look, JR, just like I told you, it's a hearse. And then immediately, Undertaker is suffocating Austin. Oh no! And Undertaker takes Austin and puts him in a hearse, kidnaps him. This is you know, like the
very genesis of the Ministry of Darkness. He has not amassed the forces yet, nor even got the goatee going, but he is a demon who wishes to kill Stone Cold. And at first, he takes him to a grave where he will put him in, and then, Austin wakes up from the chloroform, but then he beat him up again, and then Undertaker's like, Austin, burying you alive would be too good for you. And then Fulber's like, what are we gonna do? And Undertaker's like, we're gonna embalm him. We're gonna embalm him alive. And then they try to do it. They like fucking kidnap him again and take him to a whole other place.
I feel when you get kidnapped during your kidnapping, so you can get kidnapped while you kidnap. Exhibit joking.
Yo, dog. And so, they take him to like this fucking funeral home where this fucking like septic looking shit, and it's cool seeing Paul Bearer like actually work as a pallbearer. He's got the gloves and stuff on, apron and all that, and they're just gonna take a fucking pair of scissors and bludgeon Austin's chest with it until he dies, I guess. And Undertaker's given it the like the fucking like Satanist Latin. He does. Yeah. And then it's funny because like Paul Bearer hears a sound from behind the door, and he looks around and looks through the window of the door, and it's like, okay, it must be nothing. And then, oh no, it's Kane. How could you miss Kane? Kane personally. And then so Kane helps Austin, and then the next week, Undertaker very mad about it. This is what really puts forth the idea that they should like put Kane in the loony bin. It's not the most sensitive portrayal of mental health services that WWF has here, but nevertheless, we go on. They're going to put Kane in the loony bin with the crazies, and they almost do it, but then Austin induces Undertaker with a shovel, and then puts him in the body bag that the orderlies are going to pick up. That's kind of weird, by the way. Like, you think, like, imagine if you're a mental health orderly, like, okay, here's your next patient. He's in a corpse bag. Well, okay, I'll take him there. And, it's a very good bit of chicanery by Kane and Austin. Like, Paul sees them off at the ambulance to take her in the body bag, thinking it's Kane. And he's like, haha, goodbye, Kane. Now on to my evil doings. And then it zooms out to reveal Austin and Kane, best buds, watching it.
It's probably the best, like, two guys watching the monitor bit that the WWF ever did.
Yeah, it looks so cool. And then, they surprise Paul Bearer, and then they take him out, and, there's this thing I remember from, like, when I used to go on Woo, where it was, like, I think it was, like, the stream someone had, where, like, it was, like, like Vince McMahon executing Paul Bearer while John Cena stood aside and was like, and you're like, that, you fucking piece of shit, you fat piece of shit. I've never been able to find it, but at least there's this real life version of it where Austin and Kane, they bring Paul Bearer out to the ring, and Paul Bearer is like scared shitless, pissing himself and stuff, and meanwhile Austin is like, oh, you fat sack of shit, I should kill you right there, I'm gonna stab you in the chest and gut you like a fish, fuck you. And then he goes like, yeah. They love it, they love the murder. And then eventually they decide like, oh, we're gonna put you down the sewers. And again, that's the thing that I remember very fondly watching when I was 4 years old.
Yep. Poo funny.
Oh, sewers.
They put the fat man in the poo. That's good.
Yeah.
Did you like on the final heat that they were like, oh, here's a clip of Taker throwing Mankind off Hell in a Cell? They could top this brutality tonight, folks, on Heat. Oh, turns out they didn't. Oh well.
Yeah, it was an odd sort of thing because I appreciated like the video package that they put into it, right? Like they were hyping up appropriately, but they must have known. They must have known.
Yeah.
How they're going to age in this match.
Hey,
Like,
you might want
for real.
to, if you want to see these guys go at it, then you might have to go to the shop and order these VHSs.
Fucking it's an Undertaker versus Mankind match, and the highlight is Steve Austin coming out and doing like the WWE Universe. Oh, look who bought a ticket cutscene.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's that.
So in that first episode, when he's still focused on the Rock, rather than he's outnumbered, so rather than opening a can of whoop ass, he opens a can of Judge Guy from Kentucky. And the judge books the main event of Austin versus The Rock for the title, and apparently nobody can do a damn thing about it. It feels that might be the most un-Stone Cold thing I've ever seen Stone Cold do. Legal
Eagles. It goes through the proper channels.
Really?
Yeah, like it's interesting to see the maximalism of the Attitude Era, because it'd be one thing to just like be like, oh, Austin gets his shot after being screwed out of the Survivor Series tournament. That'd be one thing, but then it's like, oh, we already had it, so that was his last chance at the title, and so Shane screwed him out of it. But wait a minute, Shane re-signed him, and in that contract, Austin said, oh, I get a title shot whenever I want, and Shane's like, okay, so that comes back to haunt him. But then you say, oh, that's not legally binding, and Austin's like, aha, I got a judge to say it is. It's like, oh man, all this to just get to a wrestling match.
I noted down some signs that I spotted over various episodes of TV. Bold Knob 316. Will wrestle for sex. I have swamp ass. My dog eats cat poop. Suck me. Lick my nuts. Lick my nuts. Vince. Vince is gay. Bruce is gay.
Oh.
Pooh. Yeah, it's like I said, poo is funny.
It was really funny.
And Sable 469.
Oh, come now.
Oh, we will. There's also at some point we see a glimpse of some absolute lads in the crowd with their tops off and letters painted on their chests which spell Venus Envy, and the guy with the S has the cool S.
Oh yeah, he does.
Yeah.
Wow.
And just recently, Meltzer brought up again like the whole Val Venis going to TNA and beating Christopher Daniels. You can get the boys to paint their chests for the Fallen Angel. Well, maybe in 2002 Ring of Honor you'd go and you would get your boys to spell handshakes as a way to stick it to the prophecy.
Yeah, I mean, you could get a 2 Ring of Honor fan to take off their black t-shirt. Let's do that.
Yeah, very true.
Could I just say as well, today I watched Shelton Benjamin AEW. I don't know what the fuck Dave is on about. He's nothing like Val Venis in TNA. He's good.
Oh, Shelton Benjamin? Yeah, he seems pretty decent. I've only seen the match with Sammy Guevara, and I hate Sammy Guevara, and I thought the match was pretty alright, so it bodes well.
Yeah. I don't know what Dave is on. He is smoking. But I digress. Yeah, Val Venis is a very popular guy, and I also want to bring up and introduce and then also salute the fallen rock theme.
Oh yeah, the rock theme, which didn't even last for one entire segment. It's just the entrance.
So I learned after I posted about it on X Everything app. I learned that it's actually meant to be a remake of Hypnotized by Biggie.
Really?
Yeah. So
it feels like they're missing 4 layers on the track for that.
Yes, exactly. Imagine if you took that excerpt of Rise by Herb Alpert, and you just like removed a bunch of the stuff that made it memorable. So it's like yeah, just like unbelievable. Like, you know, like you it really is helpful that like they just go back to the Rock theme at the end of that match that he has against Al Snow, where he brings it out, because like it's so useful as a side by side thing of like the Rock theme actually having a bass that you can like that fills an arena,
Yeah.
as opposed to something that like you can barely fucking hear.
Yeah.
That's the weirdest fucking thing.
I saw a comment when you posted it. Somebody said that's a fat guy theme, and it is like it's like when King Mabel turns heel.
Yeah. Thankfully, they later perfect the fat guy theme with like the Rosie O'Donnell theme they have. Yeah. So overall, would you say this is good? That the Fed is good?
Yes, it's pretty good. Like I say, I think 99 might be clear. Just like adding like a hardcore title to the mid card is going to make such a difference.
Yeah, definitely.
And then 99, you're also going to get the Hardys will start having more consequential matches. Edge and Christian will start having more consequential matches. I think it gets a lot better below the main event as time goes on.
Yeah. I mean, like just with what we saw during like the summer, the main event style, like even with like the real short matches, it's like guys who are good, and you like to see them. But like, you know, there's not a lot of like pieces there to like really grab you all that much. Like, you know, I can't really just like think, oh, I hate The Godfather, or I'm bored by Steve Blackman, because like I like him well enough, but like he's just you know.
Yeah. You'd be happy to see him on Heat for 3 minutes, carrying the mid card less. So, speaking of The Godfather, though, how about that segment with Godfather and the real man's man, Steven Regal?
I couldn't believe it. I'm sure I mentioned it to you. I just like, so they're introducing the Godfather gimmick, right? Like he has the hose.
Yeah,
he offers them with the opponent.
We saw in the July stuff that we watched. We saw the introduction of hose for the first time.
Yeah. He's a pimp who offers the services of sexual women.
And it's now starting to, you know, people seem to look forward to it, and it's taking a bit more shape, but it's still very peculiar. I was mainly like Godfather was a little bit before my time as like a full-time watcher, so I've only seen like bits and pieces retrospective, and he basically, is it the 2002 Rumble he comes out, and it's basically already like a nostalgia pop kind of thing.
Yeah, because he becomes the good father in 2000, and you know,
and then he bullies like, Steven Richards.
Yeah, it's Steven Richards' fault. I'm going to be cold towards him, and he won't know why. Yeah, like it's sort of like you know, like you know, you shave your head, it's not going to grow back the same. Like he goes back to the Godfather, but like it's already passed, so like he can only go on as a nostalgia act feeling, you know.
Yeah. So I only knew him as the guy who comes out with hose, and everyone goes whoa, and then he'll be like, but wait, and then more hose come out, and then oh my god, whoa, he has several hose now. But it's very different to what he was doing at the start of this, which is like, hey, my hose will fuck you if you back out of this match.
Yeah, it's never. I don't think it's ever established that like he actually like gets the win in exchange for it. Like he's really just like selling his hose for like a
they should say the winner's purse.
Yeah. And so my thinking is that like you have Steven Regal come out, and then Godfather says, I know you're a real man's man. Well, how about you fuck one of my women in exchange for like forfeiting this match? And then you have Steven Regal go, I can't remember what line he said, but you know,
I got
like,
it. I may be from England, but last time I checked, my name's Steven Regal, not Elton John. Way
Straight. I'm straight. Remember that. Remember that line, please.
Oh yeah, there was that rumor that the storyline was going to end up with him like coming out as gay.
Really?
That was Russo's idea, apparently.
Bro, you're going to say you're straight, but then you're actually gay, bro.
It's an absolute classic story, bro. Everyone's gonna love it.
I didn't hold anything against the gays. I thought it was a good storyline to get the public going, bro. Get that number up.
It's not about him being gay. It's about him not telling the truth about it, bro.
He's a poofter and a lawyer.
Damn. The thought of someone with an extremely strong NYC accent saying puffed.
So, Steven Regal, he takes the hose.
Yes.
He takes Godfather up on his offer.
And
he's going away.
He's getting like the best. It might be the best crowd reception he's ever had.
Yeah.
Regal. I'm so happy that this man is gonna have sex. But then,
yeah,
Godfather calls England gay.
Godfather says, oh, "Hold on, I didn't actually expect you to take the hose." And then, even though he's just been presented with evidence to the opposite, twofold. He said he's not Elton John, not gay, and he's taking the hose straight. He says England ain't nothing but a place full of cigarettes.
And then Regal immediately abandons the hose. He's like, "You fucking what, mate?"
Yeah. I do like the follow-up to this, where he tries, Godfather tries this on Tiger Ali's thing, and then Steve Regal comes out, he's like, "I may be a real man's man and a working class cunt, but I've seen better hoes than you slappers."
Slapper? What's a slapper?
Slapper! Bird! So yeah, William Regal in the throes of drug addiction, not doing his best work.
I don't know where that makes it funny. Like, oh yeah, he went home and he was having a horrible time. You can't get off that muck, whatever it was.
Oh well, you know.
He's just like lying in bed taking pills. Like, oh, I wish I'd taken the hose, mate.
I wish I hadn't let Godfather's immature shit in playground insults get to me. I could have had sex instead. This might be like the utmost PW cock tease, because at least Fit Finlay wrestled. We don't see anything of me on it.
Yeah. It's kind of funny that he lasts another month after that. You've seen that promo, that slurred promo he cuts, right? On Goldust.
Yeah.
Who's the real man? I'm a real man. Is there a real man out there who's come to fight me? Come out now. Like, how did he not get fired from that one? Why did it take another month?
Oh, you know what I did like, going back to Mankind a bit. I liked, it would have been that first week we watched, the one with Austin Rock. They do some good comedy with the Stooges. So like, obviously they're on the lookout for Mankind, the corporation is, because Mankind's never a danger to them. He's been spurned and will kill them now, I guess. So Vince has his boys check out the boiler room. He tells Pat Patterson, go find the boiler room. And then Pat Patterson comes back. He's like, oh, I can't find the boiler room. And then he's like, well, what the fuck are you talking about? Okay, Gerald Brisco, you go to the boiler room. And then Brisco comes back. He's like, I found the boiler room, Mr. McMahon, but I'm too scared. And then he sent Sergeant Slaughter to find the boiler room, and Sergeant Slaughter goes back like, "Oh, you don't want to go in there. Mankind is really crazy." And just like, "Oh, you're a scaredy cat too," and just like this is a nice little thing. I like the students.
And eventually they come back in the helmets of UK football from Kentucky. And Jim Fannin, it's the only time he's ever liked the WWF. He's like, yes! But fuck that hand-egg shit. This is Capital Carnage. We like proper footy.
Yeah, proper footy. Hard men.
Hard men, please. Now. Bring them to us. Steve Austin needs a rest. Yeah, I like the fact that they're like, oh yeah, he needs 2 weeks of rest. And then I watch the next Heat, and I see dark match. Rock versus Austin versus Mankind the Taker. Special referee Big Boss Man.
Oh, wow.
That's a hell of a dark match. They're obviously just like polishing up the Capital Carnage match, probably.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking there. Like, yeah, they're very, very important matchup to practice there. Like, I also want to like say like thankfully like a lot of the modern versions of like at least Raw will have like the dark segments afterwards, and they're very appreciated because it's very fun always. Like, you know what's going to happen. Austin will do stunners. He will drink beer. He will come back and do more stunners, and every time it's delightful.
Yeah. So we touched on the light heavyweight title change earlier, but we didn't mention how it's clearly one of the first, if not the very first, it's Christian moment.
Yeah.
It's like,
yeah,
I don't like that motherfucker's face. Downplay his role in everything. Give him humiliating loss. And this happened. This happened due to the second Job Squad interference in a row, in consecutive matches, and that was the point where I was really like, "Oh, you know what? These fucking guys can just fuck off." To be honest.
Yes. Fuck off, Bob Holly.
And so Scorpio and Bob Core just feel obsolete, and Al Snow doesn't need a group of guys to get his fellatio gimmick over. No,
it all just feels very superfluous.
So like, what's the point?
I think too about how there's that one like Job Squad versus New Age Outlaws match where Mankind is like the fucking kinsman of Al Snow comes out on Ed to assist them, and like it feels so ill planned out because I can't remember where that Raw was like in what state it was in. But Road Dogg and Billy Gunn come out with like the absolute easiest like cheap pop sports stuff, and the crowd is 100% on their side. They don't give a shit about Scorpio. And then Al Snow comes out with the leaf blower to beat him up, and they immediately start booing the shit out of him, and booing the shit out of the Job Squad. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Structuring it this way? I don't get it.
Absolute nonsense, mate.
Utter woke nonsense.
So, Mark Henry and China. Mark Henry, he would like China to be his special lady, and from I would say from what we see, it's a surprisingly charming storyline. But I did hear them say like, oh, following that sexual assault lawsuit or something like there was like some kind of sexual assault lawsuit.
Sexual harassment was the charge,
right?
Levied against Mark Henry, and the idea is that like, so I don't know what the incident was. I noticed there's that one time where like China beats up Mark Henry and then like shoves his face in her ass for some reason. That probably wasn't the thing which makes her sue Mark Henry, but you know, there's history there, and so the idea is that Mark goes, China, look, all I want is a date with you, no sex. If you drop the lawsuit, then we can just have this one date and that'll be it. And then, you know, the the crux of like Mark Henry and D'Lo Brown as a tag team is that Mark Henry is attempting to get in with China, and he's letting that take priority over every other thing in his life. So he will see, like, China will come out on the ramp during a match, and Mark Henry will be like, "What's going on, baby girl?" Smiles. And then he'll get rolled up by Gangrel, and then he will not care one bit about it.
And D'Lo will be like, "Hey, what the fuck? The winner's purse." He'll be like, "You seen that lady though?" But the actual segment where they go out on a date was pretty fun. I liked it.
Yeah, like it's funny that like D'Lo like gets like a fitted suit just like Mark, but then he also gets a hat because he's going to be the driver.
Yeah.
Oh, darn it. They like have dinner and they go to a bar where like they like, you know, China loosens up a little bit, dances to music, and then some jagoffs talk bad to China, and then she and Mark Henry beat them up, Roadhouse style.
Yeah, it's pretty fun.
And it's pretty nice. Yeah, and I'm sure it takes a turn later, but hey, I'm not watching. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm like, how did they get from this like kind of sweet romance storyline to Mark Henry fucks Mae Young and she gives birth to a hand?
Yeah.
How did they take it there? But oh well. Yeah, we kind of touched on that Shawn Michaels sucks at a few things, but the top things that he probably sucks at are commentary and trying to be funny. And in this Mankind vs. Bossman ladder match, I believe the first hardcore title change, we get both.
Yep.
Lots and lots of both.
Yeah, because he decides to rate the offense with a dry erase marker. So a move will happen, and then it cuts to Shawn, who has written a 6, and that's funny. Oh, you know, it's nothing like a HBK ladder match, but I'll give it a 6. Fuck you. Cook less.
That's well funny, Chef Shawn. Please stop what you are doing and cook me a meal that takes hours and hours of preparation. Away from the commentary desk, away from any microphones. Please.
Oh dear, Chef Shawn. I'll get back in your kitchen.
Get back in the kitchen, you damn Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Michaels should be in the kitchen,
we're making
barefoot and pregnant.
Yeah, we're making cooking derogatory again. Pregnant Shawn Michaels. It's a crazy image.
Oh man, it is he who is pregnant with the most brand of sports entertainment ever in NXT.
So on this final episode of Raw, there's a truly baffling filler segment. Pal Penis. This is Tiger Ali Singh, the hoser, seducing Babu on the outside of the ring, and then Terry and Jacqueline come out, and Terry punches Penis in the penis, and then the acolytes come out and destroy Tiger Ali Singh and Babu. It's like, what do we do to fill these 3.5 minutes? Let's press the randomizer button.
Yeah, there is literally no reason for this whatsoever at all.
Well, that might have been the only acolytes appearance on Raw that we saw.
Yeah,
worth it in
like,
that sense.
I guess it kind of is, because like, you know, they like Marc Tiger Ali Singh and like JR's giving all like, oh, I've never seen them this aggressive before. They have really become aggressive since joining together and becoming aggressive. So, you know, that's like Vince for like.
They have really become aggressive on those fucking stupid sea shows that you don't watch.
Now listen, folks, I know you're not fucking watching Shotgun Saturday Night, but it is sneaky good. I'll tell you that right now.
And you know, that might be everything I have on the TV. I think we covered pretty much all of the bases there.
Yeah, we sure did. What a TV block it was. It was fun enough, but it definitely lacks sort of quality.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like I was saying earlier, that mid card needs to get fleshed out quite a bit.
Yeah.
And even the guys who are they've recently pivoted to the ultra short match mid card style on TV, and there's probably guys on that roster that will get a lot better at that come 2000.
I'd say this is probably this sort of era which would condition people into sort of thinking of short matches are automatically bad, because the main way a short match can be nothing is if they just don't plan for it, sufficiently, if you don't care to fit stuff into it.
Yeah, if they're wrestling at a normal pace and then it's an interference after 95 seconds, it's meh, well, whatever.
Yeah, it's nothing.
But yeah, if you press the fast forward button, which they got really good at doing by 2001, then the matches are class.
Yeah, and funnily enough, they were good at it in 1985, and then decided to forget it for a bit.
Yeah. So what do you want to do first, the listies or the reads?
I think we should take a look at our Google groups here. Our friends at the Google groups from 1998 back then.
Good idea.
So this here, you heard about it in the Road Wild episodes, the Google groups that told all what the IWC was thinking back in the day, what they thought,
fully
the storyline.
Fully archived forums from 1998. Some of the craziest shit you'll ever read.
And here in the same 4-week span that we watch TV from, we also have these gems here from the users of Alt Pro Wrestling WWF, and we have many here to share with you all now. Alright, first up here is a thread by a person you'll be hearing a lot from, Coco Man Master God.
He's the main character for this month of the forum.
The thread's entitled, "Why is Bart Gunn in all Japanese pro wrestling?" Coco Man Master God. Why is Bart Gunn in all Japanese pro wrestling? What a waste of talent. In Japan. For the Japanese to see. Josh Hughes. Maybe it's because the Japanese appreciate raw talent more than American fans.
Oh, what a
Bart Gunn should have been elevated immediately to main event status upon winning the BAFA. Josh Hughes. And then, at Carolina.net, it says, because he is boring.
Wow.
End of thread.
Okay, so first thread I've got to read. I'm just scrolling through it to see the vastness of it. It's called Good Story Idea, and it's also by the main character of the forum at this time, Coco Man Master God. So, good story idea. And he says, okay, for this story to work, you have to have the main event of the Rock Bottom pay-per-view, Undertaker versus The Rock. On a Raw before Rock Bottom, the Undertaker comes out with the shovel and hits Stone Cold while he's taken. Then he puts Stone Cold to the corner and puts his leg up against his neck. Stone Cold has no way out, so he's stuck in the move. Then referees come out to stop this. They do not succeed. Then The Rock comes out, picks up a chair, goes to the ring, and jumps right on Stone Cold's face with the chair. Then The Rock goes back to do it again, but then looks at the people in the arena. He looks at his elbow, then looks at the chair. It looks like he's going with the chair. Then he nods to the people and gives Stone Cold the mini people's elbow. Then he does it again. And again. When he wants to do it the fourth time, the Undertaker suddenly puts his leg off Stone Cold that falls on the mat and puts his foot up and hits the Rock off the outside of the ring. The Rock falls down on his back. Jim Ross and the King go, oh! Then Ross goes, that's got to hurt. And the King says, you bet it does. Then the Undertaker is gonna come out of the ring to kick the Rock's ass. He puts one leg on the other side of the ropes. But the Rock gets up and pulls on the Undertaker's outside leg. That supposedly hurt the Taker's privates. The Undertaker falls on the mat, holding his crushed balls. The Rock comes in and starts punching the Taker. Undertaker gets up and hits the Rock on his neck. Brackets. The way he always does to everyone. Bracket. The Undertaker and Rock start brawling. Suddenly, when both men are weak, Stone Cold comes in and throws the Undertaker right out of the ring. After a few punches, of course. Then he tries to give the Rock the stunner, but the Rock gets out of it and the ring. He escapes. And as the Taker and Rock leave, both keep a distance, and the Rock points his right hand to Austin, and the Taker puts his hand on his neck and does the death thing he always does. Then Austin says some stuff we can't hear. Brackets, probably swearing. And he does the thing with his two hands when you pretend you have a championship belt on. Bracket. You know your hands move right and left simultaneously where the belt should be. Brackets. Both men leave. Orton's music comes on. And Austin celebrates by going on the turnbuckle the way he does and putting his hands up. Later on Raw, they see that The Rock get in a way cool Wolf brawl that heats things up for Rock Bottom. So yeah, every time I took like a elongated pause there, because the way that he formatted it was like in very small paragraphs, but the paragraphs would come in the middle of a sentence, and I'm not sure why he did it that way.
Yeah.
It's like someone who just learned like what paragraphs are like 6 minutes ago.
Do you think he's like 12 years old, maybe?
It's very possible. And now I've just humiliated his ass. Fucking 26 years later.
I bet that's so accurate though to like how like table reads are in the WWF. Like, can't you imagine Vince should be like, Jim Ross says that's gonna hurt, and King says you bet it does.
Then Austin music hit and everyone goes crazy.
Yeah, I love how like it's not just fantasy booking like a scenario. It's like accounting for the human intangibles. Like, yes, this is where Austin will say stuff we cannot hear. So my second one is by Richard99. Get your Jacqueline nude pics here. Richard99. 1024 by 768 247K. storyboard style. https://ds.dial/payback.com/Jacqueline/Jacqueline.jpg. Michael and Maureen me. Gee, thanks, but I prefer women. But hey, whatever floats your boat. Richard99. I don't get it. Coco Man Master Gods. It's not worth it. They all suck. Urban Degenerate. I think he's implying that Jacqueline is a man, baby. Yeah. Dash. Urban Degenerate. Don't you hate people with long signature files? What does everybody want? So cool. What does everybody need? So cool. Don't be afraid to go on a limb. That's where the carrots grow. Mick Foley. What does blood pressure have to do with his eyeball? Badass Billy Gunn. Degenerate multimedia spelled with X.
Damn. So lots of people got involved in that thread. Billy Gunn. They're all there.
and 24 views, you know.
Wow. See, my next one only has 9.
Oh.
And it didn't get any replies. It just it's called Tits Out for the Lads. User Preapus. He says, I wonder if the WWF video of Capital Carnage will include the bit where Sable ripped Jacqueline's shirt off and her huge titties were on display. Excellent viewing, Nev.
Oh man, excellent viewing.
Indeed.
He even outed himself. He chose the code name Priapus, but then decided to say, my name is Nev. My next thread is by Bernie F. Frankel. Vader went to Japan. Bernie F. Frankel. So long, big guy. Wrestling fans, watch wrestling programs, see wrestlers wrestle. James E. Cornette. Red Ketchup. And all pro Japan, they wrestle for real. Pokemon Master Gods asked, is he going to wrestle for real there, or just wrestling? And this was answered by Red Ketchup.
Hell yeah. All Japan real.
All pro Japan is real.
All pro Japanese wrestling is where the wrestlers go to have real fights. And okay, so my next one, I don't know what the fuck was going on here. There was some like old school forum beef. But this thread is called "Where can I get the crack for up your ass with a rubber hose? The way it's meant to be. Spread 'em for me, baby." And the OP here is Andrew Vaughan, and he just repeats the title of the thread in the original post. Michael and Maureen me replies here. I don't know whether it's Michael or Maureen, or whether it's both of them like collabing on posts.
Yeah.
But they respond, "This is what happens when someone with way too much time gets way too bored. Said, isn't it?"
So sad.
But Andrew Vaughan comes back at this. He says, "This is what happens when a jackass loser with no time on his hands, except for his special time, can't take a joke." Michael and Maureen and me come back here. "That's what happens when someone is molested as a child and grows up and gets a computer."
Oh.
Andrew Vaughan says, "You know what? I was trying to have some fun and joke. You've gone too far. Go fuck yourself." And now this guy, Veterani, he pipes in, This is what happened when some goof is allowed too much time on his mommy's pooter and logs onto it NG and puts up something juvenile and thinks it is funny and gets upset when intelligent people don't share his quote-unquote sense of humour." Damn, that was a bit long-winded, that one.
Yeah.
Not snappy enough. Oh, James Alexander Starrett is here.
Yeah.
He says, "This is another one for my kill file." Okay. I don't understand. But then, 4 days after everybody stopped posting in this thread, Michael Amori and me comes back. Says, if that's your idea of a joke, you need serious psychological therapy. Or suicide. In your case, I prefer the latter. So yeah, shit's really going down on the forums, man. They're spending all their free time with each other and they hate each other.
This is verbatim should be what the MJF Adam Cole storyline is like now. So now you get into a bit of a mini saga in my ones, the saga of Steven Regal. Wes142 posted Steven Regal is quote unquote sacked. Wes142 alt.pro-wrestling.wwf Torch, quote unquote, just reported that Steven Regal has been sent packing due to an addiction to prescription pills. He was warned many times, but his problem has not ceased, and he has been sent home. Just when I almost liked him a tiny bit also. Look, I'm sorry that he has a problem, but it's about time they kicked him out. He sucked! Darren Jax. Who will replace him against X-Pac at Capital Carnage? James Alexander Starrett. Grin. Oh, I'm so glad he got sacked. He fucking sucked, and I found him so embarrassing as an Englishman. Especially as I live in the US. People kept asking me about him. I had a flannel shirt on and somebody called me Steve Regal. I never see him again. Urban Degenerate. I second that, Steve. BTW, what colour is your flannel shirt today? Smiley face.
Excellent stuff. Now for a change of tone, Sable agrees terms with Playboy.
Oh.
James Terry says, just like the subject says, WWF.com confirms the shoot will probably take place Jan 99. Kick ass. But then Chris replies, Sable is Olgio. I would rather see Terry. Den Bell says, woohoo! Someone called ML says, I think Sable has a much prettier face than Terry. Terry's face is too harsh. Check out the pictures of her in the new Raw magazine with Kane and Undertaker on the cover. She looks good in some, but in the one where she's in the skirt and shirt with the lollipop, she looks absolutely heinous.
It was very difficult for me to ejaculate to her.
And then just Shirley Pitts that says, yes, but Sable has much bigger tits. Hope they don't put sand all over her or something gay like that. I think that they should have Sable, Terry, Deborah and Jackie all in the same issue. Well, that wouldn't make much sense. They've got to sell individual copies. Idiot. James Alexander Starrett is taking issue at some of this critiquing of Sable's looks. He's like, "And you kick Sable out of bed if you ever got the chance." Yeah, right. So yeah, good Fred.
Yeah, Sable. Oh, but also, boobs too big. Now, the saga of Steven Regal comes to a close as Gary Moss posts a thread. Steven Regal sucks. Gary Moss. Hi all. Man's man. Don't give me that. He can't string two moves together. It's no surprise that WCW NWO sacked him. His music sucks too. Those ads had me laughing my head off. Who the hell does he think he is? So to conclude, Regal sucks, and that's the bottom line, cause everyone said so. Jay and Ben. Chris replies,
he used another person's catchphrase to make his own point.
Yeah, pretty biting from Gary Moss or Jay or Ben. I don't know who at this point. Chris replies, "If you say so, but in your mind, Sable is pretty, and the Undertaker's really the picked panther." So, I don't trust your opinion on Steven Regal because you jack off the Sable. And then another Chris McGuinness, says, "Amen, brother." That's Jim Fadden.
So this thread, I don't know who it's by, because when you just put a thread title with no body, it doesn't actually display the post. It just says the thread title and then the replies. But the thread is called "I think that The Rock is the greatest. What do you think?" And Jason Huber says, "I think you're a Marc, and that if you're going to post, put something in the body, not just the subject." And then Grant Johnson says, "I think you're a joke. Jump on the bandwagon, why don't you? The greatest? In the WWF now? No. In the WWF ever? Ha 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 ha."
They're ahead of the curve on, they're not just taking Vince's shit. And no better is this scene in my next thread. Most overrated wrestler by Amit Patel. Amit Patel. Who is the most overrated wrestler? Taka M, Aldo Montoya, Bart Gunn, Austin.
Who has ever rated Aldo Montoya highly?
No one!
Oh yeah, he's my top 10.
No one. Red Ketchup. I would say the Road Dog instead of Bart Gunn. Regal, overrated by the WWF because he was in the SS.
The SS?
And Mark Henry. The Survivor Series, he was in the Deadly Game.
Yeah.
And Mark Henry. Okay, the guy is big, but that's all. He needs more experience. Josh Hughes. Few things here. Taka is one of the most talented light heavyweights in the WWF today. One thing he's not is overrated. Aldo Montoya no longer exists. He now just incredible in ECW. He's one of your better wrestlers. Bart Gunn won the Brawl for All, a contest unlike regular wrestling matches in that the action isn't choreographed. Yet because the BFE signed as a showcase for Dr. Steve Williams' skills, Bart probably won't receive any stretch pushes or anything when he returns. Austin isn't a technical wrestler, but his intensity as a brawler makes up for it. He's worked his butt off for 8 long years to get where he's at, and no one better deserves it. In short, no one in this list is overrated. If you want overrated, check out WCW. Goldberg, forget about it. Jason. Austin, if his WWF did not let him cuss, flip people off, and jerk their Steve matches, he would not be anything. Yannick Thibodeau. Aldo is the best. He was not overrated. I think Double J is the most overrated. Coco Man Monster God. Hogan. He didn't break anything. Vince McMahon did. Phoenix. Any WWF wrestler. Ellipses. James Alexander Starrett. Vince needed Hogan just as much as Hogan needed Vince. The two would be nowhere without each other. James Alexander Starrett then replies to Phoenix's NWF wrestler post saying, "Your father's sperm quality." And then James Alexander Starrett once again posts saying, "I think Tucker's a good wrestler, but there's no lot worth division worth speaking of in the WWF. The Road Dog," they're all spelling it with one G by the way, like it's the animal. "The Road Dog is shitty compared to Bart Gunn, and was nothing until they teamed up. Well, I've already posted about Austin today. Many of you people have not been following the guy for long enough to know what a good wrestler he is. Regal is a good wrestler with a hideous gimmick and little charisma. One of the old school, solid but boring wrestlers. Mark Henry is a no-talent fat shit who should be a Weight Watchers, not WWF. Jeff. Since a question like this is bound to become just a popularity contest, my vote is for D-Lo. Take off the silly bodysuit. He's been wearing it longer than Ace Orton used to wear the damn cast on his arm. Jason Haig. Don't forget about Greg Valentine's leg brace that he had on for like his entire career. Mike responds, not really. Once he broke from Jimmy Hart, he took it off. Jeff, oh yeah, I forgot all about that. Good point. B-Cup. Why don't you add Kane to that list? Grip check.
Go.
Phoenix. Phoenix responds to James Alexander Starrett's father sperm quality. And he says, since you are daddy, what's that say about you? And BTW, you are mama's a lousy lay. But you already knew that, of course. Blaine. Goldberg.
Damn, this is really popular. This really got people talking.
The Incredible Hulk's little brother. I disagree. The man has a lot of talent. My vote would go for Undertaker. He's boring since he lost the purple gloves. Or maybe Mankind. Is it just me, or can you simply not wrestle for crap? Nobiker, with the final post, says, whoa, what's your definition of a wrestler? I dig the big fellas, Goldberg, Taker, Kane, as much as the next guy, but Mankind is one of the hardest workers in the business. His ability to make any fool look good out there is priceless in the pro wrestling world. All depends on what you're looking for. You want mass destruction? You like Sid Justice. You want technical expertise? You like Taka. You want a man willing to sacrifice himself every night for the sake of the show? That's Foley. Nobiker.
Wow. I was wondering where he's going to go there when he said, you want mass destruction?
Yeah. What a threat. What a threat.
Yeah,
huge debate here. You are mothers that noisily.
This thread also has a fair amount of replies, not as many though. It's Craig Black says, I am sorry for what I said. I wrote on earlier last month that Stone Cold ruled. This is rubbish and The Rock lives on. Please accept my apology. And EXN says, you are the worst kind of fan, Imo. The kind that does not stick with one. The kind that follows the consensus. The kind who has no mind of his own. You see who everyone else is rooting for, and then that's you, man. You want to be a fan, then be a fan no matter what. Stone Cold Steve Austin forever. And I don't apologise to anyone, cause Special Lady of IRC said so. And that's... ... you know the rest. Cyberrat says, accept your apology. For what? Being a brainless loser? Do you always throw out the previous belt holders? The Rock may be deserving of the belt, at least for a while, but Steve Austin was a great champ. He didn't fit the typical I kiss Vice's ass mold that all previous champs have. Dazel Kevin Nash had the belt and tried to do that, but got sick of it and went to WCW. Wrestling would be better if the wrestlers didn't all crowd in to kiss McMahon's ass. From the original Cyber Rat. Jason Haig says, well, this is probably the first time any wrestler has openly been the corporate champ. This is the first champion that Vince has ever wanted since he had an active role in being a super heel. The Rock isn't kissing his ass in real life anyways. The Rock just fit the perfect mold to become the most perfect heel champ. I liked him before, and I think he kinda sucked as a face. But now he's back in full force. WWF is finally starting to get the big heel of the company to be a wrestler rather than Vince McMahon. And final word is from James Alexander Starrett. Says, that just goes to show how big of a mark you are.
Thoughtful reply from Jason Haig there, then James just fucking ruins it.
Yeah. You're a Marc.
I think spelling mistake is like the height of comedy.
Why did people make so many more? I guess autocorrect might be a factor in less mistakes like this.
You know, average American didn't do well at English class.
Won't I read the book where I can watch Stone Cold do the grappling?
So now we have here WWF Real Still by Mr. Dickhead. This is a thread by Eats. Eats shit at loserwrestling.com. Mr. Dickhead. Thanks for all the fan mail, by the way. All you WCW fans, get out the government cheese line and get a job. The Rock. WWF answer to the Disco Inferno should be champion like Hogan should be president. Stone Cold is still the best. Your friend, Mr. Dickhead.
Oh, my friend. This one, posted by Pat Heather, is called I Like Wrestling. And the body of this message is just, haha. And Coco Man Master God says, that's nice. And that's the only reply that got.
I agree, it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
Next up, Gordon Adam posted the thread, Blue Blazer. Gordon Adam says, I personally think that the Blue Blazer could be either Dan Severn or the Repo Man. What do you think? And then Blade says, actually, here's your answer. Courtesy of Internet.com/news. Owen Hart plays the role whenever he is not needed normally. However, any other times, the Blazer is played by Jeff Jarrett or Tom Fincher. And then his signature says the same exact thing, except it's in a fucked up blue box. What the hell's going on with that HTML?
Next thread now, posted by SK, and this one has a whopping 12 views. It says, nude pics of Sable and Sonny.
Oh.
And the post is, and be sure to type this out on your browser paths, folks, so I won't be repeating it. http://members.aol.com/sexyblonde12/index.html. Have fun. And
yeah.
Then Geordie replies, yeah, except that is Jenna Jameson, you fucknut. Craig Black says, that was a waste of time, with like 10 exclamation marks. So he's really angry about it. Amit Patel says, you're right, what a complete waste of 2 minutes of my life. and then Coco Man, Master God, has the final word. Says, what a loser, what a liar, what a waste of time, what a geek.
All I wanted was for the good people of Pro Wrestling WWF to come. So then we come to a similar lecherous subject, Godfather's Hose by Jason. Is it just me, or are most of the hosts the Godfather brings out ugly as hell? Michael and Maureen B. It's just you. Wes142. It must be just me also, then. Last week's hoes were nasty. I guess those hoes went from like...
Imagine that sentence outside the context of the WWF. Last week's hoes were nasty.
No nice at all. I guess those hoes went from Lexington to Kentucky, since everyone knows Lexington has the best hoes. The only good one was that old whore with huge tits on the right. Her ass was very tight until she shook it, that is. Fred Johnson. Not just ugly, they look scuzzy. Coco Man Master God. It's just you. Chris Bardon. Just wondering if anyone else had Ross censored during part of this transaction. TSN kept cutting away to other crowd footage, at least on the 911 broadcast. Was this done in the States, or on the later Canadian airing? Urban Degenerate. No, ours was uncut, if we're talking about the same thing. Pimp Daddy's hoes kept pulling up their dresses, showing their asses to the camera and shaking around in shit. It was very nasty. They were grody. You didn't miss much. Smiley face. Jason Cooper. On the later version of Raw on TSN, it was uncut also. Gapper G. No one's who they say they are. They all got fucking different names. Veterani. If you visit TSN's wrestling site, you will see they tell you the reason for the censoring. The reason is that on the West Coast, with a time difference, the 9 p.m. East showing of Raw is actually aired at 6 p.m. because this is considered prime time early evening, according to the Canadian Associated Broadcasters voluntary code regarding violence in television programming. The extreme violence and sexual material of the show is cut. It is supposed to air uncut on the later showing, midnight East, thereby 9 p.m. out West, but I have heard conflicting reports on whether this happened or not, and I did not see it myself this past week. Nobaker. Nope! Here on the West East Coast, they showed it all. Pretty surprising, since the skinny one in the sheer dress was grabbing her chest in between showing her ass. Guess that's the enough attitude for you. Jennifer Walker. I watched the earlier TSN broadcast, 10-12 here in Maritimes, and it took me a second to realize what was going on. I kind of agreed with TSN, but them cutting away did nothing for all the children in the audience that had no choice but to hear and see what was going on. I know those little chickies must have been paid a lot to do that, but no price would be high enough for me to get up there and subject myself to the kind of treatment and degradation that they must have been subjected to, no matter how staged the whole scene was. As you've seen many times in this NG, not everyone realizes it's fake. What would you think, for instance, if you suddenly heard your 8-year son calling females hoes? I would not be pleased. I enjoy wrestling as much as anyone, but I have to agree with the statements that WWF is definitely not for children anymore. Not a lot of good people my age started watching it. My boyfriend agrees. We would not let our children watch the Raws, Heats, and PPVs that are on now. Anyway, just my 2 cents worth.
Wow. Yeah, I did get reminded of that segment where it's the Godfather's hoes, and 2 of them are getting their ass out because they got the short dress, and the one with the longer dress is like, I wiggle it a bit, and everyone's like, boo, not enough.
Yeah. Yeah, and like the one who gets the pop like keeps going for it.
Yeah.
Like, shoot. I'm glad we got like the feminine touch on this, like an actual woman's voice.
Yeah. So this thread, this might be another case where they just put the where they didn't put anything in the message body. It says a few pics I found, and presumably it was pictures of a sexual nature. I can't see them now. But James Alexander Starrett is straight in. He's like, I wish you had not posted the first picture. This ain't a porn group, and to boot, it is fake. If you were going to post so many, you should have put them in the Alt Binaries Pro Wrestling. So that's where you post the muck, apparently. And then Sav, who I suspect was the OP of this thread, he says, quit whining, fag. Like I said before, you didn't have to look, so I'm not sorry if I offended you. So fuck off! and then Coco Man Master God with the final word says, yeah, fuck off.
Just a cherry on this Sunday, you know. Coco Man Master God coming in. Oh, God. And speaking of, Coco Man Master God has another thread entitled SCSA Can't Wrestle As Good As. It's about how he doesn't like Steve Austin, even though he had such a storyline for him. Coco Man Master God says, I think Austin sucks. All he knows what to do is swear. He can't wrestle as good as HBK, HHH, The Rock, Val Venis, Goldust, Act, and most of the other superstars. The only person he wrestles better than is Regal! A Heartbreak Kid replies, A. Austin's a damn good wrestler. B. Val Venis? No. Ruffle? C. Regal is a good wrestler too. He's just way the hell out of shape. D. It's etc. Not Act. Pokemon Master God. Austin sucks. All he does is kick the guy and give him punches. He sends him to the ropes, then jumps on him and punches him more. That's all he can do. He sucks like crap. Anima and Citrus. Well, now that I know that you will never have an educated thing to say, I can add you to my list of filters. Anyone who thinks Regal's a good wrestler doesn't have a valued opinion in my book. Sorry. That's Heartbreak Kid fucking muted by Anima. Veterani. Anima, I'm disappointed in you. Steven Regal was a good wrestler. However, in the world of professional wrestling today, he A. is not pretty, B. is not built, C. has a really shite gimmick, D. is not going to get anywhere with the fans. He's an old school wrestler. You know, one actually does know how to wrestle. I think he's in the wrong era. I like it would have been something if he was who he is now, but put back 10, 15, maybe even 20 years ago. Anima and Citrus. How can you say he is good? Did you watch him wrestle Goldust like 3 weeks ago? Shit, he moves slower than a 75-year-old, and his moves were awful. And yeah, the rest of the stuff he said about my rate as well. Bill Ward. Alright, listen to me people, listen good. Stone Cold Steve Austin is not a wrestler. He doesn't use submission moves. He doesn't grapple. He doesn't do the things that wrestlers do. Austin is a brawler. He's not there to perform wondrous feats of strength or showboat while he's wrestling. He does that afterwards for Colt 1, or 2, or 6. Austin is a brawler! Pure and simple. His persona is not that of someone who is out to prove he is the best. He's out there to kick ass and do things his way. That is why people like him. He goes there and does his job. So you people that say he can't wrestle are right. But you people that say he sucks, well, go tell him to his face. Smiley face. Wow. Peter Welsh responds to that saying, damn straight. And Mick responds saying, true. If his persona called for him being a technical wrestler, he can do it though. Remember him as stunning Steve Austin in WCW? Or even as the ringmaster? He was more technical. He can wrestle technical. Just the Stone Cold gimmick calls for a right out belongs to all. Fucking yes, Mike! Tell him! Tell them, Mike. They're still arguing about this today. So then
yeah, what if you found a thread that had just gone on like 25 years? It's like, no, you are wrong. You were wrong then and you're wrong now.
Andrew Vaughn responds to the Austin post by saying, fuck you, money boy. Andrew Vaughn. Fuck you, monkey boy. Andrew Vaughn. Fuck you, monkey boy. Jimmy Lemmy responds, he. Finally, he learns how to spell monkey. Smiley face.
Oh, excellent stuff.
Very good.
the way that just fucking descended.
As soon as Andrew got his shit, everyone was like, oh, I'm out of here.
Well, we got another Coco Man Master God thread here. And strap in, folks, because this is a long one. It says, why WCW sucks? And it's in all caps. And he didn't always write all of his posts in all caps, so I'm not sure why he decided to do it for this one. He says, I know why WCW sucks like crap. Why? Well, it's because of Eric Bischoff. He is so stupid that he's hiring the best superstars ever to be put together in history. But he's giving them the worst storylines in history. he has the creepiest ideas. Vince doesn't have half the talent that Bischoff has in his federation, and he doesn't have half the money, but he knows how to use what he has to its best. Though I wonder how much longer Vince can hold out. Anyways, the reason people switch channels while watching wrestling on Mondays is simply because of one reason. There are creepy stories, and for some matches there are no stories, the match just happens. It just happens, and there's no reason why it happens. It's just a predictable match of a normal wrestler versus a jobber. What's the point of that? In WWF, almost every match has a story or something behind it. No creepy match happens for no reason. Like matches like Bryan Adams versus Scott Putski or some crap like that. Scott Norton versus Norman Smiley. Oh, come on, that sounds great.
Yeah, they both sound great. Come on.
Now tell me, what the fuck is the point? What? I for one don't understand. Now another reason is because a lot of the same things are repeated. How many times have we seen NWO Hollywood versus NWO Wolfpack? Or Lex versus some Gaylord? Or Hart versus someone from the Wolfpack? How many times have we seen the Four Horsemen come out and talk the same things all over again? Or even Chris Jericho versus Goldberg, or Ming coming out and doing the Tangan Death Grip. Thank God that's over. Everything happens almost the same in WCW. Like the LWO, what is the point of watching a match like that or hearing them talk? Or Hollywood Hogan, what the hell is the point of hearing the same thing again and again, over and over? Or watching the same cruiserweight matches again and again? I'm not saying WWF doesn't do that, but not as long as WCW will keep something like the NWO. How long has it been there? When WWF comes up with a really good idea, after a while they dump it. Sometimes even if it could last a longer time, they come up with new ideas all the time. They know they can. They make their own stars. They don't steal stars from the WCW. It's no secret that the WCW has no good stories as good as WWF's main stories. That's where a lot of wrestlers like Benoit and Raven, or a lot more, want to go to the WWF. They know that there they'll be either get a better role or they'll get the same creepy role they have now. But because WWF has better stories, they want to go there. They aren't the only ones. A lot of wrestlers think the same. Even when the WCW does steal stars from the WWF, don't expect the same star you used to know, because now for a while the WWF has been copyrighting the characters of the characters they make. So if The Rock went to WCW, he couldn't say I'm going to lay the smackdown or anything like that. Like when Razor Ramon went to WCW, couldn't have the same name. And even if they could, they would not be as good because they would not have good stories. The main reason WCW buys a lot of stars is because they don't want them to go with the WWF. That's the only reason. The thing is that Bischoff came up with one good idea and that was it. But then it got old. And now he has gone as far as making the LWO with it. What's next, the GWO or the KWO? God only knows. People who watched WCW before the whole NWO thing happened may still like it. But you know, I don't give a fuck about them. I think they're fucked in the head for watching it before even the NWO. Because before that, it was total crap. Even worse than now. But now that thought is starting to be doubted in my head. The way the WCW is going, they may just turn out just like they were before. With just one exception. Better wrestlers. Well, anyways, until later. And there's some ASCII art that says, remember to suck it. Laying the smackdown. The Rock. Brackets Rocky Maivia. And then Michael and Maureen Me are back. They said, well, you just about said it all, buddy. You're right. WCW is simply the best superstars to be put together in history. It's like taking the WWF and WCW 7 years ago and joining the two organisations. But all in all, I think Bischoff deserves some credit. He single-handedly... Nah, this post is boring. I give up midway through that post. Urban Degenerate says, God damn it, don't write in all caps. If you want people to read your posts, type in lowercase. Half the people won't read a post of this length, just because it is in caps and is so painful to read. Just a tip for the future, Urban Degenerate. Don't you hate people with long signature files? What does everybody want? Soccer. What does everybody need? Soccer. Don't be afraid to go out on a limb. That's where the carrots grow, Mick Foley. What does his blood pressure have to do with his eyeball, badass Billy Gunn? Degenerate. Multimedia for degenerates. Bigfoot.com/DXFiends. Damn, I hate people with long signature files.
Me too.
And then someone else says, Mike Buck, he says, almost everything you say is true, but why the hell did you say it in caps? My fucking eyes are hurting now. It might have been that I went like from newest to oldest. So that was him posting a thread and he gets destroyed for using all caps. So he doesn't do it from there on.
My next one is also from Google and Master God, and you know, it really shows a range, because not only is he good at just like rivaling Dostoevsky in length, but he can also be laconic with it as well. The Jumper Squad, I hate them all. End of thread.
And I have the perfect accompaniment for that last thread. It's this one, also by Coco Man Mastercard. Says, Brawl was good. The thing with the Undertaker and Austin was good. It was. Someone imaginary like disagree with him after that first sentence. And that Jobber guy was really funny in my opinion. Really, it was. I mean, in the WCW, every jobber jobs. But in the WWF, the genius McMahon makes a jobber a champion. Something he knows pisses people off. It's so damn funny, even looking at the man. And then Vaitarani says, make up your fucking mind, Coco Man Masturbator. In one message you say that you hate the Jobber Squad, and in the next you say it's funny, and a stroke of genius on McMahon's part. Which I've already pointed out wasn't McMahon's idea. Man, you're Fubar, but I suppose that's you, Snafu.
Oh.
Terrible abbreviations there. But Coco Man, Master God, he's the bigger man here, and he says, I hate them, but it's funny. They're all a bunch of jobbers.
I guess that's fair. Then, my final thread, the magnum opus here. Who is the gayest wrestler? Started by Aesop the Intern, or actually by Pa at corplink.com.au from Australia, I guess. Everyone, tell the world who you think the gayest wrestler of all time is. For starters, I will say Gangrel. There, it's up to you to continue this.
The tone of this. Tell the world. Get up and tell the world which wrestler you think is a homosexual. Don't be shy.
Aesop the Intern replies to Moses saying, do you mean literally? Wink. Where eagles fly. Adrian Adonis, May he rest in peace. Eric Flores. I would have to say that while maybe not a full homo, Goldust is pretty homoerotic at times. Maybe he likes men and women. Satpal Thandi. Gangrel's cool! The gayest wrestler is Stephen Bianco. Blade. No, the gayest wrestler was Lanny Poffo, the genius. Ryan. No way, that is an act. I thought we were talking about proven gay wrestlers. I don't think it's been determined if the original poster meant really gay or character gay. For character, I'll say Steven Regal. His whole concept is kind of fruity to me. Maybe that's why Goldust came out when he made the challenge.
It's taking shape. The Regal will come out as a gay man.
James Ratcliffe. Boof Big Will is really in real life, I heard.
Oh, no, he's woke. It's different. He's a woke
Paul
grifter.
Or actually, where eagles fly. Or actually, okay, this is kind of fucked up. I suck the intern. I heard that THK was gay. Amy comments.
Amy, where are you? Who's? Do you know who THK is?
I suck the intern. Sorry, that should have been HBK. Mike, in response to Lanny Poffo, I'd have to agree. Too bad him and Randy Savage are brothers.
Yeah.
Ben Webster. Wasn't it Lanny Poffo? Didn't he read poetry before every match? James Alexander Start. Can anybody remember a guy called the Genius? I can't remember before it was, but he read poetry before the matches. Oh, I hated him.
Yeah, everyone's just been talking about him. Can anyone remember this man?
James Alexander Start. In fact, has anyone got a picture of the Lanny Poffo as the Genius?
Look one up yourself, James.
James Alexander Start. In response to Blade saying Lanny Poffo. Aha! I just posted that. Thank you, dude. Was he any relation to the Macho Man?
Yeah,
she is.
Read the thread!
Start 316. I thought I just tattled on your ass. LOL. And then James Alexander Start. Well, disregard the other post, you just answered my question.
Read the thread! This is fucking quadruple posting here.
Stu E. I'd have to say that Norman Smiley by far is the gayest wrestler I've ever seen. Chris Gawker. What about a tag team of Too Hot? Both of those guys seem a little light loafers.
What?
Fireplug 5. I think Gangrel's married to Luna. Ryan F. How about the nature boy, Ric Flair? Mike. Leapin' Lanny Poffo. Yup. Then he changed to the Genius. Mike. Also advised Hennig when he was Mr. Perfect. Lewis Martins. Here are a few. Kevin Nash. The guy wears leather pants and chaps for Christ's sake. Ultimate Warrior. And any other wrestler has two long things hanging from their boots. DOA. Do you look like the motorcycle guy in the Village People? Billy Gunn. I don't even have to say anything here. Scott Steiner and Buff Bagwell. There's some serious big papa pumping going on between these two. Any of the luchadors.
Everyone from Mexico is gay.
Any of the luchadors except La Parka and Silver King. Again, no explanation necessary.
Thank God for La Parka and Silver King for keeping the population of Mexico going. You know? Everyone else is gay.
Fit Finley. He must be blowing Bischoff to get a push. James Alexander Start. Yep, Living and Gangrel are married. Philip James Williamson. Oh, I got the impression that Gangrel and Luna separated not too long after they got married. Lanny Poffo did wrestle regular before the WWF. He was supposed to be in a hot feud with his brother Andy. You also beat Hogan on Saturday Night Main Event with the help of Mr. Perfect, Phil Will.
Phil Will.
James Alexander starts. Oh, miss those days. I have said it a million times before, but wrestling in late 80s to early 90s was excellent. Amit Patel. Of course it has to be Stone Cold Steve Austin. D. Younger. I reckon that Marc Mero and that other guy, D. Lee Brown, are buffsies.
I love when you're just like, oh shit, this guy's from the UK. Capital Carnage. Way.
Way. Michael and Murray and me. Gayest wrestler. Gayest wrestler. 2 words. 3 syllables. Rick Martel. Enough said. Syllabless. Amit Patel. Amit Patel. Every single wrestler's gay. 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 Anima and citrus. You must feel very strong about that, since you had to post 3 times in all. Tell me something though. Why are you on this news group? People confuse me. Why waste your time on a news group if all you want to do is bash it? Life is too short to be bothered with it. Unless... maybe you like watching all the buff men in little spandex speedo pants. Amit Patel. Every single wrestler's gay!
Oh, he just destroyed that takedown.
Michael and Martin me. And that's why you enjoy watching? Doozer. How about too much or Alex Wright? Amit Patel. Couldn't just clear one thing. I had no intention of bashing up this news group. The software used crashed at that particular time when I posted the message, and so it posted it several times for some unknown reason. No, it's impossible to withdraw the letters. Therefore, they are stuck there.
Why can't I withdraw these letters I put into the internet?
Sorry if they're annoying. Amit Patel responds to Michael Murray and me. Hey, the message I wrote was supposed to be humorous. The reason it was posted several times was beyond my control. When I went to send the letter, the program crashed at that time, and so for some unknown reason, the message was posted several times. Sorry if it bothers you. I hope this clears any confusion about my sexuality. Hopefully it will not happen again. Blaine, did anyone see Heat tonight? I guess too much is gay, because they expressed their love for each other, embraced and patted each other on the ass. Kinda creepy. James Alexander start. I'm starting to think you're raw.
Say it, stir it.
James Alexander start. I find Alex kinda funny. There's always talks of a big funny now. Or, what happens if you get a Pokemon or a thing?
A pokey? Oh, I got a bit of a pokey going on.
For those of you living in Britain, Alex Roger looks just like Disney Bird Camp. Have a look sometime.
Oh yeah, Disney Bird Camp.
And then James Alexander Start replies to his earlier message. Fucking twit!
Wow.
Lauren Nadu. What happened to Adonis? Lauren Nadu. Are you not taking your medication or something? What the hell is wrong with you? Ryan. After seeing Heat, I'll second this motion. About too much. James Alexander Starrett replying to Amit Patel's apology. Yeah, It's all up there after just for carrots and bullocks of time. I've got to remember that one next time I go to the bar. Hey dude, I've got a new funny. Go ahead. Every single wrestler's gay. Man, people die laughing. Man, I'll be the most popular man in town. Yeesh. Holding head. Oh, pity you.
You know, it was funnier than fucking you, James Alexander Starrett.
I know. Ahmed Patel. Thanks a lot. You called me a twit and it wasn't even my fault. Ahmed Patel. Well, £78 every week for my medicine. I take it every 3 months. It saves a lot of money. Oh shit.
What?
Come on, Ahmed, take your medication. Stephanie Lopez. Buff Bagwell is a homo! Scott. Well, the question didn't ask who the gayest WWF wrestler is, so I'm gonna have to say Chris Jericho. That guy annoys me when he wins or loses. Here he jumps up and down like a little bitch. Scott. It's only wrong if you get caught. Fat. The bitch jumping and rather stupid behaviour is some of the funniest things I've ever seen. Call me a Marc, but Jericho is the greatest heel I've ever seen.
Sounds like
Blade. My god, who is the gayest wrestler has become the longest thread ever in this news script. WTF. Ice Knight. That's about 2 from the old days. Adrian Adonis, Dino Bravo. I-9.
I don't remember. I-9.
Corsair 4. There are some pretty sad wrestlers, but Gangrel is definitely not one of them. The Brood Rock. I think it's crooked. With his new 70s outfit.
That's such a funny choice to say. Oh yeah, Kurgan's totally gay.
Victor Roddy.
Oh my god, this just keeps on
funny
going.
thing, I think you're right. I mean, Kurgan was really damn intimidating when he was the interrogator. Now he's just like some big dumb oaf. At least when he was a heel, he made use of his size and his damn intimidating voice. I mean, come on. Even if the guy was 5 foot and yelled at you with the voice that guy has, you'd be scared shitless. Now, he just made some brain-dead, drugged-up, giant fella. Stephanie Lopez back again. Buff Bagwell and Big Pop are homos! James Alexander Starrett, keeping on the topic of Kurgan. It's sad, isn't it? I kinda like the funky clown act when Yachty's forced a beard, but I'm going to send them on board of it. I think they're wasting Kurgan big time. He might not be a major talent, but he's a mid-stature, a cool voice like said, and used to be pretty intense. Giant Silver is apparently still in training, but I'd love Kurgan to drop the oddities and him and Silver team up. Call himself some shit like the Giants or something. Silver is a massive guy. I figured they could be cool enough. Hell, we need a little more in the way of tag action. Cheers!
Cheers, way!
Pure says, don't know if this is relevant or not, but I saw Buff Bagwell and Rick Steiner a couple of months ago having lunch together, so international airports. The funny thing is it was 3 days after Ricky got jumped by Buffers and got unnatural.
Oh shit.
Quite inquisitive face.
Wrestling fake. And they're all gay.
Dan Slindergod Fitchel. On Sun, 15th November 1998, 1400 hours, 39 minutes, 28 seconds, 0700, PYR was beat over the head with a little bunny rabbit, all the while screaming his post about Buff Bagwell and Rick Steiner. Of course it's relevant! That wasn't really Rick, it was just Scott after deflating his muscle suit. And the final verdict goes to Bill, lowercase b Bill, who says, the gayest wrestler of all time, without a doubt, is the so-called Big Val Bossy, Val Venis. What a loser!
Wow. And that settles it, folks. That is the gayest wrestler. Wouldn't it be sick if we could just be like, bump. Like if this was still an active form and you could just bump it after like 26 years. It'd be so good.
That'd be great.
And yeah, that's everything I got. I thought I had another one, but I think I just posted one of them I posted twice. Yeah, tits out for the lads. I put in twice, so I'm all out. So that was the WWF archive forum reads. I'll probably link it in the description to this podcast. So if you're ever watching wrestling from, when does it span until? Like it starts in '98, right?
Yeah, it starts in '98. I think around the summer.
Yeah.
And like it goes on for like decades. Like I don't think it's still active, but like they're around like 2010s.
Yeah, it's probably not very active in the 2010s, but I would say if you want to watch something from '98 to the mid 2000s, it's probably pretty active. You use the search function to find relevant stuff to see what people were actually saying at the time in a very different internet to today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun looking this up.
Like, so it's like we so often like think of like the childhood perspective of like, you know, like is it like it's not just the WWF has like and WCW has like the numbers to point to, but everyone who's talking about it will be like kids when it happens. So it's like unquestionably the greatest era ever. And like even when people say it sucks, it's like in reaction to that consensus. So it's very interesting to look at people who were like, you know, like adults and like had families during the Attitude Era. Like I don't know, James Alexander Starrett, and they're like, yeah, this kind of sucks. You know, 80s was better.
Yeah, there's a surprising amount of like anti-Stone Cold stuff as well.
Yeah.
I think just because like he's featured every week, it's gonna happen eventually. But you're not kind of like, you know, maybe you know, in 2005, 2006, when that feeling is starting to grow among with Cena, it's not gonna it's not translating to the arenas yet, like it would with Cena.
Oh yeah, no.
Like these guys sitting on their computer sending abusive AOL messages to each other, probably not making that many shows, and if they are, they're a minority of the people.
Yeah.
Like most people just it was extremely hot, obviously at the time of the WWF, but most people just saw it on the TV, and then that was that. They didn't like, I'm going to go on the computer. Let me connect to the dial-up, which takes 4 minutes, and sit here patiently and then search up if Lanny Poffo became the genius.
Yeah. It really is crazy how like different it would be back then. Like,
I also love the perception people have of like Japanese wrestling, who aren't tape traders but are online enough to know about it.
Yes.
It's like, in all Japanese wrestling, they fight for real. That's real over there.
Yeah. Like in like the era of like easier access, also like this kind of lives on, and like like it's different over there, but just imagine like the imagination simultaneously peaks, but also not at all, because they just kind of accept, they fight for real over there.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna look into it.
Yeah, I can imagine like their like experiences of it would be like, what's the match where Vader's eye pops out? That's in Japan.
That's
right?
him versus Hansen in 1990.
All Japan?
No, it's like it's in New Japan.
New Japan, okay,
like it's,
right,
yeah.
And then the Foley stuff in IWA Japan as well. Like this would be stuff that you just see in like still photos of in magazines and shit.
Yeah.
And in
like,
archaic internet.
Yeah, exactly. Because I remember like I can't remember if I shared this with you. Like one of the links or websites we found, like I actually found it on the Wayback Machine, and like it had like I uploaded new Japan videos, and like it was a file I could still download of some archaic video format, And you know what it was? It was like 3 frame per hour GIF video of Gedo and Jado helping Mike Awesome do the Awesome Bomb in FMW.
Damn, I love that Shin Nihon shit.
Yeah. And like that's what they had. Like, you know, you could watch WCW on the TV, and then you could see 5 seconds of a wing show, and you could be like, wow, I love pro wrestling.
Fuck yeah.
No one was arguing about like Strong Style versus King of Bones. All quite blissful. And I was 1 year old.
I just thought of that spam post that was like, oh man, who even is talking about the 4 pillars nowadays? It was like a sex bot or something, pretending to know about All Japan from the 90s.
Oh my god.
Replying to, I believe it was an El Hijo del Simon tweet.
That is incredible.
Yeah.
The spam bots have found tapes.
Yeah, I thought they did. This was like 6 months ago. I thought we were going to see more posts like that, but I haven't seen that many since. So, shame.
AI
The bot controllers were really
like,
onto something for a bit, but they dropped it.
whenever I post about Midian, an AI bot from India should respond saying, "So true. I wish Midian was still around in WWF today. I would love it."
So yeah, that was. We try to take you back to whatever year it is with all the shows that we do, but I don't think we're capable of doing it as well as the forums do. The forums, you're right there. People are just throwing out the word fag like it's nothing. And there's not even a little thing that says, this message could be against Twitter's guidelines. Do you still want to read it?
The internet was like the wild, wild west. You come out of the saloon, you do a duel, and they pick up their bodies.
That's
all
right.
it was.
And at the end, Coco Man Master wins. You, sir, have won the internet for 1998.
You have won a 3-year subscription to Neopets.
So yeah, I'm sure when we return to this sort of period of WWF or WWE, we will fire up the forum search and see what was going on. Glad to have brought that to you all. Twisty listies.
It's time now for the Twisty Listy.
Twisty Listy.
You're never going to stop me doing it. I've been wrestling all my life. And at the end of the day, you should pick people on talent, not because they give you a little twist.
Way, a Twisty Listy. The matches we thought were good, and we'd give you a hand job for them. So,
Please show me these matches. I'll make it worth your while.
So the first such hand job match was for me from Shotgun Saturday Night, 21st of November. Taka Michinoku versus D'Lo Brown.
Incredible match.
Oh my god.
Incredible.
This match is fucking awesome. Fucking. Okay, look. In comparison to other episodes, our Twisty Listies are not going to be so big because the matches, they're not usually that good. But fucking. This is like if they time travel to like late 1999, 2000, like you were saying. Like,
yeah.
This is exactly what shit would be like. D'Lo Brown.
I mean, Taka was
good.
Always like, he only needed fucking 3 or so minutes.
Yeah.
Because he was just fucking.
Absolutely.
He was on fast forward compared to everyone else.
Yeah. He adapted so well to TV style, and he like bumps like a fucking insane person. He just so good, just like bumping around.
There's that one that he takes
offense.
like a vertical suplex off the apron. That's a crazy bump for a C show. And then when he goes up for the D'Lo's finish, just insane height, like really gets that, just enough height to just make it go, oh. And I was watching it on stream, And I can guarantee you that I went, oh!
Yeah, just shit that makes you pause in your tracks and go, holy fuck, he bumpy. And then next up, the next day from Super Astros, 22nd of November, Elijo del Santo versus Super Loco, aka Super Crazy.
Yes.
This match probably the best like we got at Santito, and like Super Loco. You know, I was interested in seeing him like before even really like his ECW run, right? Like he would have like gone over
the main stuff that he has with Tajiri would be 99 2000. He might have no he didn't have anything with Ray. I was thinking because obviously Ray had a series of matches with Psychosis and 2 or 3 of them were in ECW, and then I think just before he was on the way out he had one with Hoovy as well.
Right, yeah.
And I kind of got Hoovy and Super Crazy confused, but no, Super Crazy definitely was a revelation that took a couple of extra years after those guys. Do you know much about his background before like his US breakout? Because Ray, Hoovy, and Psychosis would have all been AAA, wouldn't they?
Yes. They would have came up there.
I'm not sure if like Super Crazy was.
Like they would have all been involved in like When Worlds Collide, you know, that big show.
Yes.
Yeah, Super Crazy is put down here as like starting in UWA and then coming to like AAA for like 96, 97, when you know the WWF relation is there, which will be what the main thing that prompted Super Astros, I'm sure, was trying to make use of that. And yeah, like here he's I'd say like he's like still kind of like figuring it out, because like he's diving around all the place, but like it's almost like there's like a bit of uncontrolled recklessness to it, you know, like there's a lot more like pinballing around and kind of fucking stuff up a bit. And
but it's in a way that works for the place that he's at, Super Astros.
Oh, absolutely.
That's what you want to see, really.
Yeah, Santo takes him to the cleaners, gets him the fuck out of there. And then, next up, the same day at Heat, we have a similar quality match, Jeff Jarrett versus Kurgan.
Mm-hmm. I don't remember that one.
Deborah tried to seduce Kurgan, and Kurgan was into it. He was, I think he like maybe did like a hump in the air.
There we go then. And, not gay.
Yeah, exactly. And then Jeff Jarrett hit him with El Cabong, the guitar. So I liked it. And then on Raw, 23rd of November, we have The Rock versus X-Pac. The match made by Shawn Michaels, except it was a swerve. He hates X-Pac. But these two, as we'll get to in Capital Carnage, I think they have like a lot of chemistry.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, Rock is really good.
Rock is really good. And X-Pac is too. Like, obviously...
It's like... It wasn't like any sort of revelation to me that The Rock is good, but you kind of... just kind of keep forgetting in this day and age.
Right.
And then you go back and it's like, oh shit, he was like that. That's fucking what?
He was like that.
And yeah, X-Pac, obviously... Yeah. I love pretty much everything I've seen of, like, before he went to WCW the first time. Like, all of the 1, 2, 3 kid. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 kid stuff, and then I've seen a little bit of that indie stuff that he did with Jerry Lynn as well, in like '91. That was good.
Yeah. There's that match. It was a hot little number. A thing I love too is how like you know, like so often it's talked about how like, you know, JR elevates stuff, but I think JR did well to elevate it by like you know, like there's like a big spinny heel kick or something like that, and it's like he forgets himself. He goes, "Come on, Sean, pin him, Sean." Using the shit name, and I was like, "Oh fuck," you know. And then 5 days later, 25th November, Shotgun Saturday Night, the Hardy Boys versus Well Done 2. Well Done 2 is not the actual tag team name here. I forgot the two guys' names. But the Hardy Boys were here, and they did very well for themselves.
Yeah, I think it was Stephen Dunn and someone else. Some other random guy.
Yeah.
Was the other one Timothy Well? What fucking stupid team.
It would have been some well person, I'm sure. Otherwise, I would have said well done.
Yeah.
And it was a real good match. It's that strange sort of thing where like basically both teams are jobbers, but the Hardy Boys are marginally more featured. So it ends up being this like back and forth sort of match where you just get to like kind of like freak out a bit for I'd say like 6 or 7 minutes, and it was really good. Very odd, as we said on stream, to see the Hardy Boys like before the Hardy Boys look with tights and wrestling boots, but they're basically already there.
This was before even Michael Hayes was like by their side, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, because like Michael Hayes, he only becomes Michael Hayes except for as opposed to Doc Hendricks when the Broods bloodbath him, which is not for a couple of months yet.
Right.
So yeah, Hardy Boys, they've got their whole lives ahead of them, but right here
it is always crazy. Like you could watch a Raw from like '95 and still see Matt Hardy.
Yeah.
Or maybe even earlier.
Yeah.
They gotta be like 16, fucking 17, some shit. Probably lying about their age.
Yeah, like some Brisco shit, absolutely. And they're still around now. They're the tag team champions of the new number 2.
Yes!
Impact Wrestling.
Fuck yeah.
And then...
I wish Jeff was still like cool, He had I don't know if you probably didn't see it. It was at the start of the year or maybe at the end of last year. He had this match against Darby Allin. It's just like, oh my god, Jeff Hardy is still so fucking cool. And then he had this little run of TV matches. He faced like Moxley, I think, and maybe Swerve.
Yeah, he was going heel, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then Sammy injured him, and it all just stopped. And then he went to TNA, which if I had all the time in the world, I would watch it, but I don't, so I won't.
Sammy, you worthless motherfucker. Tony Khan should bury you by making you lose to Shelton Benjamin.
Yeah, that's just like losing to Pal Penis in 2009. Exact equivalent.
And so then on 29th of November, in front of a record crowd of 270 million people, Jeff Jarrett versus Kane.
Damn, I can't believe that house.
Another great another great day for the Stamford territory.
It really was. Deuce. I agree.
So this match is Jeff Jarrett struggles to fight Kane, and then Deborah tries to seduce Kane, and then Jeff Jarrett hits Kane with a guitar, and Kane no-sells, and DQ Bell is wrong, and I thought it was perfect.
Yeah.
And then Shotgun Saturday Night, 5th of December, similarly in front of an all-time record of 180 billion people. Goldust versus Tiger Ali Singh. This match was cool.
And that was the draw. That's what they were that for. That's what every living human being in 1998 was crammed into an arena for. It really shouldn't have been allowed to happen, but
yeah, the fire department were up in arms about it. But fuck them, they want to see the shattered dreams, and so did I.
Well, just don't start a fire then. Duh. Duh.
And then finally, from that same shotgun, in front of such a record attendance of the entire continent of Asia, the Acolytes murked Kai and Tai, and it was good.
I might have more than you this time, which seems like a first.
Oh shit! Whoa!
So
let's hear it.
First up, I've got a mega twisty. Press the button.
Oh.
Mega twisty.
Mega twisty time because it's Rock versus Steve Austin from the 16th of November Raw. I mean, it's a cliche, but these guys just have most insane chemistry. Like, The Rock is so like snappy at this time, like and crisp, and he brawls well, and he has to because Austin has taken so many injuries, but he can still do the brawling incredibly well. Yeah, I loved it. And then Undertaker coming down with the shovel, that's pretty funny too. It starts off a pretty good storyline.
Yeah.
Great one there. But now, we have another mega twisty.
Mega twisty.
A little twisty.
And that is D'Lo Brown. This is Taka Michinoku. We've already said everything that we need to say about it. But yeah, it was fucking great. I loved it. Maga. Sorry, two tap. I can't be shouting that around in this country. Anyway. Then we got from the 21st of November, Shotgun Saturday Night. The Acolytes. This is the Hardy Boys. They squashy them.
Yeah.
They squashy them.
They squashy them.
Yeah, I might have more than you just from being like very thorough with it. Like,
yeah, probably. Every time there's an Acolytes match, like they were always doing something that just like it looked so like rough and stiff that you just had to laugh. You just had to chuckle.
yeah.
Start kicking people's ass.
The Dominator's just a crazy like fuck you finish, isn't it? Yeah. Fuck you, get on that fucking mat, you fucking piece of shit. Like, what did Public Enemy think was gonna happen, really? Honestly. And then we got another one that you touched on, El Helio del Santo. This is Super Loco from Super Astros on the 22nd. And then another one you touched on, The Rock versus X-Pac, Raw on the 23rd. I also love Jeff Jarrett versus Kane on the 29th Heat. Him no-selling that guitar shot was perfect.
Yup.
Manuel Gomez versus Papi Chulo from Super Astros 29th November. Papi Chulo, that's Esse Rios, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes. Oh, that's the one where like they try like the lime salts that's like on the table side, right?
Yeah, near the announce tables. You nearly break their legs.
Yeah. Ill-advised.
Much advised if you want to get on the twisty listy.
Oh.
Ill-advised if you want to walk. So it's up to you which is more important to you, getting on the twisty listy or walking. I don't know. It's really a 50-50 toss-up, I would say. Here we got Negro Casas. This is Sho Funaki. I think he's still called Sho at this time.
Yeah.
Super Astros 29th of November. It was good. Good old main event. You get to see Negro Casas in the Fed. Not many opportunities to do that. And then Acolytes, this is Kai and Tai. Shotgun Saturday Night on the 5th of December. Big squashy. Ends with Kai and Tai being piled up in a big heap with Yamaguchi-san being the cherry on top. Getting the Dominator on top of all the other guys. The Acolytes are so sick, man.
Yeah.
We've got an outsider pick here with Babu and Tiger Ali Singh. This is Kurgan and Luna. And
wow.
This match is basically just Luna beating the shit out of Babu. I didn't even realise it was a tag match. And I read it on Cage Match and I was like, why the fuck is Stricker saying this is a tag match? But you said like, oh yeah, they were there. They just didn't do anything.
Yeah, like
so,
commentary. Yeah. Commentary sees the audience come out, and they're like, "Is this really real? What I'm reading on the format sheet? This will be Luna and Kurgan," and then it's made more confusing because Tiger Ali Singh comes out, and this Chiron says Tiger Ali Singh with Babu, which indicates that Babu's a manager, but Babu's not a manager. He's an active participant.
Yeah, so, but I appreciated, like, it felt like Luna was, like, one of the biggest what-ifs of women's wrestling. Like, imagine if she had an actual, like, roster of female competitors to go after, or even if they just did, like, if they were more willing to do, like, intergender stuff as well. Like, she would scare me. She would scare anyone. She's badass. So... Yeah, a big what if, I would say. Like, there's more to her than just a manager. She cut these crazy promos when she had a haircut by the ICP, and she just
her voice is legendary.
Yeah, and she beat the shit out of the Babu guy, and it wasn't like, oh, this man is so weak, he's been beaten up by a woman. It's like, oh shit, this woman is fucking insane.
She's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, big ups to Luna Vachon. And then my final twisty is Dick Togo versus Negro Casas from the 6th of December. Dick Togo trying to defend the honor of Kai and Tai, and he didn't do it. So.
Very nice.
But hey, Negro Casas.
Negro Casas, La Casita. This reminds me, like, before we get to the top 10, like, with 2 shows being on the 6th of December, Capital Carnage Day, I wish they would have done it like Road Wild, where, like, you know, Saturday night, they've got fucking, like, the vroom vrooms to be like, oh, we're here in Sturgis, only hours away from Road Wild. Imagine if, like, during, like, fucking Super Astros, Yugoslav Adventure's like, wow, and you hear the chime of Big Ben, because we're here in London, England. Anyway, time for our top 10. With me first, the top 10 wrestlers of this block. My number 10 pick is Jeff Jarrett.
Yeah.
Because he is a good wrestler, and he is also coming to his own with the do not piss me off gimmick.
Yeah, he's booked for a match at Rock Bottom, isn't he? Against
yes,
against Goldust. What's the stip on that? If Goldust if Goldust wins, then Deborah has to show her boobies. Oh, yes. But if Jarrett wins, Goldust has to get naked. Oh.
And so, like, yeah, so that's a stipulation. Jeff Jarrett heard that, was like, yeah, it sounds fine. and so, like, you know, Jeff, he's got Deborah, who is still called Deborah McMichael, and they make a big thing of, like, oh, she divorced Mongo McMichael and took his money. She's a Jezebel, and, you know, that's the whole thing. But Jeff Jarrett, meanwhile, he's like just like maturing into this gimmick, which he does very well with. Like, you know, I think Jarrett, in the Attitude Era, is largely someone who like doesn't really kind of fit in. He's trying to do like the Double J stuff, and it just like comes off weird. But when he just like leads into the attitudinal thing and like has this like gimmick where I love the videos he has where he's like, you know what pisses me off? Women in semen-stained dresses. Semen-stained dresses. Bill Clinton. And stuff like that, you know? Like, I love that shit. And, yeah,
why does that feel so much, like, dirtier than everything else going on in the Attitude Era? Actually saying semen.
Yeah. It's quite something. But yeah, he's real good. And then
when that match was booked with Goldust, I was like, wait, they were feuding, and there wasn't like weeks worth of segments with like Jarrett and Goldust battling. It was just kind of booked. Really. Yeah.
I mean, I think maybe like Goldust got distracted by Deborah once, but he'd been feuding with Val. Yeah, that was his feud. But yeah, like Goldust just like takes an interest in this lady.
They don't really know what the fuck they're doing with this mid card at this point. Is my takeaway from that.
And this is part of the reason why my number 9 is Goldust. Goldust is he's in like an odd sort of place because he still very much is Goldust, but like he's a lot more Dustin as well. So like let's review what he's been past by this point. He's been Goldust.
Has the Tafka thing already happened?
He's been Tafkag already. Yeah. He's also been Dustin Rhodes.
Does he go back to Tafka twice?
I don't think he does.
I'm sure I've seen him in '99 doing something. Or maybe it's just like a visual that I just mentally associate with '99.
Yeah. Like, there is Blue Dust in...
Right, yeah. Blue Dust.
Which might be it. But yeah, no, and today he's just like Goldust, and so, you know, he's been through all these gimmicks, and now he's just like a guy who acts gay and does the Shattered Dreams, and otherwise just kind of Dustin Rhodes, you know, and so he's like a very capable TV wrestler. All his shit looks great, and a thing I love about the Shattered Dreams at this point is like how hype it is. Like, you know, you think of Shattered Dreams, you just think like, oh, it's funny when he kicks him in the dick. But like, it feels like every time I see Goldust set up, like he gets them in the position, the crowd starts going crazy, and he just goes like, fucking, stand the fuck up! Stand the fuck up, everyone! Shattered Dreams, let's fucking go! You know?
Yeah,
and,
the crowd is really into it. Like.
It never fails to just get me hyped to see like some dude get kicked in the dick. So yeah, that's Goldust. Then my number 8 is Gangrel. Oh, Gangrel! Booking could never make me not put you at number 8. He's just too cool. The Brood really is one of the premier presentations of the WWF ever. Just like an insanely cool entrance, and you know his matches when like even with like the booking purgatory that his whole group is in, all three still shine, and it just makes it more lamentable how terribly booked it is. And number 7 is Taka Michinoko.
Oh hell yeah!
The man from Japan, who, you know, it's in the death throes of Kai Tai as a big unit. Soon he and Funaki will be a comedy tag team where they will also prosper, but here he's still just fucking like putting in work on these two shows, and you know, even stuff where he has to like lose to Dwayne Gill, he still puts in a great effort, still has such an effortless connection with crowds. He really did get just set up for life to just like do well in American wrestling with his upbringing, and I don't know if you're gonna think these next two are cheating, but my number 6 is Farouk, who, just like in Halloween Havoc, he is an incredible beast with the beating up, and he's so ferocious and cruel to others, and I love it. Number 5 is Bradshaw, who is similarly just like he has an absolute disregard for other human life, and it's funny to me. JBL, one of the premier brawls of our time, and damn straight he's the second coming of Stan Hansen. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and, I kind of put tag teams as one entry, but I'll allow it. There's no rules to the top 10 wrestlers listed.
Who knows better than that? Then number 4, The Rock, who is really coming to his own. Like, I think it's really good how they did The Rock, where, you know, they tested the waters with a face run, and he like is just like such a hot baby face. Like as soon as they give the crowd a taste of The Rock as a baby face, they're like, oh yeah, let's have it. And then I think rather than just being like a swear for the sake of it, it's a nice little thing to play on, like, you know, like The Rock makes mention of how like they used to tell him to die, and he's like, I don't give a shit about that people. And just as we were saying, like he's gotten so good in the ring. He's gotten so good at not just like, you know, like doing moves good and keeping pace of the action with others, but just like injecting his character into everything. You know, that's something about like Val Venis. When the bell rings, he's not really the porn star anymore. He's Sean Morley. But The Rock, he's always The Rock, and it's a very seamless experience.
Yeah, I liked when he was basically cutting this generic sort of like, I am good because I have privilege, and you are bad, the crowd, because you are poor and stuff. But he says like, you spend all week working your candy asses off. He adds candy asses to this generic promo. It just elevates it a little bit.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah. And then number 3 is Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Stone Cold.
just like the last 1990 period we looked at, Austin is still just a peak wrestler, someone at the peak of his powers. It's a bit more of a tame example last time, but I think this really does show how he makes something out of like even like the oddest sort of storylines he gets. Like you know, like you think about say like when Seth Rollins gets involved in the world of the Fiend, it comes off really silly. And, you know, he at the first opportunity like distances himself from it because it's not work rate enough for his sensibilities. But Steve Austin gets carted off twice to get embalmed, and he just like is like, oh, I'm gonna get you back for that, Undertaker, and you believe it. You see him enact a plan to kill Paul Bearer, and you're like, yeah, I get him. You know, it's just a different playing field, and yeah, like as I said before, like his post-show shenanigans are like always incredibly fun, and he's like absolutely undisputed the top star of the promotion. But it's not number 1 or 2. Number 2 is Kane. Kane is a very lovable guy at this point. I have such a fondness for him, like you know, going back to like just how much like the image of him is burned in my brain from 4 years old. Like I think just like seeing like the Kane outfit when I was like such a young age is so crucial to my mind and my thinking. I'm just like, whoa, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen, and it still kind of is sometimes. It still kind of is. And number 1 is The Undertaker. This is probably my favorite Undertaker period ever. He's got the best theme music. He's got the best attire. He is saying the stupidest shit in a spooky voice, and I love it.
Yeah, he's pretty badass. To go back to Kane for a sec, he looked so sick during like the whole late 90s, and then he looked pretty sick as well when he unmasked for those few years. But when they put they put another mask on him, it's just like, oh, this is terrible. And then he becomes corporate Kane, and it's just like, oh, I can't even look at this guy. What the fuck?
Yeah. Like
it's crazy to have like that much sort of like contrast between like eras of your looks, like coolest shit ever and fucking goofus.
Like I remember being there when like he put the mask back on. That was like the final Raw of 2011. He comes back with that, and like, you know, the first minute I saw it, you know, it was like the absolute wet dream if you were an Attitude Era commenter on YouTube. Like, oh, they brought back the Kane mask, yay! Oh, it looks shit.
Yeah, I never was that like, because he had a few, and they just never looked like, I don't understand why they didn't make them look similar. There's always the argument like when they change like the WWE Championship and stuff, it's like, well, they'll sell more belts when they change it to a new design. Okay, but Kane hadn't had a mask for like 10 years or 8 years, so you could just have him look cool and sell the cool shit, and then maybe you can fucking chuckle fuck around and make him look like a dickhead after that. Who cares? but at least have him have that like moment where he comes back and it's like, oh, it's cool Kane again.
Yeah, for real. And just think like one thing about like the old Kane outfits, they always like accentuated his giant body, you know.
Yeah.
Like they're always like skin tight and stuff, or had the straps. Meanwhile, like new Kane, like fucking think about it. Corporate Kane is like ripped to shit, but then he puts like the Kane outfit on, he looks like a slob.
Yeah, that's right. And this new gimmick that he's doing, where he's like a mayor or something, I don't get that at all. What are you talking about? Libertarian? What does that mean? Anyway, you did your whole 10, right? Undertaker number 1.
I did, yeah.
Okay,
yep.
I'll get into mine now. So number 10, I have The Oddities. To be honest, it's kind of like, you know, slim pickings. If you are a star ratings first kind of wrestling fan, then you're not going to get much out of this period at all. So that's kind of why The Oddities make my list at all. Yeah, it's a relatively bare, twisty listy, so got to base it more off vibes than the pure twisties. it's a weird period for the WWE, and I figured I'll put the weirdo act on there. I always vouch for weird freaks and giants in my wrestling TV, so I was always happy to see them. It is a shame that they never had that match at the ICP though.
It's fucked up.
Did they not actually have an official match in the WWF?
I don't believe they did. Like,
wow.
If you remember, like the heel turn was they were supposed to face the Headbangers, but then they back out at the last second. They should have shot on the Headbangers.
I'm sure that match would have been fun. I like Shaggy Two Dopes, the skinny one, right? Yeah, he seemed like a good bumper in those 99 matches that I've seen from WCW.
Oh yeah.
Violent J, jury's out, but still a crucial clown, in my opinion.
Crucial clown.
Then we got number 9, Negro Casas. I mean, fuck it, why not? You got two entries on the Twisty Listy, which I think maybe only The Rock did, apart from him. So really, it should be him number 2 and The Rock number 1, or maybe the other way around. But I've gone with it this way. Obviously, he's not on any of the shows other than Super Astros, but it's cool. It's cool to see him with the fucking scratchy WWF logo in the corner. So, oh my god, he's in the and he's winning matches. Like, oh, you can just imagine, like, oh, he's getting pushed.
He's going to go for the European title.
Oh yeah, who had the? Is it X-Pac had the European title?
Yes, it was.
And then he dropped it.
Nope, he's still the European champion at Capital Carnage.
All right. Oh yeah, they had that match where I think it was him and Shamrock, the IC champ, but only the European Championship was on the line. And then, but someone interferes, so nothing comes of it.
Yep.
And it got
meaningless.
Hell yeah, meant nothing. Thank you for your time. Number 8, Owen Hart. The Blazer stuff is weird because you hear that music and you get that ominous feeling, but then it's just Owen Hart being good and funny. So it's like, well, yeah, I guess I'll snap out of it then.
He's still so good.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'd say this is a good storyline or not. It's kind of, it's difficult to see where they're going with it. They got the thing with the, like, people were speculating on the archived forums, like, oh, who is the actual Blue Blazer? Like, they thought that was going to be, like, there was going to be a big reveal one day. So, I am the Blue Blazer, and Dan Severn rips the mask off. And obviously, it doesn't pan out that way. It's just, I don't think Tom Pritchard ever gets revealed as like the Blue Blazer, as far as I know. I don't even know how Stringer knows that, to be honest. Sometimes he just knows things. You know? Stringer's like, oh, yeah, I know. Okay, Stringer. But yeah, it might distract from Owen Hart somewhat, but you still get that sense of, like, yeah, Owen Hart's fucking great. And he's certainly, there's a match where he's on commentary and he's really making the most out of this fake retirement angle. He's really good at it. Everything Shawn Michaels wishes he was on commentary.
He flew out here on his own money. He's no longer employed.
That's right.
He came here to see his friends.
Number 7, I've got D'Lo Brown and Mark Henry.
Oh, the nation.
Yeah. I guess they're the only sort of surviving members from it. Like, The Rock is not still aligned with them. Godfather's doing different stuff. And, Ron Simmons, APA. Yeah, D'Lo had that incredible match with Taco on Shotgun. And he's just a great wrestler at this time.
He is, yeah.
And then Henry, it'll be a while until he has foreigners, I would say. But his thing with China is decent television. From the bit I saw, it was pretty charming.
It's like, you know, in the forums, like, they call him a fat piece of shit. But he's
yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah, like, he's picking up the entertainment side, you know?
Yeah, totally. And he's good at it.
Yeah, and I don't think he was, like, terrible in the ring either, from what I saw. But there's not much to go off, admittedly. And, they got good comedic timing and chemistry in their segments. When Marc wants D'Lo to be the limo driver, it's very funny. When D'Lo's like, "What the hell, we just lost," and Marc's got what did James Alexander Starrett describe a stiffy as?
Pokey?
Oh, he had a bit of an old pokey, mate. I've never heard that in my life, but it might be a regular term for me now.
Yeah. I love when Mark Henry loses like an idiot, and then because Shane is there, and Shane's like, "Okay, Mark, I'll do it." And then Mark Henry is so happy that they play his music.
Yeah, he wins actually. Fuck the match. Matches don't matter. This guy's getting pussy, so I've already forgotten the term.
Pokey?
This guy will have a pokey tonight. Right, so number 6, I have Kane. I would say he does a limited amount in the ring, as do a lot of people on this list, but it's still a good few weeks of stuff from him. He's all fucking mental and that. The men in white coats are after him. It is hard to believe this is the same guy as that dress pants wearing dullard in 2015.
Yeah.
It's like, how?
Like someone who was so actively a detriment to the viewing.
Yeah, when I came back to wrestling in 2015, that was one of the main things. Like, whoa, what the fuck does Kane suck so much now?
Yeah.
Having last watched it in 2007, where I don't know what the fuck Kane was doing in 2007, but it was probably fine compared to corporate Kane, who is an asshole.
Yeah. It's so hard being the lone remaining Kane defender amidst his terrible political opinions when there are actually bits of Kane that do suck.
Yeah.
How can I in good conscience tell people, "Oh, come on guys, in 1990 you had some freedoms," when 2015 exists?
You just gotta trust your instincts and hope that others can maybe one day see your way. On a similar note, number 5 is the Undertaker.
Oh my god.
He is a very cheeky scamp. I liked seeing him here in a fairly rare heel role. He didn't play it for long, did he?
He went into the ministry, which feels like a different thing than this.
Yeah,
because he's
definitely.
still 1998,
and that becomes the corporate ministry and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And he's got Stephanie on the cross. Yeah, but yeah, this feels like a different era of it. Yeah, he's doing more fucked up shit than ever to try and keep up with the times. Times are changing. They don't want the whole kid-friendly act anymore. Maybe I should embalm Steve Austin.
Yeah, I always love the lore behind Ministry Taker, where he was getting really into it. He wants to get so into it and kill people, and we had to be like, Marc, stop, Marc, stop.
So yeah, I would have to give 99 a good, 99 TV a good viewing first, but maybe it gets a little long in the tooth a year later. But for now, it feels fresh and good, and Austin is a great counterpart for him.
Yeah, absolutely.
Then at number 4, I've got Kai and Tai. Sadly, they're pretty absent from the A show, but still amazing when we see them. WWF Taka in particular is basically one of the best wrestlers ever when it comes to getting squashed.
Yeah.
Just an incredible bumper. From time to time I do long for more in their presentation, but at least we got what we got, We get a good old chunk of Taka and Kai and Tai in this one. And then number 3, I've got The Rock. A big month for him, of course. I mean, the previous pay-per-view was a story all about him, essentially, and then the last pay-per-view of the year is actually named after him. So he's the man at this time. That's why people were on the forum saying, I take it back. I apologise for what I said when I said that Steve Austin was the best. because I like The Rock more now. That's why people were saying that, because this was a big month for him.
Yep. That wasn't called Stunner.
No, definitely not. That would do terrible buy rate. And yeah, he's the man at this time, and I actually really like the balance he's at now, with like, he's just cool and fun, and the promo segments never get too indulgent like they would from time to time as his career progressed. He's still like a fresh thing, but it's still so like, you know, it's so new, it's so fragile. You can't take the piss with it.
Yeah, that's it.
And when you fast forward a couple of years, he's the made man. He can never be unmade, and he would just go on for fucking ages. And some of it will be funny, but some of it won't. And, you know, I think it's a good place where he's at right now.
He's made enough to try it. How's your lips? Because I'm gonna smack them off your face.
Good one, Rocky. Number 2, I have Stone Cold Steve Austin. So yeah, with some of the ridiculousness going on in his storylines, like, how am I supposed to believe someone's actually going to get embalmed on live television? For most wrestlers, it would be a case of like overexposure, jumping the shark, and maybe, you know, you read those archive forums and maybe some people were leaning that way. They were like, he actually sucks.
Yeah.
But for me, I'm Intelligent Wrestling fan from 2024. I think that Austin is pretty fucking eternal, even in this sort of weird period where they're phasing him out of directly feuding with Vince just for a bit, so that they can reheat it again at the start of 99. And yeah, he's surviving embalming attempts and burial attempts and all this crazy Undertaker shit, and it's all just good shit because he's fucking stone cold, and he just makes it work. There's nothing like tangible that you could say like, oh, that's the thing he does to make this not as ridiculous as it could be, but somehow he just does it. Like, if it was fucking, I got reminded of that Taker versus the Dudley Boys with Paul Bearer and the Concrete Crypt. And like the Dudley Boys, you know, damn good tag team at times, but they're not Steve Austin, either of them, so they can't make that work. But Steve Austin, I bet Steve Austin can get the fucking Concrete Crypt over.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull the lever on this son of a bitch and kill you, Paul Bearer.
Yeah, fuck yeah, kill that man. Kill that man. Kill. But at number 1, I got the Acolytes, yes.
Yo!
They are the fucking kings of Shotgun Saturday Night. 2 of the best squash artists of all time. I feel like this is actually a bit of a recent revelation to me. Like, seeing those glimpses of Ron Simmons in 1991, and then remembering like some of the stuff that Bradshaw did when he became JBL.
Yeah.
Like, you seen that match with Funaki on Velocity, right?
Yeah.
Turns Funaki into like a bloody pulp. Gives him the clothesline from hell, but maintains wrist control. He picks him up, does it again, picks him up, does it again. Oh my god. Yeah, 2 of the best squash artists of all time, and them being together just makes perfect sense. One of the coolest teams of their era. They're really fucking good.
And Don Callis.
And Don Callis is there too, and good on him, man. The Don Callis family. Wonderful.
He says, So, yeah, Capital Carnage, or as they say to open the show, Capital Carnage from the London Arena. Capital Carnage from the London Arena. From the London Arena. Isn't this classic Attitude Era? Just fucking, just all over the place. Fucking soundboard and shit, edits.
Yeah.
And, yeah, like, you know, we talked at the start about this being a house show, not really consequential. I feel like they try and get across that this is like some great happening. Like, they show stuff that happened on Raw to build to rock bottom. and it's like, oh, this will factor into the Fatal 4-Way match. The Fatal 4-Way match. Big Boss Man will be the special ref. The special ref.
But yeah, it's a bit like, oh yeah, we just recapped all this TV for you. But anyway, forget about that. Forget everything we just said. That's all irrelevant. Because it's time for a UK exclusive pay-per-view where none of what we described mattered.
Yeah, no. I did some research into the London Arena on Cage Match. And, WCW ran the London Arena in 2000.
Oh, yeah.
And, they taped some worldwide as well as a night show. And can you guess who faces Buff Bagwell on an episode of Worldwide who is from the United Kingdom?
Was it Paul Robinson?
No, you get 2 more guesses.
Was it Flash Morgan Webster?
Close.
Oh. Was it Jim Smallman?
No. I'll tell you right now. Buff Bagwell defeated Drew McDonald.
Oh, yeah. Apparently,
Bagwell.
Apparently, he's a scout for the Fed at one point. He might have.
Wow.
He might have pointed out Sheamus.
Oh, that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's true. But yeah, that's some history to take in. In a few years, that Scottish guy we thought was funny will be here. And so, we open up. What do you think of like the setup of London Arena? Because it's like they transported over like the WWF look, but it's not exact. It's not 1-to-1.
Yeah, it felt kind of unique. I suppose I was mainly recognizing like the different sort of production. Like they clearly have different cameras or whatever.
Like they make such a big deal of like Sky box office. So I wonder if maybe like they were fucking using like Sky cameras.
Yeah, it's possible. And I would say the first thing that we really see is a fucking bombardment of signs. Like, even by 98 standards, this is a lot of signs. And I didn't include it in our reading, but on the WWF forum archive, there's a thread where there was a bloke who was asking for sign ideas. He was like, please email me if you have sign ideas for Capital Carnage. And I hope he found some inspiration from somewhere, because every other cunt in this arena did.
Yeah, some heavy competition.
And then Jerry Lawler's very quick with the terms that he's learned. Sable is one sexy bird, JR.
Yeah, I love how JR is like a lot more horny than you think of JR as being. He's like, oh my, she is hot. And Jerry's like, yeah, she's what they call foot.
So we get this show started with Al Snow versus Gangrel. And I guess this one got something approaching a build. The Brood Job Squad feud isn't good, but it does exist. And so the point for that.
They don't allow rigs of fire in England. So Gangrel just walks out.
But we do get something approaching a way when Gangrel spits the blood in his entrance. And it is nice to see him actually get like a decent response. Because like I've never really seen that. So like, way, he's from the telly, way, he spit the blood, way. And that's why they're the best fans in the world.
Oh yeah. And they're all weighed out for Al Snow. They've got the heads that they're shaking around.
That's right.
They love the blowjob. They love getting their knob sucked.
Suck my knob.
Jerry Lawler despairs. He thought Al Snow was just a America only phenomenon, but not so. The UK loves him too. There is a sign that says Vince killed Kenny in reference to South Park.
Yeah, there's a bit, I think it's on Heat, where Michael Cole says Cartman like Cartman. And then Jim Cornette says it properly, and then he also quotes one of his lines, so he's clearly like tuned into it.
Oh yeah, I mean, like, you know, Jim Cornette, the guy who protested against the Brian the dog. So you know he loves cartoons.
Damn, did you really?
Yeah. Like that's something that people retweet once in a while. He's like, if you want Brian Griffin to come back, then retweet this. Yeah. So this match, it kind of fucking sucks. Al Snow, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him. He's like way sloppier than even usual, and like I don't understand. Like, you know, the first sign that something's wrong, he like goes up for a leapfrog, and like he doesn't like destroy his balls by any means, but he like Gangrel clips him on the way down.
Yeah,
and that's one thing. Then he like you know, the whole spot where like you get thrown over the top rope by a guy, like, you know, backdropped over it, and then like you recover and do something else. Like he just tumbles over the rope, just like it careens. And then
there's also that bit where he goes for a moonsault, and Gangrel is supposed to roll out of the way, but he only rolls like half out of the way, so he still kind of gets it. And JR's like,
yeah,
oh, he missed with that, folks.
Right as I like start noting that like he's being sloppy, he does like the worst tornado DDT I've ever seen.
Also apparent here is that the Absolute Lads have bought an Absolute air horn. Way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sort of assuming that they were going England, but I don't know, because that's what they do at the football, as heard in the intro to the broadcast.
Yeah.
Shades of Horn Blast by England Terrace Chants.
Yeah, they definitely like vary it up like with each match, but yeah, it's there. Like the crowd's still hot for everything, despite also fucking it up a lot.
Yeah. And we do get a lot of way, but not that much. Oh, yeah. That will come later. We need Progley. Progley build suspense for the way. Will the way happen? Who knows?
PWG covering right now so Britain can steal your shit. So Gangrel, he does have shades of Paul Robinson with a babyface fire 3 clothesline spots. Yeah, like by this point, like the brood is out. Like Edge and Christian, they like appear, and the crowd is scandalized by this. They go like, oh. And,
yeah,
you know, it's the thing I love about the crowd is the chants have such an accent to them, you know. Like it's one thing to have like a hot UK crowd, but I feel like back then you could really notice like the accent, just like we want head.
Yeah, it's interesting that at points like the way that they showed their Britishness and sometimes the way that they hide it.
Yeah, exactly.
And the way that that's sort of evolved over the years. I think we'll have more on that later. Al hits Gangrel with head behind the referee's back, but then Edge immediately hits a missile drop kick on Al, and then
killing him.
And then Gangrel wins. And this felt like a missed opportunity to kick us off with an easy way, I would say. You don't need to overthink it. Like nobody else will ever fucking see it. Just have Al Snow bop him with the head. Everyone goes, "Way! 1, 2, 3, way!"
Yeah,
easy. But for
it's
some reason they've gone for heat here.
It's a terrible finish, but it's a finish that works and people like it. Just fucking do it. Just do it. God damn it. Ah well, Gangrel wins.
Yeah.
And then Mankind is shown backstage in the boiler room, and he says, "Nothing's boiling here. In fact, it's freezing." And you know, he does a cutesy wee promo where he's like, in the fatal 4-way, it's all for them, everyone for themselves. I've tried friendship with Austin, I've tried friendship with Kane, and he gave me a sledgehammer. And that's for the Undertaker. We've never gotten along. In fact, I feel less welcome in Anne Boleyn felt at Henry at dinner table. And you know, it's all well and good. And then time for Dross.
Dross time. Yeah, headbangers versus LOD 2000. Droz immediately does some very flashy leapfrog stuff. What's he do? But then he gets big boos, and there's chance of "We want Orc, we want Orc, we want Orc,
we want Hook, we want Hook." Like this is like another example of like what you were saying about maybe like the missed opportunity for Hayes. You could just have the LED show up. Hawk and Animal, UK crowd like them. They know them.
Yeah.
You can just do that instead of fucking furthering the stupid storyline of a guy who I hate now, Jaws.
Hate Droz. I hope something real bad happens to him.
That'll win you, Jaws. I'm killing Hawk.
Yeah, weird booking here. If nothing even approaching a build. If the previous match had build, then this one definitely doesn't. Heel versus heel, I would assume, because Headbangers are right bastards now, and I suppose Animal is still face, but it's still not a very natural dynamic here.
Yeah, like a 3 out of 4 heels match.
Yeah, and that is when I noted down that LOD 2000 seemed to have done sweet fuck all since Droz murked Hawk. There was no sense of like did he push him? Like, why isn't Animal like, Droz, did you push him? I looked at the footage back, and it kind of looked like you pushed him. But no, we don't get any of that.
Just, like, he's too upset about Hawk's personal demons.
But yeah, this is a right...
And plus, where's Paul Ellering?
Yeah, he's your boy again now. You would have to assume. But yeah, right quick match here. Finish is Droz shoving Animal out of the ring and then getting rolled up for the 3. And then Animal starts doofing Droz after the match and they brawl a bit. And the crowd's like that, but they're still chanting that we want Orc, we want Orc.
This is like one of the stupidest finishes I've ever seen. Like, Animal House of Fire gets cut off and then Droz pushes him out, just like he pushed the Hawk off of the Titantron to his death. And then the Headbangers are like, I'll roll you up there even though you're not the legal man. And the ref's like, okay. Just absolute fart.
Again, this felt like a missed opportunity for a wahey. You bring Hawk out, wahey!
Yeah, you know? Bring Hawk out to beat up Droz. Who gives a shit?
Yeah.
Come on.
So yeah, 0 for 2 on wahey opportunity. Easy open goal waheys passed up here.
Yeah.
Then we got to take a promo, right?
We got to take a promo. This is where I note down.
Taker just saying Michael Cole is funny to me for some reason.
Michael Cole.
Michael Cole.
Let me ask you this. Are you a religious man? And Cole nods. Well, then you pray for their souls. This is where I note down that Raw's War is on Friday nights. Last Friday, this happened.
Whoa.
And
that's specific to the UK?
Yes, right. It will be. And like that's what it says in all the recaps. Like last Friday on Monday Night Raw.
It's Friday night, Monday Night Raw. Coming to you not live from Monday nights.
They recap like Undertaker's whole thing. They show Paul Bearer getting put in the sewer, and Jim Ross says, "Can you imagine being burned alive in raw sewage?" He literally says it like Chris Kloss does. They should have fixed Undertaker and Austin in a raw sewage match.
That would be sick. Yeah, I was thinking like, because they have a Buried Alive match at Rock Bottom, right?
Yes, they do.
I was thinking like, they should have an embalmment match, given how the build has gone.
How would that work? What do you do?
You see, the winner drains all the bodily fluids from the loser. And the match is not called until the loser has 0 fluid left in their body.
Oh my god. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. I think they should do it today with Austin Theory and whoever Austin Theory's feuding with. They should do a breakup angle of Austin Theory and the Australian Miz.
Grayson Waller.
Yeah, Grayson, yeah.
Yeah.
And he'd be the one who is killed.
I do love that, like, Undertaker goes, Capital Carnage. I just like the way that sounds, Paul. And then, he gets a whole lot more promo. And then,
does Taker do the Jim Ross cadence of saying, like, E?
He's the utmost guy who does that. He doesn't say, let's embalm him. He's also embalm him. And so he does all his promo. Then he walks away, and Paul Bearer goes up to Michael and says, I certainly hope you're happy. That's pretty good. And now it's time for Palpinas.
Palpinos, this is the Goldust. And,
we love the pornography. Way.
I read the sun every day to look at the knockers.
Or to look at the footy scores and then have more wank in the toilet.
Right, I'm off for my wank.
So there's two sides here, which I noted. There's a hello, Leslie, and there's also Sable is more Viagra. Jim Ross has a good line. He says, Val Venis has allowed himself a godfather, and I wonder why.
Yeah, so I guess this one had kind of a build too, although not one that we really saw in the 3 weeks prior to it.
Yeah, a bit delayed. Yeah.
But we now get the full recap video package. Terry was with Goldust, had an affair with Val, became pregnant. This pregnancy infuriated Val Venis, and he humiliated her live on TV for it. Goldust was, I would say, understandably disappointed, and he wanted to move on from the whole thing. But Terry gave them both equal low blows. Both deserve the same punishment.
And Terry...
Yeah, thanks for that one. Shit stain. That's a shit stain right there.
Spoiler alert, Terry's not in this match.
Oh.
So, Goldust comes out. He, on the way to the ring, he eats some pussy. He goes, and then he also humps the rope, and then he takes the sash of his robe and jerks it off. This guy is bizarre.
Yeah, it's another peculiar dynamic here. Like, despite the fairly logical reason for them to be feuding, the crowd loves both of them.
Yeah.
Goldust sees the wacky antics, and Val Venis sees in the pornography, and I like to watch that in copious amounts.
I like to access the Triple X channels on my television set.
But it's the old babe station, mate.
The old babe station.
Don't mind if I do.
I got the boobies out. I love that.
Got to make sure to put it back on the Nature Channel before I go to bed, or the missus will be furious. I did actually get caught out by that once when I was like 12. Put on one of the channels that had the babe station or whatever. And then I was like, all right, time for bed. Oh, I didn't change it though. So when they got up, it's still babe station.
Oh man, like you know, it feels very British to me. You know, whenever there's an article, it's like, elderly couple have row with internet company after they get charged £100 for using porn channel.
I can just picture the old men trying to look innocent, like, why does this happen?
Yeah, like the picture of them solemnly holding up the internet bill.
Oh, don't understand.
Why'd you do this, BT? Please fix it now.
Yeah, that must be the industry most, like, fraught with fraudulent refund requests. I would never watch such a thing. What are you talking about? Why have I been charged £500,000? I certainly have no interest in quote-unquote babes, whether they're hot or not.
And now appearing on Babe Station, Michael Buffer.
You must give me all your money now. Now introducing the hot babe, who you will spend $6 trillion trying to connect to on the telephone.
And now introducing the woman who the entire nation of England has spanked over.
So anyway, we got distracted by Val Venis. So it's during this match that I noticed JR becomes particularly lispy.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's so weird to watch something and be like, ah yes, his attack of Bell's palsy is imminent.
Yeah! Yeah.
And it's even weirder to think of like the uncertainty and the panic that JR must have been experiencing at this time with what is happening to his body. But meanwhile, he's just angrily calling Terry Runnels a Jezebel.
Yeah, like, I was kind of wondering if it was so drastic as to, like, you know, like, if, like, they just had to, like, take over from him or something like that. But no, he makes it through the night, but I'm sure, like, it must have been coming on. And meanwhile, he's just, like describing what a Jezebel is for the British audience. Jerry Lawler says the action in the ring, I think it's pretty good. Like Goldust is the babyface here. I'd say Venis is like begging off, like stooding around a lot, you know. And then like Val, he'll get the advantage again, stop him in the corner. Ref pulls him off, and Val tells the ref, "I'm in charge here," because you know he's a libertarian. He doesn't listen to the rules. He's a citizen of the world. You know, Val does like a crossbody. Goldust just like very smooth. You know, like goes for a counter elbow and it's really good. And then a turning point in the match is like they bump into each other. Val falls down and Goldust timbers down into the balls, and the crowd love it.
Yeah, the camera's literally shaking from the pop there.
Yes. I love the camera shaking. It's so great.
Yeah.
It's so great. Yeah, he goes for a Shattered Dreams. Val does a heel move, gets the ref in there, does a roll up for the darn win, and then Goldust immediately murks him with a move, points at the corner. The crowd need it. They need it. And Goldust is fucking like, you know, yeah, come on, let me hear you. Let me fucking hear you. Her fucking one Shattered Dreams, yeah. And just fucking like gets electric, and then he kicks him in the dick. The magic of pro wrestling.
That's alright. Now we move on to a big talkie. Time for big talkie. First of all, we're showing clips of Vince McMahon speaking at Oxford University. Why did this happen?
Yeah, like you know, the fact that they don't actually show any content from his speech feels like evidence enough that it probably was bad speech. We do get the lady from Oxford going, let's go now to Mr. Vince McMahon. And then, you know, Vince, he hears the applause and he goes, well, I would expect such a reception for maybe a prime minister, but you can do better for Vince McMahon. You know. Now here's the corporation.
Yep, they're out on the stage. Pat Patterson says Hunter Hearst Helmsley about 6 times. It's crazy.
Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
Everyone calls him Triple H. Yeah, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. No less. Everyone calls him Triple H by this point. It's his official name. But he insists on saying Hunter Hearst Helmsley.
As you know, the Marc was supposed to wrestle Hunter Hearst Helmsley. But he's gonna face Jeff Jarrett now, okay?
Yeah, the card has been changed. So now Hemsley will face Jeff Jarrett. And they're like, oh, boo, don't like that. And The Rock will face X-Pac. And they're like, way.
We like that. Yeah, I was surprised to like find out that like this was booked the night of.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not that surprising.
Yeah, I guess not.
Big afterthought of a show.
Yeah, Gerald Brisco gets on the mic and he says they booked surprisements.
Oh yeah, there's a little bit of the old surprisements, eh?
He's got Vinnie Jones on the mains, and then he gives it over to Shane, who, you know, like I remember hearing before that like Shane is just like imitating the Rock cadence, and it's hard to not hear it, you know. Like he just goes like, "Now we've got Vinnie Jones here, who's called the Hard Man," and you know he said he was down at the bar having a few pints, you know, in italics, pints, and then he saw on the TV the George Michael interview. It's like, uh-oh.
That
And
must
then
have been why he was
says-
top of the album charts for so long. Maybe it came
Because of
out
the
this year.
interview.
It's possible.
Probably, yeah. Because, like, Shane... I'm sure at the time, at this very moment, this is like, you could not possibly mistake what he was talking about. Like, it would have been over the papers and the TV magazines
Yeah,
and stuff, like Heat or whatever. And then he says, George Michael was talking about his boyfriend, but he wasn't given his name. Could it be true that George Michael's boyfriend is none other than Vinnie Jones?
And that's why he is a hard man.
Because he has an erection.
Yeah,
Is he a fucking
poofter?
poofter?
Damn, if they say poofter.
I think Vinnie Jones is a poofter. Poofter?
What that means, JR?
And then Vince takes the mic and
Did you,
he
like,
says something along the lines
during this
of,
promo, I was like noticing the sort of main ways that British crowds are different to the ones that you'd hear today. And during this, they sort of shed some of their Britishness. Like, they want it to be just like they see on TV, rather than being like, this is the special show.
Oh, yeah.
'Cause
Yeah, absolutely.
the way that they chant asshole in a peculiar way instead of arsehole, or even just like wanker or something. They're like,
Yeah. Because
asshole.
yeah, absolutely. Because like that's
They
a
don't
big
want
thing
they don't want
was-
that personal flair that you'd get from every European show now.
Yeah. Like they want the WWF experience.
Yeah.
And so Vince gets the mic and he says like,
British
I bet you're all
people.
wondering. He says British people.
Damn, it's like following a 20-year-old literature student from Colorado.
Vince
The
is
British
like,
people are they even people? Come on now.
I know you all wonder if what I think about Great Britain and tea time. Well, it happens that I have an opinion on that subject, and he says tea time is a pile of pious crap, and he throws away his cup, and he takes a strange tact here because
Everyone
he's basically
thinks
like,
tea time means actual tea.
Yeah.
It's a
Like,
meal.
It's a meal. It could be anything. You can have coffee. I don't give a shit. So like he takes a strange route here. He presumes upon the pride that the Britons feel in their military history. He says, "You've convinced yourselves your nation is the greatest on earth." Yeah. But then he says, "The British are the most barbaric, vile, swarmy sloths to ever walk the face of the earth. And I got news for you. The British Empire come out long ago."
And they don't even season their food.
And then, like, he also notes, like, except for the Falkland Islands. And that doesn't really get a pop, but, like, I liked it as a wee line. And then he says, every single one of you wishes you were American. And what will the future of Great Britain be? I see a cesspool of decay, of decadence and debauchery, and in all likelihood will be governed by a Prime Minister of Pakistani extraction. Boo! Boo!
Well, actually, Vince, Rishi Sunak's family is of Indian descent, but I take your point.
Yeah, like, I need, like, fucking, I don't know, like, like, fucking on this day in WWE, or maybe, like, fadeaway media to be like, Vince was cooking for real when he predicted Great Britain.
Yeah, isn't it just so crazy that, like, someone clearly briefed Vince on the particular strains of racism unique to the UK?
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy.
Yeah, Vince, mate,
like,
the fucking Pakistanis, we ate them. We want them out. Sink all the boats.
Like, the British people, they love their empire and they hate the countries that you conquered of the empire. And they're just like, okay, got it. So, you know, there's that wonderful bit of race baiting. And then,
but they
quite
must also
unfortunately-
know that, like, the reason that there's tension is because, like, people of South Asian origin fucking live there, so they might also be at the show, and you might have just ruined their night there. So, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like,
Totally
I definitely
bizarre
in the crowd
stuff.
shots. Definitely in the crowd shots, I saw people who were not white.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So who knows how those people felt during this
And
thing,
right after-
pandering to fucking the BNP audience.
And right after this, like, bit for race baiting, unfortunately, the first thing we hear after this is Tiger Ali Singh's theme, which is basically, "Hello, I am not American or British. Hello, I am very foreigner." And, you know, just like...
And did you notice Vince made Tiger Ali Singh put the fucking turban on? He wasn't wearing a
that's
turban before, right?
No,
It
yeah,
debuted here. Put it on.
WWF, you're sick in the head, man.
It's fucked up.
Sick in the fucking head.
Directly after the Pakistani PM line, and he's billed from the continent of Asia. Who else gets billed from a continent? Yeah, this is fucked even by 1998 standards. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ.
So if somehow you saw the Vince promo and were filled with some ambiguity about like the intentions of WWF, Tiger Ali Singh gets in the ring and he says, "I dedicate this match to my forefathers from India, boo, who suffered under the oppression and tyranny of the British Empire, boo."
But you know what's also worthy of a boo? For some of it, he's talking foreign.
That's right. That's right. We hate it.
And then Edge's music hits, and he gets a big pop. Yeah, you know that guy who you booed like for interfering half an hour ago? Well, now now he's beating up an India bloke. Woo! Edge!
Yeah. Absolutely crazy. Edge versus Tiger Ali Singh. Like, I have a fake memory of this match from when I was 4 years old. When I was 4 years old, I couldn't really comprehend the racial tensions at play. But now I can. Yeah, Edge's babyface. Again, like, throughout the show, Ellie just changes.
It is crazy how like ingrained this stuff was at the time. Presumably, it's very different now, thankfully. But I remember like just repeating things I heard from people at school when I was like 5, and my mum was like, "Oh, don't say that, don't say that," and then then would like educate me on the subject. It's like, "Oh shit, okay."
Oh yeah, totally.
So like the default is to just be racist against South Asian people. It's fucked up.
You know, it's at least to the point now where like if you like hear someone like just like straight up like do that, like you're taking it back. Like, you know, like usually like people will at least like think like, "Oh, I can't be saying that in public," you know.
Yeah.
Back then, fucking you just do whatever. But yeah, it's babyface with the offense, and he pawns Tiger Ali Singh a lot. This is where Jim Ross, as you mentions Tiger Jeet Singh, and I think Tiger Jeet Singh would be able to crush all of this because he would go into the crowd and slash some batons with his saber.
Did he like tag with Abdullah a fair bit?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, he would have.
Yeah, those guys would fuck this place up.
Yeah, imagine them trying to be racist to Abdullah the Butcher and he eats him. Oh man. So yeah, the apple burns far from the tree. Your son is a pussy. SJR. And then, oh my god, Tiger wins with feet on the ropes. Boo.
Oh. Yeah, what a meaningless and cynical pile of shite this match was.
Yeah.
Just like thrown together, racism, inconsequential. Oh, okay, thank you, Duffhead.
You know, I did read on the Wikipedia that like this is no longer available on WWF Network. I don't know if it is or not, but
what specifically this match?
No, it's just Capital Carnage.
Oh, right, yeah.
And I mean, like, not that like the rest of WWF's library is squeaky clean, but this does feel like a pretty direct racist thing you want to erase.
Yeah, probably. If the insurrections are still there, then that will probably be the reason why. But it doesn't take long for the Fed to get me back on side, because Michael Cole introduces fucking Vinnie Jones, mate.
Vinnie Jones, let's go. What do you think of this Vinnie Jones guy? What's your history with him?
I love Vinnie Jones. it's a really funny role for him to be in. Like, yes, he was an aggressive footballer, and yes, he looked proper hard in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. But I'm always reminded of the series of Celebrity Big Brother he was on in like 2010, where he was just a grouchy rich bloke telling the likes of Base Hunter, Ivana Trump, Cisco, Lady Sovereign, and Alec Baldwin's brother that you would never spend less than £400 on a pair of socks.
Wow.
And then also when I was researching this series on Wikipedia, apparently you also said that Davina McCall walks like a retard, which I didn't remember that bit, but that was very controversial.
I cancelled Arbiter. It's firing up as we.
So yeah, he goes in as like the fan favorite, and everyone's chanting "Vinnie, Vinnie," and then as they see his personality over the next like 5 or so weeks, by the end they're like, "Get Vinnie out, get Vinnie out."
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Wow.
Another good Wikipedia find is that he was the presenter of the Soccer's Hard Men video released in 1992. Which features archived footage of him and many other hard men of the game, and included advice for budding hard men. After the release of the video, Jones was fined £20,000 and given a 6-month ban by the FA for bringing the game into disrepute. Wimbledon chairman Sam Hammam branded Jones a mosquito brain. Yeah, Vinnie Jones very funny, and especially in the Hollywood world. As a footballer, he was before my time, but Lock, Stock. You seen Lock, Stock?
I was thinking of watching it based off like because I was reading how that's like the first big Guy Ritchie hit.
Yeah, I would still say it's his best, and Vinnie Jones is amazing at that.
Yeah, nice.
But then he does Snatch as well, but then he sort of goes into the B-movie realm.
Yeah.
He did that one.
The juggernaut, bitch.
Oh yeah, he did do X-Men. I'm sure that was a good payday.
Yeah.
He did that one that was called like Legend of the Bog or some shit that had like Sheamus in like a bit part. I'm sure Mean Machine, which is a football prison movie. Ultimate bloke movie, but you can combine the two bloke genres into one. That's a classic. And then he did something with Danny Dyer, I'm sure. I'm gonna go on my letterbox right now and have a look. But yeah, what does Vinnie Jones start saying?
So Michael Cole gets in with Vinnie Jones. Vinnie Jones comes out to like it's like a wee generic thing, and like he is proper clapping up. He's feeling the energy. And Jim Ross says, "We don't have to tell you. You know he likes to fight. That British bad boy." And Michael says, like, straight to the point, "What do you think of Vince and Shane?" And Vinny says, "I'm going to knock him out." Yeah.
Fucking yes.
And then Michael says, "The hardest of the hard men in football. Will you mix it up tonight with the people in the fatal four-way?" And Vinnie Jones goes, "Us British mixed up with anybody!"
Fucking yes. Yeah, and he gets a kind of mixed reception when he comes out. With football in the UK, you're never going to get a universal reception.
Oh, yeah.
It's like when they go to fucking Manchester or something, and they'll be like, "How about that, Manchester United?" And half of the people will be like, "Boo!"
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Totally.
But he gets him on side with his hard man lines.
Yeah, he's like representing Britain.
Okay, so some other movies that he's in are The Other Half. This is like a no-budget film. Only 182 people on Letterboxd claim to have seen it. Where Danny Dyer, he surprises his American bride with her dream honeymoon to Portugal, but secretly it's an excuse to watch England at the World Cup. What a lad, eh?
That's a lad move right there. Hashtag lad woman.
And then he's in the Midnight Meat Train, where he's basically... It's a bit of a missed opportunity because the bits where Vinnie Jones is a serial killer smashing people's brains in with a mallet are really good. But then, like, the protagonist is not very interesting, and he makes up the majority of the movie. So,
you
know. And then there's a Seagal classic. I would have talked about this on episode 1, Submerged.
Yeah,
they're in a submarine. I can't remember what fucking Vinnie Jones did in that in particular, but and he's also in She's the Man, which is slightly out of character one for him, a page load, but that's a movie like a woman wants to play soccer with the men.
Oh sure, yeah.
I can't remember what he does in it, but I'm sure it's great. But yeah, very very funny actor.
He gets asked like something more about the feel for me, and he goes like, "You Americans can bring whoever you want. We're gonna trash him. We're gonna thrash him." And then Michael Cole like he gets in his ear to seemingly tell him something, to remind him of something that he should say. And then after this is when he says, "Oh, there's one thing to say. It's gonna be emotional."
Yes, that's a big line from Lock, Stock.
Wonderful.
When Americans come over here, like McMahon, I'll sling them out.
Just imagine Michael Cole saying, "Say the Lock, Stock, and Two Smoky Barrels line."
Oh yeah, he whispers to him. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was thinking like, oh damn, move over the roadblock. There's a new Wrestling Observer newsletter, 1988 Best Wrestler of the Year.
God. And then we finally get to say a proper goodbye to Wildman Marc Mero.
Yes, we get to see him one last time. We're so blessed.
One last time, yeah. Contractual obligations. You know, I remember like you remember when like fucking shit.
I don't remember that now.
Okay, so I remember when after oh fucking shit, man, it's terrible. So like after the pipe bomb, right? Punk he like got into trouble. I'm just gonna give up the gun, I don't care.
And this will be the last OGP because Connor is about to die.
So like Punk had like I don't know if you remember, Punk had like a homophobia controversy. Do you?
Homophobic controversy?
Yeah, it was like a week after the pipe bomb, but before Money in the Bank, right? And the whole idea was that he was at a house show, and so he got suspended on TV. But it's like, contractual obligations mean he attends his house show, and there was this video released of him like jaw jacking with a fan, sort of like he would at like fucking I Don't Even Mid-Surf or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like the video starts and like he's telling this guy, "You have a vagina! You have a vagina! Nice faux hawk, you homo!" And I remember being one of those things where like I watched it in 2011 and I was like, "Oh no, I hope this doesn't affect his push." So
sadly that was the last time we ever saw CM Punk.
Yeah, he got cancelled big time.
Yeah, I would say most stuff on this show has been given just like a complete lack of build. But I would say that we have an extremely rare case of the anti-build here. The TV has told us that this match should not be possible because Mero dumped Jacqueline, and then he lost to Dwayne Gill and sacrificed his guaranteed contract. And yet here we are. They're teaming together. He's wrestling still.
Yeah.
I do wonder if, like, because in general there were, like, some changes to the card, if, like, Steven Regal was supposed to be doing something significant. But he couldn't because he got fired for being a fucking wastehead.
Yeah. It's not very believable, like, the whole contractual obligations are like, this mixed tag contract is so fucking binding that these two people who broke up, like, 3 weeks ago, they still have to do this. We just can't change anything. The man's being paid.
So yeah, they're giving it the old contractual obligations treatment. Jacqueline attacks Mero straight away, so fair enough. And then the tag team of Christian and Sable. Okay, why not?
Yeah, so Christian's a babyface also. I mean, like, he's not acting it, really, but, you know, he's there. Comes out to the Brood theme, and then Sable...
I think it's Christian's role where I was like, maybe they slot Regal in here.
I reckon so. Yeah, like, Regal being easy, like, one day babyface, whatever. But instead we got Christian, who does well here, I think. Sable gets a big pulp, and, you know, as we said, she's hot, and she's fit. She's a fit bird. And this is where you really notice, like, the variety of air horn chants, because there's, like, the Sable, but you know, it's pretty nice to see. And like as I sort of alluded to, this match is like a peek into, like, okay, if you don't want to have Marc and Mero be like Johnny B. Bad or like anything worth a shit, you could just have him job out in these matches where he looks like a goofball, because he's great at it. He, like, gets fucking bamboozled this whole match, and he's great. He looks great doing it. And this could be what you're doing instead of having him get rolled up by Dwayne Gill or whatever. Because, like, his main thing is that, like, he hitches up his shorts to look more threatening to potential predators, I guess. And then Christian will pants him. And then, oh, that's great. And, like, you know, Sable will do, like, she'll do, like, oh, what if Giant Baba had to do a martial arts kick? She, like, holds the ropes and lifts up her leg to kick Mero in the head. This is pretty good. And so it's weird because this is mixed tag rules. So
yeah,
it's always
at least
supposed
that's
to be
what
like
JR says at the start, when the men are supposed to fight the men and the women fight the women. But it seems like they throw that out the window pretty quickly.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's sort of a thing where, like, the women can hit the men, but the men cannot do the same to the women, you know. It's
like Jacqueline tags in and squares up to Christian, but then Christian tags Sable, and then Jacqueline runs away because Sable is scarier than Christian. It's Christian. The hate train that started for Christian on Vince's side here.
Yup, and meanwhile, like, so yes, odd, because, like, Christian will tag out, but then because Jacqueline runs out, Mero comes in, and so Christian has to get back in. You know, it's not a good way to do it. But yeah, like, Mero getting bamboozled by Christian is a good combo. Already, Christian's got a lot of tools that you think of as his great babyface qualities. Mero gets, like, a big old crotcheting on the rope. Just gets, like, crotch, it goes like, ow. And then Christian, he hits his reverse DDT thing, and then Sable comes in and power bombs him. Oh! Yeah. And then, like, Mero, he goes off and walking balls with Christian. That's his exit from the Fed. And then Sable hits the TKO on Jacqueline to win. I thought this was a fun wee match. It definitely overperformed its expectations, I think.
Crowd-pleasing match where everything was done as you'd want it to be, really, more or less. But it's not over there, though.
Not at all.
Because Jacqueline starts attacking referee Tim White for some reason. Don't, Jackie. He's got mental health problems. And then somehow...
That's not very wise.
Somehow, Tim White gets Jacqueline in the electric chair position. And then...
He's going to tip the one-winged angel.
That would be even sicker than what we got, I think. But then Sable rips her top off entirely. Way!
Oh, way!
Tits out for
Bobbies.
the lads. And yeah, you said you saw this when you were like 4.
Yeah.
Was it censored?
You know, I have no memory of it, actually. Like,
I feel like it was probably uncensored. Because I was reading up a bit about this. Like, so first of all, they wanted Sable to get her tits out for the lads, and she didn't want to do it. which led to her
Wow.
supposedly getting depushed, and then the eventual sexual harassment lawsuit. That was a big part of it.
That would make a lot of sense.
Right, yeah. And then they did it they wanted to do it in the UK because it was actually like legal to do it there.
Yeah.
They couldn't do that same spot in the US. And I think it was unblurred in like the VHS copies. So you probably saw Jacqueline's titties when you were like 4.
Yeah, I just.
I don't think I saw titties in like filmed media until I was like 12, watching Jason X around a friend's house or something.
I think the first time I would be like another wrestling thing when I was 8, because like in the 2006 ECW, Kelly like was the striptease lady, and she flashed Steven Richards to help Mike Knox win a match. And I remember going to W.com and like looking at the pictures, and it was like there was a bar across her nipples. And then I called my dad over, like, look, Dad, they did the boobies on the WWE. And he came over and was like, of course they censor it. So, yeah. I've seen boobies in my time. Yeah, I sure have.
Yeah, 2 or 3. 2 or 3 individual breasts.
So, you know, we see Jacqueline's breasts here, her bobbies. And we think, well, hey, Dick's hard at that.
It really says something about the time that it totally didn't matter whether it was a face or a heel suffering humiliation in this match.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Like,
but at least, you know, at least Nev liked it. Good old Nev.
Yeah. You know, like, there's it feels like there's something so unsavory about, like, I'm just thinking about that, like, one thread that's like, here's a link to nude pics. Have fun. You know? Like, come on.
What kind of fun?
just at that point, just engage in a circle jerk, please. And so, you know, Jacqueline's bobbies are so big and thagging, as they say, that they play her music.
Yeah, she wins.
She wins. She has won the reverse bra and panties match.
Oh, what can follow that up other than a Steve Blackman match?
Yeah.
For the Intercontinental Championship, Ken Shamrock defends against Steve Blackman, and Ken Shamrock comes out, some absolute ledge does the wanker signal to Shamrock. Well, lad.
Yeah, Shamrock not popular here. Like, they boo him a lot. And,
also, Boss Man, who accompanies him, they're chanting, "You fat bastard! You fat bastard!"
The first fat bastard chant.
That's
wonderful.
right.
I love it.
Best friends in the fucking world.
So no build to this in the TV,
No.
but we do know of Shamrock and Blackman from the summer as friends who, you know, they came to blows, or should I say, dragon sleepers during the previous summer. And so, you know, some tension there.
This is a pretty fun match. Like, Boss Man does nothing but look ominous, and particularly wide-eyed in the face of the fat bastard chants. It's like he's trying to process what the fuck they're saying.
Yeah. Yeah. I like it's a pretty physical match. Like, this point where, you know, Steve Blackman's getting so much heat put on him. He goes for an inside cradle, and then, like, Shamrock, when he comes up from it, dupes him with a high kick. But it's like he connects with the knee, not the ankle. It looks crazy, just like concussive in effect. And then after that, he applies the front face lock, and this is kept on Steve Blackman for a while. Blackman comes back. You know, he's got some good offense. I like his jumping over the top rope hot shot, which is pretty nice. And then the pop of the match comes when Blackman baseball slides the Big Boss Man for the chaos purpose.
Yeah, very funny moment. But Boss Man does not see it that way. he gets that nightstick out and he batters Blackman's ankle with it, which makes it a foregone conclusion when Shamrock locks in that ankle lock. He doubts to it. Yeah, I thought this one was pretty fun.
It'd be pretty cool if Osman did see it that way. Like, he just got up here and was like, Banza. And then, after this, we go backstage to The Rock, who is eating... I initially thought this was an English muffin he was eating, but in fact it's an apple. And so, it's a kino shot of the mirror that then zooms out to reveal The Rock in front of the mirror. And right off the bat, this promo is ruined because The Rock says, "Excuse me." That's not what you say. You should say, "Excuse The Rock." So, depush this guy now.
Yeah.
So he explains that he received a corporate email stating there was no way in hell that Triple H could face The Rock. And so, it was a surprise to everyone but the corporation. And so that's, I think, they try and get across. X-Pac don't got time to repair. And so, and then he goes on a fun wee thing, where he's like, what you gonna do when, wait, that's not it. That's the bottom line because, wait, that's not it. And, it just goes through, everyone else's catchphrase. And then finally happens upon, if you smell la 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 la, what The Rock is cooking. And it does the eyebrow. It feels pretty important, that, his shit can just, stands next to everything else,
Yeah.
Nice promo from The Rock.
Now it's time for Hunter Hearst Helmsley to face Jeff Jarrett. Helmsley is accompanied by China, while Jarrett is accompanied by Deborah.
Yeah.
And I was thinking of that comparison you made on the last episode, where it's when X-Pac does the epileptic fit inducing DX entrance, it's like, hee hi honey. And then when Triple H does the epileptic fit inducing DX entrance, it's like, HR, help me.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's just a lot more charming, X-Pac does it.
Yeah, it felt like his fit.
Guy. Yeah. Triple H here with the wax stamped shirt. He's got tights on and black wrist tape. He's also way smaller. He basically looks like Chris Jericho from a lot of angles. Very odd.
It really does astound me that anybody thought he was cool at any point. Why? What do you see?
Yeah.
And it's definitely even worse when he's a babyface. I particularly hated in this is when Jeff Jarrett tries to do the slingshot and hit Triple H. He's too damn smart to be hit with that slingshot.
Yeah.
You know when he just he stands and he's just no, well, it's not, you're not fucking 8 foot tall, so I don't know why you nose that like that.
Yeah. There's it's just when he said babyface, you need to be likable, and he's just not.
Yeah.
Sad. So Deborah and China, the two sexy ladies here, who will one distracts with beauty, the other destroys with it. Oh my!
Oh.
And Jerry Lawler makes an insinuation, because China's the ninth wonder of the world, and he looks at Deborah and says, "I think Deborah has two of them," referring to her boobs. And Jim Ross, in an aggressive act of innocence, purposefully misinterprets this as saying, yes, she has two big eyes. And so lies the tension between Jerry Lawler and Jimothy Ross.
Oh. Sorry, you mentioned the ladies there. I got distracted.
Deborah illegally pulls the hair, and JR says she's an evil woman. And then China is gonna go over and stop Deborah, what with her assless chaps and all. And then, China and Jarrett get into it. Seeds being planted, I'm sure, for their feud a year later. Because backstage at the London Arena is, of course, Ghetto.
Yeah, I didn't write much about this one.
Well, I did. Sleeper hold, fought out of by Triple H, and he goes for the pedigree into the slingshot, but he counters, as you have said. Then Deborah tries to womanize Triple H, and Chyna threatens her with murkers, but the ref is like, hey, now, what with that? And Deborah sneaks behind the ref to fondle Triple H a bit, and Jarrett, with his signature weapon, the steel chair. And I don't know, I guess it don't allow guitars in airports, so it was a different time. Chyna takes the chair away, and Triple H hits the pedigree, and then tells him to suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it, suck it. So, alright.
He's back. And conveniently, we don't have to watch any more of this period of WWF everything.
Yeah, his return from injury is great. And then we go backstage to Austin. Austin's being interviewed now. He is asked about the surprisements that Gerald Brisco has, and he doesn't give an F about it. He will kick all ass. And then Cole is like, yo, you and Kane were real tight on Friday night. Are you butt buddies or what? And Austin says, nuh-uh, ain't no love affair going on there. And then, it's all every man for himself, and he will kill Kane as well as McMahon, Kane, and Undertaker. He says he's a little pissed off and in a bad mood. And so, yeah, there's that. And now we get to something that, really crystallized something for me. Because, as we've talked about, X-Pac is the current European champion. I always thought it was D'Lo. And you know why? Because they go down to former European champion D'Lo, who was out in London doing all the European champion vignettes
D'Lo's
without the
only
belt.
one who kind of made a gimmick out of it.
I fucking this fucking caused me to Mandela effect this shit. I thought he was still champion the whole time, and honestly, I don't know why he isn't. X-Pac doesn't do shit with the belts. They could have had him win it after this show or something, because D'Lo is there. And he's at Buckingham Palace, so he's like, oh, I wonder if the Queen's office is still open. I'm sure she'll know me. Hey, Queenie. And it's fun and stuff. Yeah. That he gets a ride.
I particularly like this cab driver. It's completely unintelligible bloke.
Yeah, D'Lo Brown doesn't like the car, and the guy's like, oh, Mark Henry took the other one, mate.
I couldn't tell if they got someone to do an impression, or if they just really found this. They just really scoured the villages.
Yeah, I hope it's the latter, honestly.
Yeah.
And then he goes down to the Thames River.
The Thames.
Oh my God! As a citizen of the United Kingdom, I am triggered by this. It's the Thames. That's that mispronunciation.
Actually, I think you'll find it's the Thames, mate. No, I can read. Thanks, buddy. It's the Thames.
And then he said, this is not going to be called Big Ben anymore. This is going to be called Big D, after D'Lo Brown. That's my name. And then ends with Latrice just walking along, and a random dude is like, oh, it's D'Lo Brown. That's pretty cool. I was trying to think of what scarf this guy is wearing. I was trying to think it was a football strip or something like that. Maybe not, but in either case, a delightful bloke from Breton who loved D'Lo Brown.
Didn't notice. Maybe I could have identified it.
Yeah, and so this is all to lead into D'Lo Brown and Marc Henry going for the tag titles against the new Age Outlaws.
Yeah, I like this match.
Me too.
It's there's not a huge amount to say about it, but it's just good. D'Lo does some fun chicken shit kind of stuff. Billy Gunn is really fun to watch sell for Marc Henry and do the comeback.
The whole thing that D'Lo does every match is it's a really popular chant to say D'Lo sucks. D'Lo sucks. So when he gets the moves off, he just immediately goes like, "Who sucks now?" And that just makes him go crazy.
And everyone goes,
always
"You."
good. You. And yes, I think this might be like one of the ones where you think like that. I'm glad I'm watching like a house show style thing, because this feels like the sort of the looser, more fun sort of style that you'd see at a house show, perhaps, as opposed to like a pay-per-view when it gets some amount of time. Nice punches from D'Lo, Billy Gunn does like a fucking awesome gorilla slam, and then like him and Marc is real good. Like that's the thing about Billy Gunn, we think about how deceptively big he is. Like he's good at 1 second showing off his power, and then the other second being overpowered by like a bigger guy.
It's very easy for him to do both, isn't it?
Absolutely, it comes off very naturally in it.
I'm sure a harder skill to pick up than he made it look. And then also he wins with the power driver. I was like, what? What's he doing a power driver for?
It's very interesting because Road Dogg comes in and like he gets like splashed by Mark Henry, and he's like dead after that. Like Billy Gunn drags him over to tag in, and like it's like him against the world. Like he's alone here, and then Billy gets a double down with a famouser, right? They get up. Billy Gunn does a pile driver. It looks crazy. Like he crunches D'Lo's head on it, and he just wins. Okay. Mark Henry has not learned to break up pinfalls in the ring.
No.
So yeah, like a nice way that they finally follow through with, And Road Dogg selling the hell out of that splash, which I approve of. I love selling, and a nice little match. Might be one of the twistier ones of the night. Though in saying that, the next one is Rock versus X-Pac. So fuck that. This is the most twistiest, I think.
Yeah, probably. Rock versus X-Pac, WWF Championship match. I don't think I've ever seen a video package for a world title match that was just about one guy. But that's what we get here with The Rock. They could have showed clips from the match that they had on Raw, and X-Pac being screwed out of it. But no, it's just exclusively Rock footage. And then the match ensues. Strange feeling to watch that. And then JR, early on, he drops that both of these guys are 26. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Did you notice as well, JR also creates the JBL line that he goes on to do about Randy Orton, where he's like, if the grappling gods were to create an athlete, it would be that man, The Rock.
Right, yeah. And then he also sticks it to that damn retirement home, WCW, of course.
Yup.
Our stars are young.
This is not the seniors tour. No, it is a retirement home. Ted Turner, kill yourself.
Any wrestler over 50, kill yourself now.
Yeah, this gets started off with some real intense arm drags from the X-Pac, and interesting enough to do like a wee crisscross, so just both running the ropes, and it ends in X-Pac doing a crazy Undertaker clothesline, it's does a flip, and then they're talking about how Triple H got a bit screwed here. He was expecting a title shot, but surely he's happy for Mr. Pac, and Mr. Pac will give him a title shot if he wins. So nice. Glad we get it out of the way. The Rock, he tries a leapfrog, and X-Pac doesn't go under. He just sockets him, and then he spinning heel kicks him 3 times, and it's right on the money each time. Looks great. And then The Rock, he just careens out the ring in utter bewilderment. Really good stuff. These guys, they've got chemistry. This is the last match they ever have, I suppose.
Yeah, probably.
And then The Rock, he grabs the mic and he says, "Oh hell, what first match?" And then he's going to walk away, But here comes Triple H and China, and they get him back in there. And then Rock is back in the ring. X-Pac is going to do the Bronco Buster, but he moves out of the way, does the Rock. Do you remember when X-Pac tore his asshole?
I know it happened. I don't know when it was. Wasn't that on like an indie or something?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Pretty interesting to happen to him. I remember when it happened. I was reading about it on Blue, and I was like, "Oh man, he tore his asshole." And then like people would like, they would call him "torn asshole man."
Nice.
The video doesn't do justice to the severity of the situation. The turnbuckle wasn't covered, and my landing should have been 45 degrees. I ended up landing hard and horizontal. The turnbuckle ripped me another new a-hole. I coo it right away. You can see me tell ref, tore my ass. I went to after party briefly. Blood started gushing.
Imagine being a referee and wrestling just goes, tore my ass. It's like, what? What do you want me to do? Pal?
He showed up to the after party, but had to leave. His blood started gushing. Jesus Christ. Hotel looked like a moida scene. Performed sphincterplasty to save me from having to have a colostomy bag. It's hard not to laugh, so feel free to find it humorous. I did almost bleed out before ambulance got there.
I like the fact that he says, the footage does not do it justice. Well, yeah, we can't see your anus, so...
Yeah.
It's kind of a given that it will be worse than it looks.
Thankfully, like, his asshole's fine here.
Yeah.
The Rock grounds him with a chin lock. When he tries to get up, he cuts him off with a good knee lift. Triple H does the silly thing, and he like distracts the ref with his protestations, while The Rock doofs X-Pac in his cock. And then, once again, we see the camera shake. They did not put this shit on a stable platform, because X-Pac getting in the headlock is like, whoa. And it's really good. It's always a really good effect, I think.
Yeah, I think all hard cams should be slightly loosely fitted.
Agreed.
To make way for rumblings in the arena.
Then The Rock cuts him off again to do the corporate elbow. Oh my god. And he's doing the crotch chops with them, and then he gets a token off of that. And then they're chanting Rocky sucks, and this is strengthened by the air horn. X-Pac starts shaking out of this chin lock here, and then The Rock is making a face like, ah, and then goes for the X Factor, gets blocked, rock bottom, but then China, behind the wrist back, low blows him, and it's a roll up for two. Oh, what a close thing there. And
I was really impressed by, like, because I read, like, on the archive forums, like, people who had been to the show, like, oh, we knew that, you know, Raw had been already taped that week, so we weren't going to see any title changes, but they still put on a great show. I thought these near falls were, like, very good, considering a lot of the fans would have known that The Rock was going to come out the champion.
Oh, yeah, sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
But there's an art to that when it's like a predictable title defense, but they just have a moment where it's just like, oh, what if?
Yeah.
You know what? This might be the only time I shout out like a singles Seth Rollins match. It was a really good one of those when he faced Neville for the WWE Championship. Neville would just like come up from NXT. Yeah, they do a really good near fall. It's like, oh shit, I really thought he was gonna do it.
Yeah, the one where like he just like stretches a bit far under the leg hook. And gets his foot on the rope.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah,
spot. Yeah, good art. Yeah. Good art to that kind of thing. Even in the sort of predictable moments, to make it make it feel like it could shock you.
Absolutely. You forget for a second that's pro wrestling there.
That's right.
I love how like JR like kind of soaks in like the babyface is cheating, where he sees the replay and he goes like, the referee didn't see a thing, ain't that too bad, after a whole night of putting up with the heel shit. And then some a little example of show long storytelling here, because The Rock does a power slam and puts his foot on the rope, but it doesn't work like it did for Tiger Ali Singh. Oh. And then from here, just like a real breakneck pace. Like you can really see like how X-Pac like laid a lot of like the bricks on the road of like modern workwear, just like how fucking like just the speed with which he went. And The Rock does really well to just like keep up and even more. And eventually, like, oh no, Earl Hebner gets bumped. He gets bumped, and The Rock goes to get the belt. He also punches Triple H, and then Triple H gets a European title, which is there. He doofs Rock with it, and Earl Hebner gets awakens. He goes 1, 2, no, and there's then X-Pac gets the Bronco Buster. And at this point, Earl gets him off of The Rock by getting handsy on X-Pac. And it's always a tell to me like, oh no, he's about to be distracted and hit with a move. But instead what happens, The Rock goes out there and shoves China. And Triple H is big mad about it. So he beats up The Rock. And Earl Hebner turns around and is like, oh, thank you. So, alright. X-Pac doesn't even seem too bad about it. He just joins it. So I'm guessing he loves to defend China's honor, which is understandable.
Yeah.
What do you think of when like The Rock he takes the mic to say that he is still WWE champion, but then he goes like he calls the English people in London trailer park trash.
We don't have trailer parks. Come on. They're called travellers.
Oh yeah. Trailer park? What the fuck is that? And what's trash? Are you talking rubbish? Are you talking rubbish, mate?
Do you mean the rubbish that I put in the bin?
Or the casual English fan don't understand your parlance.
What's he on about his plonker?
And so now it's time for the Fatal 4 main event. There's 37 minutes left in the video, and about half of this will be taken up by like just fucking like so many things that are not the match.
Yeah, so the match is going to be Mankind vs. Kane vs. Austin vs. Taker. But first of all, Shane comes out, says there's been a few changes. He introduces now the special guest timekeeper, an important job in this match. Pat Patterson, you fat bastard, you fat bastard. And here's special referee Gerald Brisco. The referee's a wanker. The referee's a wanker.
Oh,
and Vince and Bossman are out here too. Vince is going to be the commentator, and I was cancel me now, but I still like that shit. Commentary still gets me.
It's real interesting to see. Like we'll get to it a bit later. Yeah.
And now it's the hard man, Vinnie Jones. Vinnie Jones starts off by staring down Bossman in the ring, and I want the bell to ring so badly. I just want to see what those two fighting would look like.
Yeah, like it's so tantalizing to me when like Bossman holds up the hardcore title and Vinnie Jones points at it like, oh shit, he's gonna go for the hardcore title. Oh my god. And then like eventually they like butt heads and Vinnie shoves him out, knocking the Bossman out for the count.
Yeah, Bossman goes flying.
He bops well for Vinnie Jones.
And then Vince
Earl Brisco.
Vince puts on the headset. And he's like instantly new generation Vince voice again.
It's so crazy, isn't it? He can't help himself.
It's like, we know you don't necessarily naturally sound like that, but he puts on a headset, and that's just what comes out.
Yeah. He says like, Mankind! And so, like, Vinnie Jones is out of here because Gerald Brisco gives him a red card.
Yeah, the red card. So... JR's like, oh, this is a damn setup. He gave him the red card, which means that
Yeah.
Vinnie Jones has no choice but to slowly walk away from the situation. If he punched Gerald Brisco, would he get fined by the FA?
Yeah, absolutely. Like that Wimbledon guy would like find a way. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get to that.
You mosquito brain.
So like, I was trying to make heads or tails of just like, why all this stuff? And the thing I think is like, they're just like WWF maxing, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost like, if like, my dog is near death, so I'll show him a good time. I'll feed him chocolate. I'll take him to the beach one more time. Like, now here we have like this English crowd who's not going to get WWF again for like years. So, oh yeah, we're gonna have all the Stooges here, and we're gonna have special guest timekeeper, and like, oh, there may be a conspiracy here. We don't know. All for this feel for you match. It doesn't mean fucking anything. But we've got all the tricks here for you, So enjoy it.
I do commend their ability to make the illusion of importance. We know that this means absolutely nothing, but yet they make it feel like it's worth seeing.
Oh yeah, like they're just all shaking hands like, haha, yes, someone not Steve Austin will win a Fatal 4-Way match. Good job, boys. And also Vinnie Jones will not be here. Haha, what a conspiracy.
So
now here comes Mankind.
Yeah,
with 22 minutes left.
Eventually we get our entrance. Kane and Mankind are first out, and they get things started quickly before the other guys can even come in.
Yeah.
Taker, as per usual, takes his fucking sweet time and get into the ring. And then Austin, he just does that perfect little delay before the glass smash. It's just like, oh, is the glass going to smash it? Where's the glass?
Yeah, I'll always wait until like the crowd are restless.
Yeah.
When they start chanting for him.
Yeah, huge part. And Taker goes to meet him halfway down the ramp, which was a great decision, I think.
It's crazy because like Austin and Undertaker are fighting on the ramp, and the camera cuts back to the ring where Kane is like mid the highest flying clothesline of his life. It feels like,
Yeah.
like he's 20 feet in the air. It feels like just coming down on Mankind. It's crazy. And then they're just all on the outside. They're walking. They're brawling. This is the Fed.
Fuck yeah.
And it's very funny seeing Gerald Brisco just orbit these guys, And then Undertaker, we saw Undertaker closest from X-Pac. Now we see Undertaker close out from Undertaker, and it's very good. I believe it's Undertaker goes for a leg drop, and Vince hollers, "Yeah, boy!"
Vince turning into fucking Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
At some point,
So,
everyone turns to beat up Austin for some reason. I don't think it represented any kind of like long-term allegiance change, but it happened. It was worth noting.
No, yeah, absolutely not. Like, Vince makes mention of how Austin like fucked up both Paul and Undertaker, and JR notes like a lot of people say they deserved it, and Vince comes back, or a lot of those people British.
And yeah, despite everything that's happened between Taker and Kane recently, a lot of this match feels like a Brothers versus Destruction versus Austin and Mankind match, in parts.
Yeah, it's very odd. There's a spot here which like it's been burned into my mind forever. I always associate with the show where Taker, he goes on the outside and he strangles Mankind with the cables, the camera cables, and then Kane decides to take a cable and choke Taker, and Taker, as you do when you get strangled, he goes, "Ah!" And then Austin takes cable himself and chokes Kane. So they're all choking each other, and I've always remembered that. And then Mankind, he takes a microphone and he bops Taker in the microphone, and Vince just like fully goes 1995 and goes, "Oh no! Oh no!" which is great. And then there's who is it you said did the
I thought that was you saying that about Taker. Previously noticed it about JR in 1991.
Yeah, JR, like, and like Vince is like another one who does it a lot. It's very funny because like Undertaker does a move, and he goes, "Undertaker got him," as some of you would you say, JR, and you know, I at this point just right there, it's him, and maybe that's like a thing that like Paul Levesque made a point of, like he pushed Carmelo Hayes to propagate the correct pronunciation of him.
If one day Deuce was like, Carmelo Hayes is him.
So old school attempted by Taker, but then Kane crotches him. It's pretty good, and it's funny. Like Austin and Mankind, you double team Kane. Mankind tries friendship, but Austin flips him off. Mandible claw by Mankind to Austin, but then Taker murks Mankind, and Kane's back in, and there's two wonderful moments from Vince where, firstly, he regards Kane. He says, "Look at this big red machine," as you call him. And then there's a clothesline where he sees the clothesline happen. He goes, "Ha ha!" And then, like, I don't understand what was going on with Mr. Socko here. Do you?
No, I can't even remember how it was involved in the match.
It wasn't at all. He just put it on and then didn't use it.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe there was a law in 1998 Britain where socks in the mouth deeply illegal.
Oh yeah, I think Alistair Darling brought that up to Parliament recently.
But yeah, this match is good. You know, you might watch this period of the WWF and be left a little lacking in the match department. But this is the sort of main event that they really excelled at the time. Big old brawl, stack the odds against Austin, ref bump, happy ending. Way.
Yeah. And it's some pretty good, you know, post-match stuff because, you know, Earl Hebner slides in as the new ref who actually counts for Austin. You know, Gerald Brisco takes offense to this. He, like, starts beating up Earl Hebner. And then Austin stutters Gerald. And, like, Vinnie Jones comes back. And it's like, they do this double team stutter where Vinnie Jones does the kick and then Austin does the stutter. And then Boss Man is on the outs in the ring, and then Earl Hebner kicks his ass too. And, you know, they all share some beers. And Vince hates it. He's thrown off the headset. And, like, you know, this is where I was really, like, watching out for Jim Ross's Bell's palsy attack.
Yeah.
And, like, I, like, you know, like, he is fucking, like, in Nirvana at this point. He's just like, "Oh my god, Austin did it again. He won the fatal 4-way." And, like, I'm just expecting him to just, like, lose coherence any second. And
yeah, I'm sure he experienced the worst of it in that third match. That was when I was really noticing it. I think it was Pal Penis and Goldust.
Right, yeah.
But then he seemed to pull it kind of together. But also understandable that he's, like, absent for, like, 3 months after this.
Oh, yeah. Not understandable that they bring him back and he's like, "Oh, I bet you think it's pretty funny that I had Bell's palsy, huh, Michael Cole?"
Yeah, this is the second time in this block that I've seen Austin sharing beers with Earl Hebner. And I'm like, oh, he's going to stun him. Any second now, Earl Hebner's eating a fucking stunner. And it doesn't happen.
Earl Hebner, like, politics, I think.
Yeah. Need to babyface him again.
What's Earl Hebner up to now? Let's see. He's 75 years old, goddamn.
Oh, shit.
I don't care, he should still be working. Is he still in TNA? He returned at Slammiversary 2022.
Really?
He returned to Slammiversary 2024. Oh shit!
What?
Wow.
Did not hear of these Earl Hebner surprise pops at the new number 2.
Oh, so he came back for Mustafa Ali versus Speedball Mike Bailey. As like,
of course.
He's in Mustafa Ali's pocket. Hebner's gonna screw Mike Bailey, but then Ali put him in the sharpshooter, and Earl refused to call the match. Oh.
Why are those two doing callbacks to the fucking Montreal Screwjob in TNA? Why? I haven't even seen this match and I'm angry about it.
All I gotta say is the true number 2 is back, and thank you, Harris Brothers.
Yeah, number 2 like a poo. Come on.
Ah. Damn it.
Like a dookie you did on the floor. So I guess that was it.
Overall,
yeah,
a nice wee show. It's got its negatives, absolutely. Like a lot of the storylines suck.
Yeah.
And they quite cynically focus on like some unique British racism. But the fun stuff is still fun. And
this pay-per-view in particular definitely felt like a show of two halves. Like, it started out really fucking rough, and then kind of once you get done with like the Tiger Rally Singh match, it starts to pick up a fair bit.
Yeah.
And then it ends on, I would say, 3 twisties. Tag titles, world title, and the random 4-way.
Yeah. So that was Glover Presents Capital Carnage for Nintendo 64.
Absolutely. So next up,
and
we have another neutral pick again. It's another holiday.
Oh.
It's approaching the Christmas season, and who better to spend Christmas with than Chris Benoit? But that's not all, because you'll also be under the mistletoe with Nick Dinsmore.
Oh.
You'll be putting up the decorations with Brock Lesnar.
Oh.
And you'll be sharing gifts with Trailer Park Trash. Rip Rogers will be carving the bird. Rico Constantino will be asleep on the couch at 6 p.m.
Oh, shit.
And Jim Cornette will be Brussels sprout farting, and it will fucking stink. That's right. Our next show will be on NWA OVW Christmas Chaos 2001.
From like January.
Yeah, from January, but it's 2000 basically. It should have happened in 2000.
Oh man, that's a great pick. That's a great pick.
Before we sign out properly, God save our gracious grapplometer.
Yeah.
God save our noble grapplometer. God save the grapplometer. Save the grapplometer. Victorious, happy, and correct in all its analysis of all the shows that we do. Never been wrong. The grapplometer. Way.
And we go now to the House of Lords, where the Black Rod is at his station. He's ready to do the thing where he taps the rod against the door, and releasing now will be the grapplometer verdict. It's 6.
Whoa. Fair enough. You can't say fairer than that.
This does not portend well for Keir Starmer's government.
I almost forgot the grapplometer. I already described what was coming next. It's thrown me off a bit.
I mean, I
bread.
get it. We all get excited about we all get excited about Chris Benoit. Okay.
Chris Benoit. Chris Benoit. Yeah. Chris Benoit. Because yeah, you get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I sure do.
Chris
I
Benoit.
love bread. And Yeah, like, hello, honey. What will Chris Benoit be having for dinner today? Yeah. So got that coming, and as ever, on the social medias, the tweeters, the
Yeah, we're doing Twitch stuff. Always check out that.
what stuff always too. Uh, by the time this comes out, we'll have freaking done a stream and promotion of it likely, and that stream will be like, hey, you better watch out for this episode, and now. Or this episode is here.
I tell you what you should look out for, which will probably not happen by the time we put out the episode. Grappling Mania 2. It's coming, people.
Grappling Mania 2.
Grappling Mania
That's
1
right.
was a resounding success. Grappling Mania 2, I can't give you a date. Can't say when it will happen. But it will happen. And it will be big.
Yes.
I don't even want to spoil what we've got planned.
Yep. Let's just keep mum on that. You already know, if you were tuned into Grappling Mania 1, as everyone on the right side of history was, that we're going to be playing WrestleMania 19, the season mode where you kill people, and let me just tell you, you don't know the half of it. Grappling Mania 2, you set your calendars to some date that we don't know yet, but you set your calendars nevertheless.
Just mark out the whole rest of the year. Just write Grappling Mania 2 in huge letters on all of the days, because it could be any of them.
Yeah, and keep it live to the shorts. We recently just had our another big hit. Like 1,000 plus views on YouTube.
Both of the WCW ones have done well so far.
Yep, and Michael Buffer took us over that threshold of 1,000, and we thank you very much, all you people on YouTube, for clicking on Michael Buffer. Hashtag we all made millions.
Yeah, some people might find that by going for hashtag finance, and then not necessarily appreciated our Michael Buffer basically. But fuck those people. Yeah, I got your click. That's all that matters.
I got your click. Now leave. Die.
I'm a man who don't complain about the weather or the rain. I find it makes no difference anyway. Now I have but one regret that I haven't mentioned yet. It's all about the bread we get today. I can get myself a nice lobster or a nice broad apron crab when I'm a little bit hungry. A nice little herring I've had. I can get myself a nice mushroom to go along with eggs in bed. I can get myself a nice mother, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread. No more you can. I'm a discontented man, and I don't quite understand. That's why I put this question up to you. In the world we live today, can you come to me and say just why they make the bread the way they do? I can get myself a nice turkey or a nice soul duck as well. Where there's chicken and gravy, they're the most exciting smell. With a pin I can tickle and winkle, but just like I have said, I can get myself a nice funeral, but I can't get a nice loaf of bread.